Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 201, a plan already determined. This article is updated by middle.# vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Relying on Marks Marclown's comprehensive grasp of herself, she dodged Pross Muskull attack dangerously, and at the same time created an opportunity for herself to attack. And the moment Marks Marclown appeared on Perrault's back was a strange trick Perrault could not imagine. In the next moment, Marks Marclown made a straight fist and slammed into the back of Perrault's head fiercely. Perrault reacted swiftly and elbows back, asking Marks Marclown's abdomen to let him rescue himself. In the end, however, Marks Marclown's fist was even faster and hit Perrault in the head straight. Perrault lost consciousness for a while, and Marks Marclown took advantage of the recoil to avoid Perrault's elbow. With a bang, Perrault fell heavily to the ground. Perrault never expected that Marks Marclown had only learned all her fighting skills after only a week of learning from herself, and she had even been better than the Blue in the sparring. Under the condition of slightly weaker power, with the help of a petite figure and precise manipulation of the details of the trick, coupled with the perfect control of the body, he finally defeated Perrault with a slight victory. Perrault sat down on the ring, looking at the smiling Marks Marclown, and suddenly felt that the whole person was not good. Even as a former member of the British Special Forces, Perrault, who has won singles championships in the SAS, SBS, SRR, and SFSG joint fighting competitions, does not think that he is invincible, and even the idea of himself being defeated often appears in him mind. He imagined being attacked by someone, defeated by a more skilled senior, and so on. But Perrault looked at Marks Marclown, just such a little boy who was only over 12 Marclowners old defeated himself. What is this? Perrault couldn't help but wonder if life is a mess in this world. I am very satisfied with my teaching this week. Thank you very much, Mr. Huck Perrault. Marks Marclown smiled and stepped forward to shake hands with Perrault. Perrault held Marks Marclown's hand with both Marclowns without a godly Marclown. He has not walked out of the shadow of his loss so far, still muttering, "This is impossible." Marks Marclown ignored him. "I will call someone into your bank account for the commission, good Marclown be Marclown." Perrault seemed to have not heard what Marks Marclown said. His Marclowns were blank, and he continued to doubt the world. Marks Marclown never expected that although Perrault had a master level in fighting, his heart was so fragile. However, it was only because he couldn't accept reality for a while. Marks Marclown shrugged and ignored it. Marks Marclown walked out of London University humming a little song. Since he has strong fighting skills, he should also think about what he should do. Marks Marclown is still some time before school starts. The Grangers do it with their own dentist work, and Hermione is left alone. Apart from coming over to ask herself about magic from time to time, she is basically focusing on her own study. Originally, during Marks Marclown's stay in London, he wanted to come over to learn the fighting skills, enrich himself and pass the time. However, his level 1 perfect control skills were too abnormal. Perrault had worked hard for decades. Marks Marclown learned all of a sudden. It was not challenging at all. I wonder if Perrault knew what Marks Marclown was thinking. Would he vomit blood and die? Marks Marclown wandered back to Hermione's house. As expected, the Grangers went to work, leaving Hermione alone in her room and didn't know what to do. It seems it's time to get into the main topic of this holiday. Marks Marclown sat bored for a while and sighed. I wanted to continue leisurely for a while. That's right. Marks Marclown had a very clear plan for what to do this summer vacation. So Marks Marclown needs to use the remaining time to make some money for her own business of opening a store. This sounds very incredible. In fact, it is really incredible. You must know that Marks Marclown not only has Gringotts big savings, but was also authorized to open the family vault last Marclowner. He is also the true heir of the veteran nobleman in the British wizarding world. He has countless auras! And with the financial resources of the Marks family, let alone one store. Even 10 of them opened without blinking their Marclowns. Not to mention that in the Mole world, Mark's Marclown is still a member of the Royal Club, and it seems that she is not short of money at all. It's a pity that the only thing that restricts Mark's Marclown is the location of the store. Regarding this store that I had long thought of, I had already clarified the special nature of the store, so I naturally chose the most suitable location for opening the store. He wants to open this shop in Turnover Alley. At this time, the question came, could Mark's Fan and Mark's Six Yuan allow Mark's Marclown, who is only 12 Marclown hours old, to contaminate Knockdown Alley? Of course this is impossible. However, most of Mark's Marclown's own money has been converted into British pounds, and all the companies that rely on foresight to invest 537 have not Marclown made any effort to rise. So the money can only be temporarily locked up in those companies. So now the problem is coming again. If this store were opened in Knockdown Alley, it would be impossible to use Cannon, who could take out the family treasury by Mark's Marclown, because Mark's Fan and Mark's Six Yuan, who are the heads of the household, can also easily find out the whereabouts of capital flows through Gringotts. After thinking about it, Mark's Marclown suddenly discovered that he was still caught in the most unlikely but encountered problem, which was also the most primitive problem. That's no money. Mark's Marclown didn't expect that he was just looking like the rich side, who knew that when he really wanted to take money, he couldn't get it out because of multiple constraints. It seems that you must have funds that you can freely control, and you can use it as you want, and you don't need to be as constrained as it is now. Mark's Marclown shook his head, clearing away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Equals 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 equals. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 202, Evil Taste. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Hermione walked out of the room to take a drink, and saw Mark's Marclown asking, "What are you doing?" Mark's Marclown watched TV boredly, and said, "Boring, watching TV. Cool exclamation mark hash." Hermione may have been a little tired from studying, and sat next to Mark's Marclown and said, "I didn't expect you to be so interested in the Mole world." However, when Hermione saw the commercials on TV, she couldn't help laughing. Mark's Marclown, these are commercial advertisements that the Mole world doesn't even want to watch. You won't be so boring, do you think it looks good? Mark's Marclown said in her heart that ghosts think these commercials are good looking, but she still said, "Anyway, I have nothing to do, just watch to pass the time." Hermione took a book and said, "If it's boring, look at this. It's Gillett Finn's book. His books have been selling well recently." Mark's Marclown took a look, and it was a book called Living with a Python book. Mark's Marclown suddenly remembered, Marclowns, I can write a book. To pool the money to open a shop in Fumbling Alley, and to raise funds in a short time, writing a book is undoubtedly the best way. What happened to you? Hermione looked at Mark's Marclown in surprise at the suddenly smiling Mark's Marclown. Plus cool, tiger. Mark's Marclown smiled and said, "It's okay, thank you so much, Hermione." What? Mark's Marclown went back to her room in a hurry, leaving Hermione to sit on the sofa blankly. "Didn't you say that you are bored just now? Why suddenly it seems like finding the goal and direction of life." Mark's Marclown returned to the room and took out a pen and paper without saying anything. "What should I write?" Mark's Marclown thought for a while. As a celestial person who had traveled here, there were countless excellent masterpieces in his mind to write. but to make money now, it must conform to the British aesthetic and sell well. A name immediately appeared in Mark Marclown's mind. Twilight. Twilight is the best-selling book after the Harry Potter series. The story of the whole book is very simple. It tells the romantic love story of high school student Bella and the young and handsome vampire Edward, but in those Marclown it was popular all over the world. But from now on, this is Mark Marclown's work. Mark Marclown spent a whole week writing and editing the first draft of Twilight City. In terms of Mark Marclown's current perverted mental power, even if he can't remember it completely, he can almost restore the original work to the point where he can. After reviewing it carefully, Mark Marclown called the Royal Club again. "Hello, dear Mr. Mark Marclown. Fan is at your service." Why are you still? Ming Ming Royal Club is a 24-hour commissioner. Don't you take a break? Mark Marclown pouted and teased, but he didn't wait for Fan to answer the question, and he was not interested if Fan needed to rest. Forget it. Compared to this, I want to ask if there is a Bloomsbury Publishing Company in London. Where is the company address? I want to publish a book. There was a page turning over the phone. Okay, please wait a moment. Mark Marclown stood by the phone and saw Hermione leaning against the door, looking at Mark Marclown with a puzzled expression. Mark Marclown made a silent motion. Soon Hoffand replied, "Hello. Bloomsbury Publishing Company exists. It is currently located at 27 King's 3rd Avenue in London. We will immediately send someone to contact the editor-in-chief of the publishing house and make an appointment to visit it in person. Talk about the publication of the book by Mr. Mark Marclown. It's really there." Mark Marclown thought about it for a while and said, "No, you can just inform over there. I'll go and look for him directly." "Okay. Follow your wishes." After Mark Marclown silently read the address of Bloomsbury Publishing Company, she hung up the phone. In fact, Bloomsbury Publishing Company is the publishing house of the Harry Potter series. Mark Marclown wanted to publish her new book at Bloomsbury Publishing Company only because of his kind of evil taste. But now it seems that, except for the addition of wizards and the absence of the book Harry Potter, the rest are roughly the same as the Earth in the previous life of Mark Marclown. Hermione also heard the name of Bloomsbury Publishing Company and asked, "Mark Marclown, are you going to publish a book?" Mark Marclown raised the first draft in his hand and said, "Try it without money. Will you still be short of money as you?" Hermione murmured inwardly, but she still admired. "I decided to publish a book when I first saw it at such a young age. It's Mark Marclown, really amazing." At the end, Hermione asked with some expectation, "Can I see it first?" regarding whether Mark Marclown's writing is good or not. In fact, Hermione doesn't think it matters. In fact, Hermione has never expected it to be good. They are all 12 Marclowner-olds of the same age. Generally, Muggle children don't even remember all the words. What bestseller level works can they write? So it doesn't matter. The most important thing is Mark Marclown's debut work. This is a good memory between himself and Mark Marclown. I will be the first reader. Just as Hermione was thinking full of thoughts, Mark Marclown waved his hand. "After the publication, you will be able to see it. I will send you this list-signed version at that time." There are a lot of words in Twilight, and Hermione doesn't know how long it will take to finish reading, and Mark Marclown doesn't have that idle time. Hermione blinked innocently, a little dazed by the unexpected rejection. Mark Marclown smiled faintly when she saw this, and walked out of Hermione's house. Even the answer is so confident. Hermione looked at the figure of Mark Marclown walking away, and subconsciously put aside the confusion in her heart, and couldn't help feeling that Mark Marclown was really both talented and pursued. No, I can't be so widened by Mark Marclown. equals 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 equals. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 203, Bloomsbury Publishing Company. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ I must catch up with Mark's Marclown. While thinking about this, Hermione went back to her room and studied harder. According to the address given by the phone, Mark's Marclown found the Bloomsbury Publishing Company. Although it looks quite a bright company on the outside, it is not as beautiful as Mark's Marclown imagined, and it is even a bit tattered. Hello, anyone? Mark's Marclown walked into Bloomsbury Publishing Company. More than a dozen staff members were busy doing things, but no one paid attention to Mark's Marclown. Sorry, I want to find your editor-in-chief. I think I should make an appointment with him. Seeing Mark's Marclown's age, the little implo Marclown who was stopped immediately looked suspicious. Kid, why did you make an appointment for the editor-in-chief? Which one came here? Mark's Marclown still smiles gracefully. I did make an appointment with your editor-in-chief, and you can find it in the record. Otherwise I won't be able to pass the security downstairs. Right? The little clerk seemed to think about it, and pointed to a room deep in the office for 530 words. The editor is in that room. Before Mark's Marclown had time to thank him, the little clerk walked away impatiently. Cool tiger. Mark's Marclown had to walk to the editor's office alone and knocked on the office door. The editor-in-chief of Bloomsbury Publishing Company is an old man named Buck Cunningham with fluffy hair and a lack of energy. The recent decline in company performance has also made his job shaky. Not long after I went to work today, I received a call from the Royal Club saying that a distinguished guest was coming to their publishing house to publish his new book. Although Buck is only the editor-in-chief, he still has a concept of the Royal Club. People who belong to this group are either rich or noble, and they are all prominent figures. The famous big man in Buck's imagination is either a middle-aged bald man with a big belly, a succinct and strong young man, or an extravagant lady wearing a bead and silver. When I first thought of this, there was a knock on the door. Buck quickly grabbed two of his hair and called out, "Please Beth in." Mark's Marclown pushed the door and entered, and saw Buck in raunchy clothes. Boy, damn. I have another very important guest later. Who put it in? Buck glanced at Mark's Marclown and found that it was a child, somewhat disdainful. Mark's Marclown smiled and said, "The VIPs you will receive soon, aren't they from the Royal Club?" Buck looked at Mark's Marclown in surprise and asked, "How do you know?" Mark's Marclown waved his hand and said, "If there is no other member of the Royal Club to book your time, then I would like to make an appointment with you." Cool tiger. Buck thought about the image of the coming guest countless times, but he didn't expect to be a child. But Buck reached out to Mark's Marclown and said, "It's an honor to meet you. My name is Buck Cunningham and I am the editor-in-chief of Bloomsbury Publishing Company. My name is Mark's Marclown." Mark's Marclown politely shook hands with Buck and sat down directly. "I think the Royal Club has already explained to you why?" Buck nodded and said, "I heard you want to publish a book." Buck actually didn't have any expectations in his heart. He felt that Mark's Marclown was a child of a rich family. He wanted to be a writer on a whim, so he took over what he wrote. Mark's Marclown handed the manuscript that she had spent a week to write to Buck, and said, "Look at it first." Buck looked at the thick stack of manuscripts in front of him, thinking that he had written a lot. But don't make mistakes like elementary school students. Even Buck was still thinking about how to tactfully reject Mark's Marclown's naive idea, and tell Mark's Marclown that a writer is not a career he wants to be. Buck flipped through Mark's Marclown's manuscript pretendingly. In fact, he didn't think about the manuscript. He had no interest in reading the manuscript from an 11 or 12 Marclown-year-old child. He was thinking about how to reject this distinguished guest without guilty of Mark's Marclown. Mark's Marclown said lazily, "Mr. Editor, if you keep looking at the last page, then I don't think you can understand the whole story. Buck blushed and realized that he had been looking at the last page of the manuscript and quickly turned to the first page. Twilight. In order to show that he was reading very carefully, Buck said the name. The name is very elegant, and it's good. Marx Marclown didn't have a hint of joy in being praised, and looked at Buck blankly. Buck had to read Marx Marclown's manuscript carefully, thinking that even if the manuscript was bad, he couldn't really say it, otherwise it would hurt the pride of the distinguished guest. Who knew Buck was surprised to find that this manuscript is beautifully written, fluent in sentences, and clear, and it is not a work that can be written by elementary and middle school students. This is clearly the unobstructed feeling that a literati who has been in literary works for many Marclowners can write. One of the big features of Twilight was its elegant text, which made Buck shocked. Buck looked up at Marx Marclown in surprise, and found that Marx Marclown was still looking at him patiently, waiting for his own evaluation. Buck had no choice but to keep reading. This manuscript is about the romantic love story of high school student Bella and the young and handsome vampire Edward. The idea is novel, and the development of the story is not burdensome. There should be a lot of foreshadowing. It is definitely an excellent one. Good story. The voice of Buck flipping through the manuscript kept ringing, and Buck was completely immersed in Marx Marclown's manuscript. Marx Marclown's description is very natural and not rigid at all, making the whole story seem extremely smooth, and the suspense points are also very delicate, and the points are even more exciting. Buck flipped through the manuscript unknowingly, until the last one was flipped, and Buck unconsciously touched the next one. And then he realized that the manuscript had been read. Equals 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 equals. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 204, Journey to Knockdown Alley. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _. What's next? What happened to Edward? As soon as he finished speaking, Buck realized that he had said something wrong, and he said, ahem. Mr. Marx, I feel pretty good about your first draft. Cool exclamation mark hash. Buck thought that it was not only quite good. I have been the editor-in-chief for many Marclowners, and I have read more books than people who have read it. It is the first time that such a book can make Buck feel excited. Buck is sure that if this book is released, it must be a big hit. Buck had no contempt in Marx Marclown's Marclowns, and Marx Marclown's manuscript had completely conquered Buck. Marx Marclown said, then what if I want to publish? Buck smiled and nodded. Of course there is no problem, but Mr. Marx, how much have you prepared for your manuscript? Marx Marclown faintly pointed to the manuscript in Buck's hand, and said, that's all. Buck said, Mr. Marx, if you publish a book, you must have a certain amount of manuscript before it can be published. Marx Marclown frowned and said, about how much? Buck made a gesture and said, at least so much. Marx Marclown lowered her head, pondered her writing speed, nodded and said, well, I should be able to write before school starts. Buck said suddenly, that, Mr. Marx, can you close their manuscript once a week, that is, hand it in after you finish writing the manuscript for a week? Cool tiger. Marx Marclown looked at Buck with a smile, and instantly understood Buck's meaning. Unexpectedly, Buck has become the first fan of this Twilight before being written. Don't worry, Edward is fine. Buck said in surprise, really? What about Bella, when there is no Edward? Marx Marclown looked at Buck with a smile on his face. Buck hurriedly shut up, and said in embarrassment, I'm sorry, It's rude. Mark Smarclown said sternly. Then, Mr. Editor, how do I calculate my manuscript fee? Bucky righteously said, as long as you can finish writing this novel, I will give you the most expensive contract of our publishing house. No. When the sales reach the selling line, it will double again. And if there is something else after the publication, what about the harvest? Mark Smarclown nodded with satisfaction and said, happy cooperation. Buck immediately smiled and held Mark Smarclown's hand. During the next period of time, Mark Smarclown immersed himself in writing at Hermione's house, and Hermione often asked Mark Smarclown to teach her magic lessons. This little life was moist, and the two of them also enjoy Marclown this unclear life. Plus cool, tiger. Time passed day by day, and in a blink of an eye Marclown it was about to start Hogwarts. Mark Smarclown's Twilight is almost finished, the second part, and also earned a lot of contribution fees. Lunch this day? Mr. Granger asked. Hogwarts will start soon. Hermione nodded and said, Marclowns, we are going to buy something for the beginning of school. Mrs. Granger asked, Mr. Marks, when are you going to go to Diagon Alley to buy some magic items you need? We can go together. Mark Smarclown said, my parents are going to arrange some people to directly help me order books from Lyhan Bookstore, and then deliver them to my door. If there is anything else I need, I will also buy them. Mr. Granger exclaimed, as expected of Mark Smarclown's family, I don't have to do anything by myself. Mrs. Granger also nodded and said, didn't the Marks family say that they are aristocrats? How can they do these trivial things? Someone will definitely do them. Mark Smarclown explained, actually, I received the news that Lockhart would sign for it, so I don't want to meet Harlot. The messy signing scene is really annoying. Lockhart. Hermione's Marclowns brightened when she heard that. Mark Smarclown turned her head and asked Hermione, should I help you prepare books and props? Hermione shook her head and said, no, I'll go to Diagon Alley by myself, I still have something I want to buy. Besides, Ron also invited me to go shopping. Of course Lockhart's signing was also one of the reasons, but for some reason Hermione didn't want to speak out in front of Mark Smarclown. Seeking flowers. Mark Smarclown nodded and thought about it for a while. Then I will accompany you, too. My novel is almost done, and I want to go to Rolling Lane by the way to do something. Mark Smarclown actually wanted to use the free time before the start of school to find a location for a shop in Rolling Alley. When the Grangers heard that Mark Smarclown was willing to accompany Hermione to Diagon Alley, they all said that they had something to do, and they were extremely relieved with Mark Smarclown's company. Hermione and Mark Smarclown were helpless when they heard the words, so they could only leave for Diagon Alley by themselves. Diagon Alley, which is near the beginning of school, is even more popular. Many Hogwarts students buy teaching materials and magic props in Diagon Alley. The small streets are very crowded. Hermione said to Mark Smarclown, there are too many people. Or go to Rolling Alley first, don't you have something to do? Mark Smarclown nodded and said, then I will go to you after I finish the work. Hermione smiled and said, it's okay, I can do it alone. Mark Smarclown tapped Hermione's head. Okay, remember to be careful. Mark Smarclown turned and left. Hermione blushed again, staring blankly in the direction Mark Smarclown had left. After bidding farewell to Hermione, Mark Smarclown went straight to Nocturne Alley through the fireplace. Mark Smarclown walked all the way to the direction of Rolling Alley. Rolling Alley is a place for various underground transactions in the wizarding world, even organs and humans, and it is mainly a place for selling black magic items. Therefore, the wizards in Rolling Alley are all evil and gloomy. There are also rumors that they will catch some moles to do magic experiments. Mark Smarclown suddenly saw a small figure surrounded by a large group of wizards in front. Harry? Mark Smarclown recognized Harry's appearance and shouted, What are you doing here? Equals 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 equals. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 205, Shameful Deeds. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Harry saw dust all over his body, one of his glasses was broken, and he looked unconscious. As soon as he saw Marks Marclown, he immediately shouted as if he had found a pillar, "Mr. Marks, I'm lost." Come. Marks Marclown looked at the wizards that surrounded Harry, one by one grinning, full of dark aura. Harry hurriedly passed through the surrounding strangers and came to Marks Marclown. Marks Marclown grabbed Harry's arm and quickly left the area. "Thank you so much, Mr. Marks." Harry still had some lingering heart palpitations, feeling that his little heart was still beating. "Why did you appear in such a place?" Marks Marclown frowned. "Those people know you. You are very dangerous here." Harry also just slowed down, explaining why he appeared in Knockoff Alley. It turned out that Harry received unfair treatment at his uncle's house. Ron drove the family car to rescue Harry, and then Harry Marclowned directly at Ron's house in the days to come. And now that school is about to start, they will also come to Diagon Alley to buy the things they need to start school. But when using flu fans, Harry accidentally called the wrong name because it was the first time when he came here. In the closet. This is not where you should be. Marks Marclown looked serious after listening. Harry nodded in agreement, and asked puzzledly, "Mr. Marks, then why are you here?" Marks Marclown said indifferently, "I want to open a shop in Fanroll Alley, so I came to find a location." Harry nodded, his face suddenly tense. His Marclowns staring in one direction. "It's Malfoy." Marks Marclown saw a golden retriever Draco and his father walking around Rolling Street. Harry said nervously, "They are coming here. I will hide first." "Why are you hiding? Are you good friends who love and kill each other?" Before Marks Marclown could finish complaining in his heart, Harry ran to a side alley and hid, while Marks Marclown stood still. Unlike Harry, who saw Draco hiding subconsciously, it was mainly because Draco saw Marks Marclown that he could not wait to hide immediately. Lucius also saw Marks Marclown and walked over and said, "I didn't expect we would run into it here, Mr. Marks." Draco hid behind Lucius, looking at Marks Marclown with fear. Lucius kicked Draco hard, and Draco said with a pale face, "You." "Hello, Marks Xian." "Oh no, Marks Marclown." Plus cool, tiger. Lucius looked at the ineffective son and kicked it again. Marks Marclown said lightly, "Mr. Malfoy, does Draco seem to be afraid of me?" Lucius laughed and said, "Draco made you laugh because of his incompetence." "So what are you doing, Mr. Marks? Isn't it a shameful business?" "You know, this is not a place where kids can come." Although not explicitly pointed out, it is obvious that Lucius' little kid is talking about Marks Marclown. Indeed, Marks Marclown glanced at Draco intentionally or unintentionally. This is not a place where little kids can come. As for the shameful deeds, Marks Marclown nodded. Of course, compared to children, shouldn't it be an adult who claims to be more suitable to come to Knock Alley? Lucius frowned, not knowing what Marks Marclown meant, and suddenly changed his mind, knowing that Marks Marclown was taunting himself for coming over to do shameful deeds. "Mr. Marks, I haven't seen it for a long time," and the sharpness of his teeth and mouth has increased. "It really feels more and more like Fan." Marks Marclown smiled and said, "How can this compare to our Mr. Malfoy?" Lucius snorted coldly, Realizing that he could not have the upper hand in the verbal confrontation with Marks Marclown, Lucius didn't want to talk nonsense with Marks Marclown, and said coldly, "Then I won't hinder Mr. Marks's business. Draco, let's go." Lucius waved the wizard's robe hard and strode away. Draco immediately followed Lucius' pace and left. "Why?" Marks said in a strange way. "Walk slowly and don't send it." It wasn't until Lucius and his son had gone far that Harry stared his head in the alley. Marks Marclown said with a laugh, "Don't worry, they have already left." Harry then walked out in relief, patted his chest and said, "Finally left." Marks Marclown shrugged and said, "Actually you don't need to hide." Harry shook his head and said, "It's better to do more than less. I don't want to face them." Marks Marclown led Harry out of Knockdown Alley. Harry said, "Mr. Marks, would you like to go back to school with us?" Marks Marclown shook his head and refused. "No, I have something else." Harry nodded helplessly. "Well then." Marks Marclown turned around again and walked into Rolling Alley, and Harry had no choice but to wander around the streets of Diagon Alley. "Harry!" Hermione's voice suddenly came. Harry turned his head and it turned out to be Hermione. Hermione pointed to Harry's glasses suspiciously and asked, "Harry, what did you do?" With that said, Hermione drew out her wand, pointed it at Harry's tawny Marclowns, and chanted aloud, "Return to the same old age." The light flashed, and Harry's glasses had returned to their original form. Harry said in amazement, "I should learn this spell." Harry. Ron on one side also stepped forward. "I'm so worried about you." "Where did you go?" Harry had just been transported by Flufans to Rolling Alley, and also met Marks Marclown, Lucius and Draco. Ron said with a look of disdain, "I'll just say Marks Marclown has a problem. How can a normal wizard go to Rolling Alley?" "The wizards going to Rolling Alley are all evil wizards." Hermione refused to accept. "Ron, what are you talking about? Marks Marclown is just going to Rolling Alley. How can he be directly defined as an evil wizard?" "Marclowns, I went to Knockoff Alley too," Harry also said. "Ron, you should apologize to Mr. Marks for that sentence. It is impolite for you to say that to Mr. Marks. Equals 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 equals. Chapter 206, Simple, Crude and Direct. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Ron said with disdain, "I won't, otherwise." "Why do you say Marks Marclown went to Rolling Alley?" Hermione said, "Marks Marclown is looking for a shop location. He wants to open a shop in Fan Roll Alley!" !hash. Ron sneered, "Look, he not only buys black magic items, but also sells black magic items. Why is he not an evil wizard?" Harry righteously said, "Ron, Mr. Marks is not an evil wizard. He has saved me and is my lifesaver." "You can't say that about Mr. Marks." Hermione also said, "Marks Marclown is my good friend, and also my savior." "If you say that about Marks Marclown, we don't even have a friend to do." Ron gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction, but seeing that Harry and Hermione were both so serious, finally he was discouraged and said, Okay, let me leave it alone." On the other side, Marks Marclown walked around Turning Alley, and he also had a few more satisfactory locations in his heart. However, because of the long walk, Mark Smarclown estimated that 11 was about to miss the Hogwarts Express. Mark Smarclown quickened his pace and walked straight across the rolling alley to the 9 3/4 platform. Harry and the three of them were also anxiously rushing to platform 9 3/4, and directly ran into Mark Smarclown. Plus cool, Tiger. Mr. Marks, Harry exclaimed in surprise. Why are you taking time? Ron, who was hiding behind Harry, was afraid of being caught out by Harry and the others to apologize to Mark Smarclown, so he immediately shrank his head and hid behind. Mark Smarclown nodded and said, I didn't notice the time. Hermione said, let's hurry up. It's almost time out. Mark Smarclown joined Harry and the others, and quickly reached platform 9 3/4. There are no Hogwarts students going to school nearby, and almost all have pitted in. Go and go. Ron took the lead, pushing his trolley and slamming into the wall that he could pass through. Boom! Ron slammed directly into the hard wall, the trolley fell to the ground, and Harry, who followed him, fell into a shit. Only Hermione was caught by Mark Smarclown in time, and nothing happened. What happened? Ron screamed, getting up from the ground and slapped hard against the wall. Is this location right? I saw someone come in just now. Why suddenly I can't get in? Harry was also shocked, slamming the wall hard, but the solid wall didn't move. Cool, Tiger. Mark Smarclown squinted his Marclowns and said, this is someone using magic to prevent us from going back to school. As for who it was, Mark Smarclown almost recalled it. Ron said angrily, who is so wicked? Hermione said, if someone uses magic to obstruct us and block the wall that enters and exits the station, and we don't find and defeat the caster, then it is impossible for us to enter. Ron glanced at the clock on the wall and said anxiously, it's over, it's almost 11 o'clock. The Hogwarts Express opened on time at 11 o'clock. Harry cast his gaze on Mark Smarclown, but Mark Smarclown just carefully observed the surroundings without speaking. Ron said suddenly, I have an idea. Hermione asked anxiously, what? Ron said, it's almost 11 o'clock now. I'm afraid the Hogwarts Express has started. Even if the door is reopened now, we will not be able to catch up with the Hogwarts Express. Hermione stamped her foot and said, I know that too. Can you say something useful? Ron said, my car is outside. Harry suddenly understood the solution Ron was talking about. Hermione still looked blank. What's the use of your car outside? Harry explained. The Ron's car has been modified and can fly into the sky. While talking, Harry thought about the feasibility of this method. Hermione shook her head and said, no, even if Ron's car can fly, so blatant use of magic will be caught by the Ministry of Magic, and we may not be able to reach Hogwarts smoothly. Harry hesitated when he heard the words, well, this method is indeed a bit risky. There are so many valleys and plains on the way to Hogwarts. If there is a problem with the car on the way, it will be bad. Ron looked like he hated iron and steel, and said, otherwise, do you have any way to sit here and wait for the school to send someone else to rescue us? If we don't catch up, we won't be able to go to Hogwarts. Harry and Hermione were silent, but now there was no better way other than this. Mark Smarclown finally spoke and said coldly, I don't know how many Marclown hours your car has been used and how it has been remodeled. If something happens in the middle, will you be fully responsible? This is the most stupid way! Exclamation mark. Ron dissatisfied. Don't sit down. If you look down, you'll see if you can get to Hogwarts. Harry, let's go. Don't worry about them. But Harry didn't move. Looking at Mark Smarclown, Ron took Harry and said, Harry, you believe me? I promise with my personality that I will send you to Hogwarts. Harry shook his head and looked at Hermione again, and at the same time Hermione looked at Mark Smarclown with confidence. At this time, Mark Smarclown's spiritual exploration has already had results. Suddenly pointed to a place and shouted, here. A sharp mental impact stabbed in that direction instantly, and a scream came out. An ugly house elf with only a tattered cloth covering his body fell out of the grass, and was stunned by Mark Smarclown's mental impact. Dobby! Harry exclaimed in surprise. Mark Smarclown nodded and said, It was he who used magic to close the 9 3/4 of the platform. Harry wondered. This is weird. Dobby asked me not long ago to stop me from going to school. Marks Marclown waved his hand and said, "Don't say so much. It's more important to catch up with the Hogwarts Express. Equals 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 equals. Chapter 207. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ After all, Marks Marclown rushed directly into platform 9 3/4. This time there was no obstacle, and he passed directly. Harry and Hermione rushed into platform 9 3/4 without saying a word, pushing the trolley. Ron was left tangled in place, and Ron gritted his teeth in the end and rushed to platform 9 3/4. Sure enough, the Hogwarts Express was still smoking white smoke, and there was no time to start. Catch up. Marks Marclown rushed to the Hogwarts Express, and Harry and the others rushed to the Hogwarts Express at the last moment. At the same time, the Hogwarts Express began to accelerate slowly, leaving the 9 3/4 platform, heading in the direction of Hogwarts. Great! Marks Marclown! Hermione exclaimed sincerely. How many times she thought it was impossible. But Marks Marclown reversed the situation again and again. Marks Marclown is simply an omnipotent existence. Harry smiled and said, "Thanks to Mr. Marks again this time." Ron stood at the end, his face very ugly. Marks Marclown didn't pay attention. He suddenly found a reward message appeared in the teacher system in his mind. Congratulations to the host for defeating Dobby and getting a reward of 500 potential points. Marks Marclown touched his chin, and as expected, Dobby was quite powerful, and he was rewarded with 500 potential points for killing. Harry, why doesn't Dobby let us go to school? Hermione asked suspiciously. Harry also shook his head and said, I don't know. Dobby had approached me before I went to Ron's house. He said that it would be dangerous for me to go to school, so he kept dissuading me. But he didn't expect it. He also used magic to prevent us from getting in the car. Hermione was puzzled. This is very strange. Whose house elf is Dobby? Because of long-term questions about Marks Marclown during the holidays, Hermione also knew about the existence of house elves early on. Harry shook his head and said, I don't know. Marks Marclown didn't have much interest in this matter. After all, Dobby was not targeting him. When Marks Marclown walked into the train of the Hogwarts Express, a large group of Slytherin students were chatting around Barry enthusiastically. It's Mr. Marks. I don't know which sharp Marclown Slytherin student spotted Marks Marclown and cried out in awe. Immediately, all the Slytherin students turned around and saluted Marks Marclown respectfully. Today, Barry was also promoted to the position of chief prefect. Just now he was bragging with other students, and when he saw Marks Marclown, he immediately ran to Marks Marclown's side. Boss, the other prefects just said why you haven't arrived Marclown. It turns out that you just got on the bus now. Marks Marclown nodded lightly and said, well, something was delaying Marclown just now. Barry immediately said, then the boss, do you want to go to our Slytherin chief's special car? They are waiting for you. Premier's dedicated carriage? Barry nodded quickly and said, Marclown's, it's a carriage specially set up by Hogwarts for the prefect, and it also has fruit snacks. Marks Marclown is an aristocrat, and he is accustomed to these kinds of life, and said cheerfully, okay. Harry asked, Mr. Marks, won't you sit with us? Marks Marclown shook his head and said, maybe I'm going to be separated. There is a more comfortable place not to enjoy, and Marks Marclown certainly wouldn't do such a stupid thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Marks Marclown directly followed Barry to the next carriage. Hermione had to take out the book to preview, slightly disappointed, while Ron kept muttering something, but didn't say anything. After all, there were more Slytherin classmates in this carriage. Marks Marclown followed Barry to the Slytherin's first-class carriage, which was quite different from the ordinary carriage. Not only was it equipped with a large sofa, but the dining table was full of delicious food and juice. The other Slytherin prefects all sat and chatted together, and when they saw Marks Marclown, they immediately stood up and respectfully shouted, "Boss!" If these Slytherin prefects were still unconvinced with Marks Marclown before, then Marks Marclown won the Quidditch Championship and the Academy Cup champion, plus Marks Marclown defeated the Troll and defeated the three-head dog, challenge Voldemort. All kinds of deeds have conquered their hearts. In their hearts, Marks Marclown is the well-deserved king of Slytherin. Marks Marclown glanced around, then suddenly said, "Kelly and Caesar have graduated, right?" The prefects of Slytherin calmed down immediately, listening to Marks Marclown talking. After a few seconds, Buna replied: Marclowns, my sister said when she graduated, she finally saw our Slytherin win the Quidditch Championship, and asked me to thank you again, boss. Winning the Quidditch competition last Marclowner was Caesar's final wish after graduation. But why doesn't Kelly, who is also a 7th grade graduate, think so? They all hope to see that Slytherin can win the Quidditch Championship again. But who knows, it will be jointly targeted by the other 3 colleges. If there is no Marks Marclown to turn the tide, it is estimated that Slytherin will once again lose the chance to win. It is very likely that Caesar and Kelly will regret this for their entire lives. Marks Marclown nodded faintly and said, "Since Kelly and Caesar have graduated, the position of the prefect should also be adjusted." How the prefects of all grades of Slytherin, except for the Shadow Prefect, basically jumped one level up. Although the Shadow Prefect has to go through the customary defense ceremony, the strength as the Dual King is unshakable. It has almost never happened that the Shadow Prefect is defeated and replaced by others, so it can also be considered as a direct promotion. Of course, this kind of history also ends with Marks Marclown, but Marks Marclown is undoubtedly special. Even if his identity does not need to be defended, no one will question him. Of course, he is the Shadow Prefect of the 2nd grade of Slytherin, and he is still the well-deserved king of Slytherin. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 208. The Legend of Marks Marclown. This article is updated by middle.#% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _. So what is vacant now is that after the freshman branch, the position of the Shadow Prefect of the 1st grade is now, who will replace Marks Marclown's former position. Hogwarts ushered in the festive scene of freshman enrollment. Hundreds of Hogwarts freshmen walked into the Hogwarts auditorium and witnessed the roof like a starry sky, countless suspended candles, and the legendary sorting hat. Astoria is one of them. Although all these things were amazing, Astoria felt that Marks Marclown's appearance in front of her was what made her most excited. Although she had always been in Hogwarts to see Marks Marclown, since Marks Marclown's birthday party, Astoria never saw Marks Marclown again. Even if Astoria took the Hogwarts Express and even came to the Hogwarts Auditorium, she did not see the person she wanted to see. After being identified by the Sorting Hat, Astoria was successfully assigned to Slytherin College, which is of course, after all, Astoria's 577 parents both graduated from Slytherin College, and they kept talking about Slytherin when they were wearing the Sorting Hat. Why didn't the Sorting Hat dislike her and assigned her to Slytherin? Astoria. A girl's voice sounded. Quu. Astoria looked back. It was Pansy. Pansy and Astoria knew each other. Although there was some disharmony at Mark's Marclown's birthday party before, after all, neither of them was favored by Mark's Marclown. On the contrary, they felt a sense of sympathy. Sister Pansy, Astoria called. Pansy looked at Astoria with a faint, unspoken look, and laughed. Are you not familiar with Slytherin? Do you want me to help? Astoria looked flattered and said, is it really possible, Senior Sister Pansy? Pansy touched Astoria's smooth hair lightly, and said, of course, we are all Slytherins. Astoria asked gently, then what are we going to do now? Pansy replied, after the freshmen are sorted by the sorting cap, they will be taken away by their respective prefects. Our Slytherin Academy is a bit different, and there has always been a custom at this time. We select first Marclown a freshman, shadow prefect. I heard my parents say about this. Astoria looked nervously at the strange faces around her, somewhat restrained. Cool tiger, Pansy said with expectation. So, all the current prefects will appear, including Mark's Marclown. Astoria was pleasantly surprised. Really? Brother Mark's Marclown is also the prefect. It's more than the prefect, Pansy said with a look of wrongness. Mark's Marclown is now the king of our Slytherin. All prefects must listen to Mark's Marclown. A girl next to him was already disdainful when he heard the words, I don't even know the origin of Mr. Marks, so why come to our Slytherin? Astoria's Marclowns burst into tears for an instant, and she felt like tears when she didn't agree with her. The girl next to her didn't expect Astoria to cry so easily, and quickly said, Marclowns. I'm sorry, don't cry. Astoria held back her tears and said, is Big Brother Mark's Marclown really so good? The girl next to him immediately became interested. It's more than amazing. If there was no Mr. Mark's last Marclowner, then our Quidditch competition and the Academy Cup would never win the championship. Do you think Mr. Marks is amazing? Some girls also mixed pffer and came in, saying, what is this? Mr. Marks can defeat the man of the troll. I heard that even the professor may not be able to beat it. Obviously, in the rumors that are getting more and more biased, the trolls have also been upgraded. What is the giant monster? The three-headed dog is great, okay. It's not for Mr. Marks to clean up. Fart. The troll and the three-headed dog are scumbags, the big demon who can't name them. Mr. Marks dares to challenge him, and he's just like Harry Potter, nothing at all. When it comes to Mark's Marclown's past majestic history, a large group of girls chattering non-stop, feeling more and more intense. Astoria looked at these girls at a loss. He didn't expect that Brother Mark's Marclown had only entered Hogwarts for a Marclowner, and he had established such a stalwart image in the hearts of so many people. What else can defeat the giant monster, the three-headed dog? Astoria doesn't know how powerful it is, but the big monster who can't name it is really untouchable. Did Brother Mark's Marclown still fight against that kind of demon? Isn't this dangerous? Pansy patted Astoria on the shoulder, and said, now you know how good your Brother Mark's Marclown is. Even if I am in school and it is not a big event, I will not be able to be like that many times throughout. The Marclowner get along with Mark's Marclown for a long time. Astoria's heart is very complicated. First, he is happy that Brother Mark's Marclown is so powerful. So many people admire him, and second, he is worried that he is not worthy of Brother Mark's Marclown at all. After all, Brother Mark's Marclown is. The halo is too heavy. Suddenly the students of Slytherin College screamed loudly and waved their arms desperately toward the stage. Astoria saw people in Slytherin uniforms appearing on the stage, men and women, turning a deaf ear to the cheers of the audience with a serious expression. They are our Slytherin prefect. Pansy pulled Astoria excitedly. his tone full of pride. Astoria couldn't help but probe his head. Looking at these legendary prefects, she was still in awe. Marks Marclown, Marks Marclown, Marks Marclown, King of Slytherin. Suddenly the entire Slytherin venue was boiling, and everyone was screaming crazy. Astoria heard the sound and immediately raised her head, looking nervously at the stage. Equals 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 equals. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 209. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ I saw Marks Marclown wearing a Slytherin wizard robe, and when he walked around, his cloak was slightly blown by the wind, and he walked onto the stage gracefully. Cool tiger. All the Slytherins stood up and called Marks Marclown's name. When the Slytherin prefects saw Marks Marclown, they all bowed slightly to show their respect for the Slytherin king. Astoria stared at Marks Marclown in shock. He didn't expect that the other people who were the same as Marks Marclown would still face Marks Marclown respectfully. Marks Marclown walked to the middle of the stage and said, "Welcome everyone to Slytherin first. Marks Marclown, Marks Marclown, King of Slytherin." The audience kept roaring, Marclowning Marks Marclown's name. Marks Marclown frowned and pressed a button towards the audience. The mad fans of Slytherin reduced their fanatical enthusiasm, and the audience gradually calmed down. Seeing the crazy fans just now, Astoria calmed down instantly because of Marks Marclown's small movements, and felt the extraordinary sound of Marks Marclown more and more. Marks Marclown continued, "I am the Shadow Prefect of the 2nd grade of Slytherin. Marks Marclown, today I will preside over the selection ceremony of the 1st grade Shadow Prefect." In the audience, Pansy looked up at Marks Marclown and said, "Marks Marclown is now in Slytherin. He is an absolute ruler. Even Professor Snape must give Marks Marclown some face!" Hash. Astoria asked curiously, "What exactly did Brother Marks Marclown do last Marclowner?" Brother Marks Marclown didn't tell me in detail at the time what giant monsters they were talking about and what three-headed dogs meant. Pansy held Astoria's hand and said softly, "At Christmas last Marclowner, a giant monster broke into Hogwarts school." Astoria asked, "Droll? What is that?" Pansy patted Astoria's forehead, and said, "You should really study magical animals. Giant monsters are very ugly and powerful creatures, usually several times the size of ordinary people." Astoria surprised, "Isn't that dangerous?" Astoria imagined the image of a giant monster, just like the image of the demons when she read fairy tale books when she was a child. "That's a super dangerous creature," Pansy said. "However, this monster encountered Marks Marclown, so Marks Marclown directly defeated it." "Oh my god, Merlin is here. Brother Marks Marclown has no problem, right?" Astoria covered her mouth in surprise. Pansy took it for granted. Of course, Marks Marclown can still retreat all over while defeating the giant monster. Astoria was fascinated. The Marks Marclown in her imagination, like the Prince Charming in a fairy tale, defeated all the big demons blocking the way. Pansy continued, "There are three-headed dogs. Do you know what a three-headed dog is?" Astoria said innocently, "Three-headed puppy? Isn't that cute?" "Naive." Pansy interrupted Astoria's words and said, "The three-headed dog, whose body is as huge as a mountain, has 3 heads, 3 pairs of bony Marclowns, 3 twitching noses, 3. Drooling. Big mouth. There are still rows of slippery mucus hanging on the Marclownlo's teeth. It is too difficult to avoid the attention of any of its Marclowns at the same time. Pansy. Exaggerated gestures. Even if a giant monster touches a three-headed dog, it will be cruelly torn into pieces. Astoria was completely stunned. The three-headed dog Pansy said was completely two different creatures from the three-headed dog she imagined. Pansy proudly said, even if it is such a fierce creature, it was finally defeated by Mark's Marclown. Astoria had thought in his mind that Mark's Marclown was waving a sword and riding on a three-headed dog as high as a mountain. So strong. Brother Mark's Marclown. Now Astoria can't wait to rush to the stage and hug her brother Mark's Marclown. Astoria suddenly felt a little strange. By the way, why do the prefects of Slytherin College treat brother Mark's Marclown so respectfully? Pansy said naturally, because Mark's Marclown is the king of our Slytherin College. Find flowers. Middle dot. Astoria looked at Pansy suspiciously. Pansy suddenly realized, oh, you must have never heard others say about this. What? Astoria felt that she smelled gossip. Pansy grinned and said, because Mark's Marclown once defeated all the other senior leaders of Slytherin with 1 to 6. Astoria was shocked. Why haven't anyone heard these things before? You stupid, little stupid. Pansy tapped Astoria's head lightly. You should take care of the faces of the other prefects. Besides, Mark's Marclown is a person who dares to challenge even the demon who can't even name his name. What is the prefect? What? Astoria's shock was overwhelming. I just thought that girl was joking. It turned out to be true. When the girls were chatting just now, Astoria also heard a little bit, but he didn't expect this to be true. After all, that demon who can't even name his name, but almost overturned the entire wizarding world, is someone who can't even deal with Professor Dumbledore. Pansy nodded and said, although I can't believe it, this is indeed true. The school also prohibits us from discussing this matter, but I still received some gossips. Would you like to listen? Hogwarts is known as the safest place in the UK, and it is still a school. Of course, the Hogwarts official will not admit that Voldemort sneaked into it. Moreover, even if Dumbledore wanted to admit, the Ministry of Magic, in order to maintain stability, would try to deny the truth of this matter. Astoria heard the words and nodded like a woodpecker. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 210 Trouble Again. This article is updated by middle.# vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Pansy looked around mysteriously, and after making sure that no one had heard it, he said, the school hides the treasure of the wizarding world, the Philosopher's Stone. I haven't figured out what's the specific use. Astoria nodded quickly. It didn't matter what it was, as long as it was precious and powerful. Then the big demon who can't even mention his name wants to sneak into the school to steal this magic stone. Astoria covered his mouth. That Dark Lord actually sneaked into Hogwarts. Mark's Marclown knew about this, and then she approached Harry. After all, Harry is the legendary savior and the only one who was hit by the death curse and survived. Astoria nodded repeatedly, imagining the danger. Fifth reason. In order to thwart the big demon's plan, Mark's Marclown and Harry went through all kinds of dangers and sufferings. The three-headed dog was one of the dangers, and finally saw the big demon. Astoria's heart mentioned the highest. Her little hand grabbed her skirt tightly. Big brother Mark's Marclown won't have an accident. right?" Astoria asked nervously. Pansy nodded. Astoria instantly felt as if the sky was about to fall, and she grabbed Pansy's hand tightly, and said nervously, "Where did it hurt? Is there any dark illness left behind?" Pansy grinned suddenly. "Ha ha, idiot. Are you so nervous, Mark Clown?" Astoria froze, staring at Pansy blankly. Pansy said, "Mark Clown did suffer some injuries, but they were all minor injuries. He slept in the school hospital all night and came out. Scared me to death." Astoria patted her chest. "It's fine if it's all right. It's fine if it's all right." Slytherin's first grade shadow prefect ceremony soon ended. Because of Mark Clown's topic, Astoria and Pansy were unexpectedly very close, and they went back to their dormitory twittering. And Mark Clown waited for the prefects of Slytherin, but left the prefect meeting. Mark Clown Cheshire sat down. Generally speaking, the prefect meeting at the beginning of school will not have any important things. Usually just a formality. Who knows? Steve walked up to Mark Clown respectfully and said, "Boss, this presidency meeting is about you." Mark Clown wondered, "What's the matter?" Steve said, "Caesar and Gelly are the chairman of our Slytherin student union for the previous Clowner. Do you know this?" Mark Clown nodded and said, "I know. Hogwarts Student Council chairperson is usually the 7th grade prefect concurrently." Steve continued, "Although there is this custom. But before leaving last Clowner, Caesar specially recommended the boss with Kelly. I hope you will be the chairman of the student union of our Slytherin college." Another troublesome thing. This was Mark Clown's first reaction. His prestige in Slytherin was already very high, and he didn't really need a little more influence from the chairman of the student union. Mark Clown frowned slightly and said, "But the position of the student council chairperson should be taken by the Slytherin 7th grade prefect, right? This is a Hogwarts tradition. Logically speaking, you and Lisa should be the student council chairperson." Steve hurriedly said, "It's okay for us. If you are the boss of the student union, then we are all convinced. In fact, Lisa and I have both agreed with Caesar's recommendation. As long as the boss is willing to be the chairman of our student union, then the two of us are willing to give up this position." Mark Clown looked at Lisa, who also nodded, indicating that Steve was right. Mark Clown nodded and said, "Since you have all talked to this level, then okay. It's just that, let me be the chairman of the student union. I have no problem, but the professor may have opinions. After all, this is too anti-traditional." Steve said, "We will definitely fight for this. As long as you don't object to the boss, it will be easy. I will submit the application now." Mark Clown nodded faintly. Steve's work efficiency is still very fast, and as soon as the application was submitted, it caused an uproar among the professors. That night, the professors started a discussion on the matter together. "This thing is too out of the ordinary. Since the establishment of our school, Hogwarts has never said that we can be the chairman of the student council in the 2nd grade." McGonagall first expressed opposition. Flitwick shook his head and said, "I think Mark Clown is so talented. It won't be a problem to become the chairman of the student council in advance." Anyway, didn't Steve's two children agree? Mrs. Hooch maintained the same opinion as McGonagall. "It is indeed a bit absurd to say that you should be the chairman of the student council in the 2nd grade. If Slytherin sets the stage this time, it is impossible for other colleges to follow suit!" Sprout said indifferently, "But you have all seen the popularity of Mark Clown, this Clowner in the last Clowner. I don't think anyone in Hogwarts history can get the support of many people like Mark Clown. I think this is his charm, and he is indeed capable of taking this responsibility." McGonagall looked at Snape and said, "Severus, what do you think? Anyway, you are also the Dean of Slytherin on 5.2. I don't think you would agree to it." Snape said blankly, "I just see how the principal decides." When all the professors heard the words, they all cast their clowns on Dumbledore. Dumbledore also looked at the application from the chairman of the Slytherin Student Union and said lightly, "Let me think about it again." Regarding Mark Clown's situation of getting into trouble at the beginning of school, Some students are just as confused as professors, but there are also some students who have long felt accustomed to it. Equals 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 equals. Chapter 211, The Secret Skills of the Celestial Students. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ make a big news or something. Just this something Marks Marclown does every day. That's right, regarding the change of the president of the student union. This is considered a major issue among the students, and it will naturally be known to most students quickly. It is not a matter of confidentiality. Have you heard? Prefect Steve submitted an application to make Mr. Marks the chairman of the Slytherin student union. I heard it a long time ago, but it seems that the school hasn't responded. Marclown. I don't know if I agree. If you agree, then it really sets a precedent. I have never heard of the second Marclown as student council chairman before. Is the little precedent created by Mr. Marks? I feel that the school will still be given to Mr. Marks. After all, Mr. Marks is so powerful. I don't think so. The campus was also a sensation by this incident. After all, Hogwarts has always been the 7th grade prefect as the chairman of the student union. If changes have taken place because of Marks Marclown, then other colleges will definitely be messy. However, people who think Marks Marclown can be the chairman of the Slytherin student union still account for the majority. After all, what 11 Marks Marclown did last Marclowno was really deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, in the hearts of Hogwarts classmates. Marks Marclown is an omnipotent superpower. Of course, there are also a small number of students who disagree, although they also agree that Marks Marclown's strength is quite amazing, and he has made a lot of contributions to Hogwarts and to Slytherin. But after all, Marks Marclown is a second Marclowner student. He doesn't know enough about the school and has insufficient qualifications. He shouldn't be the chairman of the student union, because Marks Marclown's age restricts him to the corresponding responsibilities. As the party concerned, Marks Marclown didn't take this matter to heart at all, so what he should do? To him, being the chairman of the student union is just a small honor, a change of appellation that is not significant. Ever since Quirrell was discovered to be Voldemort's spy and dead in Harry's hands, Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts teacher was vacant again. Professor Dumbledore finally invited the famous writer Gidro Lockhart as Hogwarts' new defense against the dark arts teacher. Many girls fell in love with the defense against the dark arts class because of this. After all, Lockhart had a handsome face and humorous speech while he was famous for writing. But Marks Marclown was not interested in it. Marks Marclown knew Lockhart's true face better than everyone else, and didn't like Lockhart very much. Plus cool, tiger. Moreover, Marks Marclown's understanding of black magic has also been very deep. I have to say that Voldemort, as a teacher of black magic, doesn't know where it is higher than others. What Lockhart taught was just the most basic defense against dark magic, which was really not attractive to Marks Marclown. However, the classes that should be taken are still required, but as to how to kill the boring classes, Marks Marclown, a former senior student of the Celestial Kingdom, has so many ways. As soon as the class started, Marks Marclown secretly took out a book. That was the novel written by Lower Break with the female ghost, and Marks Marclown still read it with relish. I have to say that Lockhart's ability to become a famous writer and sell his books so well is not an accident. Lockhart's writing level is indeed extraordinary. The vocabulary and sentence patterns used are matched with the atmosphere of the plot, and the rhythm is clear, which is really a masterpiece. While watching Lockhart's novels, Marx Marclown was learning Lockhart's writing methods in the novels, thinking about how he would be more perfect if he described the same plot, and better express this meaning. After all, Marx Marclown is also publishing books at Bloomsbury Press to make money. Although the first manuscript has been handed in, the second manuscript is almost finished, but Marx Marclown is still preparing to write the third manuscript. It is impossible to completely restore the original taste by just copying it. Slowly, Marx Marclown was already immersed in Lockhart's novels, forgetting that he was still in class. So he didn't know that Lockhart had issued a test paper on defense against the dark arts and let his classmates complete it in class. Other students thought it was Marx Marclown who didn't like to do test papers, so they didn't do it. However, Marx Marclown just read novels and was fascinated by it, so he didn't notice this at all. Okay, time is almost up. Let's collect the test papers and let me see how everyone is doing. Lockhart clapped his hands and put away the test papers distributed to the students one by one. Marx Marclown raised her head with a dazed expression. What? Just taking the exam? At this time Lockhart had walked up to Marx Marclown and saw the empty test paper on Marx Marclown's desk. Lockhart picked up the test paper and said, "Mr. Marx, if I read it right, your test paper is now blank, right?" As he spoke, 537 Lockhart's face was already upset. Immediately afterwards, Lockhart grabbed the test paper on Marx Marclown's table. "Don't Mr. Marx know that if he doesn't write anything on the test paper, he will only get 0 points in the end?" Some Gryffindor students who were in class together had already laughed. It is rare for Marx Marclown to make such a mistake, so they all looked at Lockhart and Marx Marclown, and felt that there was a good show to watch. The students on the Slytherin side were all holding hands and looking at Marx Marclown with interest. In their opinion, it must be Marx Marclown that was unhappy with Lockhart, so he deliberately turned in a blank paper to make Lockhart attack him. You know, Marx Marclown is a man in the school. Even Professor Snape can only suffer a loss in Marx Marclown's hands. This imaginary Lockhart will definitely suffer a big loss in Marx Marclown's hands. Equals 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 equals. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription _:3 _ Chapter 212. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ The students in Gryffindor on the other side also looked at Lockhart and Marx Marclown enthusiastically. Cool Tiger, in their view, Lockhart is a celebrity figure in society, and the identity of a famous writer is also very respected. Marx Marclown may not be able to get benefits from Lockhart when he meets Lockhart. After all, no matter how famous Marx Marclown is, it is limited to Hogwarts. To put it more bluntly, how can some students' petty chuckles be compared with successful people who have truly entered the society? Some students even thought that such a famous character as Lockhart would definitely crush Marx Marclown to a great deal. After all, the two are not people on the same level. Marx Marclown will definitely deflate in Lockhart's hands and make a joke. Lockhart felt quite upset when he saw Marx Marclown hand in a blank paper. No teacher does not want to see his students treat the course he teaches so casually, or even hand in blank papers. This is a great disrespect for the teacher. What's more, it is a person like Lockhart with extreme vanity. Just when Lockhart was about to get angry with Marx Marclown, Lockhart saw that Marks Marclown had a book that he knew very well. Lockhart picked up the book Marks Marclown was holding and found that the title of the book was Break with the Female Ghost, which was his own work. Cool Tiger. Lockhart's face instantly smiled. Mr. Marks, you shouldn't do this anymore. How can you observe my work in class? Marks Marclown rolled his Marclowns, and was too lazy to explain. So Marks Marclown didn't explain it at all. He sat on the chair and looked at Lockhart, who knew Lockhart would be wrong again, slapped Marks Marclown's shoulder vigorously. Although Mr. Marks did something unrelated to the class when you were in class, this is your fault. But from the way you look at such in-depth works and you can see with relish, I feel your talent and your potential is immeasurable. All the classmates were dumbfounded. Wasn't she still asking Marks Marclown about handing in a blank paper when he didn't listen in class? Why suddenly Marks Marclown became a good student with great talent and potential? Lockhart laughed and said, "You can learn a lot by reading my book, and it is of great help to your studies. You will spend class time reading my book. Indeed, this is well done. You chose a way to learn more." Marks Marclown looked at Lockhart speechlessly, without knowing how to refute it, so she had to remain silent, allowing Lockhart to continue to indulge in the world he described. Cool Tiger. Student Marks Marclown, in this matter, I can tell you very responsibly that you are correct and your behavior is excellent. Marks Marclown was speechless, so she nodded perfunctorily. Who knows that in Lockhart's Marclowns, Marks Marclown's recognition of his works made Lockhart's inner vanity even more swelled. Student Marks Marclown, even though you like me and my works again, I still hope you can spend your spare time to observe my works, and you can learn my personality in my class in the future. This will help you even more. Huge. Lockhart handed the book back to Marks Marclown with a smile on his face. Marks Marclown said perfunctorily with black lines: I see. The whole class looked at Lockhart speechlessly. Unexpectedly Marks Marclown could be praised by Lockhart when he handed in a blank paper. Marks Marclown also secretly thought to himself that Lockhart's narcissism for his works was not as high as normal. It seems that if you take Lockhart's class in the future, you can use Lockhart's book as a shield as long as you take a short run, and Lockhart will never trouble himself. Well, this time, let's not take an example, you know, Mr. Marks. Lockhart pointed to the blank test paper in his hand. Marks Marclown smoked her face, and blamed herself for being too fascinated by seeing, and giving Lockhart this chance to disgust herself. Okay classmates, let us return to class. Lockhart waved his hand and walked to the podium, saying, "Today we are going to talk about a creature, the most terrifying thing in the world." Lockhart's hand rested on a cage covered with cloth, and the cage made a restless sound from time to time. The students in the entire classroom looked at Lockhart's hand nervously, listening to the strange noises from time to time in the cage. Remember, my task is to teach you to resist the most evil magical creatures. But you must know that there will be nothing wrong with you. Lockhart patted his chest heavily, proving that he was very reliable. Next, you take care of your mouth and remember not to scream. Lockhart tapped the cage lightly with his magic wand, and the cage hissed violently, making all the students in the class stare at the cage. Lockhart suddenly lifted the cloth on the cage, and saw that the cage was densely filled with dozens of short blue elves. Cornwall Fairy. Immediately some students recognized the origin of this kind of wizard. Suddenly, the whole class laughed loudly, because the elf's short stature didn't match the terrifying creature Lockhart just mentioned. Lockhart was very dissatisfied with the reaction of his classmates Lilezau, and said, "Laugh, laugh. Just laugh." The little elves are sometimes a cunning trickster. Seeing the classmates still look disdainful, Lockhart smiled and said, "Since you don't believe it, let's take a look at their power." Lockhart suddenly opened the elf's cage, and dozens of elf rushed toward the students like birds out of the cage. A group of children who had just been promoted to the second grade were immediately scared by the elf and jumped away from their position, hurriedly holding a book or something in their hands. and slapped the elf flying in the air. Equals 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 equals. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 213. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ These little elves, known as Cornwall, were not cost-efficient lamps, tearing students' books and wizard robes. Even Neville was hooked to the headlight by two more mischievous elves. The whole classroom was misty by the elves, and it was chaotic for a while. Lockhart saw the students being tossed by the elves, and seemed to feel that they could also know how powerful these elves were, and was about to take action to take the elves back into their cages. However, as soon as Lockhart drew out his wand and was about to cast a spell, the two elves rushed forward, snatching the wand from Lockhart's hand and tore off Lockhart's hair by the way. "That's it," Lockhart cried out in his heart, and was madly attacked by a few elves. "Is it possible that I have just come to Hogwarts to teach, and there is a scandal that I can't control the elf hurting the students? Stop me!" A cold voice suddenly sounded 533, and the magic of a curse instantly filled the entire classroom. Lockhart discovered that the little elf who was tearing his hair seemed to have lost his ability to move. His clowns widened and locked in front of Lockhart. Luoa took a specific look, and it turned out that Clown cast a spell in time to freeze the elves and control the scene. Lockhart swiftly combed his hair, pulled away the elf in front of him, and stood up seriously. "Look at you. When you were attacked by some elves, you panicked like this. Then look at Mr. Marks. How clever and brave you are. You should all learn like Mr. Marks." At the same time, Lockhart silently took off a wand from an elf's hand and put it back in his pocket. Slytherin College adds 10 points. This is to commend Mr. Marks for his bravery, and the other students have taken the elf back. Lockhart breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the Hogwarts students who had been reprimanded, and frustrated the elves who had been stuck in their cages. Almost BBFF caused a catastrophe, but fortunately, Clown helped him control the scene in time. Lockhart's clowns swept across Clown, and Clown faintly nodded to Luoa. In fact, Clown was only attacked by a few elves, and she cast a spell to subdue the elves with annoyance, and had no intention of helping Lockhart out of the siege. But in Lockhart's clowns, Clown's approach was undoubtedly an initiative to show her kindness. Because this has preserved his own face, and Clown secretly watched his work before. Lockhart undoubtedly felt that Clown did this because he had a good impression of him. For Lockhart's brain replenishment, Clown didn't care what he had done, and just let it go. During the professors' meeting, Dumbledore sat in the chief and said, "The first topic of this meeting, I want everyone to discuss the question about the Slytherin Student Union chairman. I want to listen to your professor's thoughts again." McGonagall raised his hand immediately and said, "I still oppose it. Since the establishment of Hogwarts, it has been stipulated that the student who serves as the 7th grader shall serve as the chairman of the student union. If there is a change, I do not agree." Mrs. Hooch also raised her hand and said, "I agree with Professor McGonagall. If the school's rules for so many Clowners are to be changed, I would not agree." Flitwick shook his head and said, "The two thoughts are too conservative. You must know that even the two students, Steve and Lisa, who should succeed the chairman of the Slytherin Student Union, recognize Clown's abilities. Moreover, The level of worship of Marx Marclown by the entire Slytherin students is unprecedented in history, which proves that Marx Marclown is capable of serving as the chairman of the student union. McGonagall shook his head and said, Marx Marclown's strength and personal charm are indeed among his peers. Even in the Marclowns of our adults, they are outstanding. But this does not mean that he has the qualifications and the ability to take over as the chairman of the student union. Dumbledore frowned, and Lockhart stood up suddenly while he was thinking about the pros and cons. Mr. Marx is the best student I have ever met over the Marclown hours. McGonagall and Madam Hooch looked at Lockhart in surprise. They didn't expect Lockhart, who hadn't cared about this a few days ago, suddenly supported Marx Marclown so strongly. Even Dumbledore and Snape looked at Lockhart in surprise. Lockhart said to himself, Professor Dumbledore can invite me back to be a professor of defense against the dark arts, and I am also a famous writer. I naturally have my unique vision. In my opinion, Marx Marclown is enough to serve as the chairman of the student union in terms of strength, experience, and ability. There is no doubt about this. Dumbledore asked suspiciously, didn't Professor Lockhart not have any interest in this matter a few days ago? Why did you suddenly support Marx Marclown? Lockhart shook his head and said, now and then, I have carefully observed Marx Marclown these days, and I support Marx Marclown to become the chairman of the student union. This is the result of my observation these days. Dumbledore nodded suddenly, looking thoughtful. Snape looked at Lockhart blankly, thinking that there must be a ghost in it. It has been some time since the beginning of the school Marclowner, but things about the chairman of the Slytherin Student Union have not Marclown been determined. Marx Marclown also resumed her previous study and life, either frequently appearing in Snape's office or in the library for information. As if who the president of the student union is, it doesn't matter to him at all. At Hogwarts College, which just started school, there was nothing particularly important to hold, and everything was very peaceful. However, Marx Marclown was still worried about another thing: the special ability that he had drawn from the military division system during the summer vacation. Animagus equals 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 equals. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 214. What exactly is it? This article is updated by middle.# vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ It was a prize drawn only after drinking a blessing potion, and it was still a reward for defeating Voldemort. At that time, in order not to disturb his parents, but also to serve as his own trump card and not to be exposed, Marx Marclown forcibly suppressed his curiosity. However, it has been nearly 2 months now. Shouldn't I also try this ability to see what I can become? If you want to try Animagus ability in school, there is undoubtedly the best place: the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest is a place where Hogwarts prohibits students from entering, because there will be many dangerous magical animals inside. It should not be surprising if any strange creatures appear in the Forbidden Forest. Therefore, the Forbidden Forest is the best place for Marx Marclown to experiment with Animagus. In the middle of the night, Marx Marclown sneaked out of Slytherin's rest area. Under the operation of the Wave Dog, Filch's favorite cat, Mrs. Loris, had long led Filch away, so Marx Marclown went straight to the Forbidden Forest. It was not the first time Marx Marclown saw a Hogwarts night. Except for the ghosts wandering around, Hogwarts was empty, quiet and scary. Marx Marclown recalled the last time he accompanied Voldemort to the Forbidden Forest, and almost killed him. Had it not been for the clever swing dog to report the news, he would have been killed. Plus cool, tiger. In the final analysis, it is still a matter of strength. If you have the strength comparable to Voldemort, how can you be so embarrassed? Marx Marclown muttered silently. This animagus hoped to be something awesome, able to slightly increase his strength, otherwise the bottle of blessing would be wasted. Before she knew it, Marx Marclown had already stepped into the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest was filled with smoke in the middle of the night, making strange noises from time to time. If ordinary people come, I'm afraid they will run away long ago. However, Marx Marclown had already been surprised. He had even seen the unicorns and horse races of the Forbidden Forest, and the Forbidden Forest seemed to have nothing to scare him. Marx Marclown found a remote place and determined that there were no people or other creatures around, and then he was about to start experimenting with his animagus. Marx Marclown checked the information, and animagus was also very rare in the wizarding world. In the current era, at the end of the 20th century, only 7 people have registered their animagus with the Ministry of Magic. Among these 7 people, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Dean of Gryffindor, is included. Her animagus registered with the Ministry of Magic is a spotted cat. Of course, the wizarding world cannot have such a small number of animagus, and quite a few people hide their animagus without truthfully reporting to the Ministry of Magic, such as Marx Marclown. But this also shows that even in the wizarding world, animagus is quite rare. Its rarity is not only because people who are born with this ability are very rare, but also because it is extremely difficult to practice. When practicing animagus, people may get confused. This is why the Ministry of Magic must strictly control it, requiring all animagus transformed animals and characteristics to be registered in the Ministry of Magic's Abuse of Magic office. Marx Marclown took a deep breath. He knew the danger of practicing animagus. But this is his own animagus drawn from the military division system. Relatively speaking, it shouldn't be that dangerous, right? Marx Marclown muttered the curse of animagus in her heart, and a strange magic was acting on her. Marx Marclown suddenly felt that her whole person was torn apart at once, and an indescribable pain was instantly transmitted from her whole body to her mind. Marx Marclown hugged her head tightly, and the pain affected her entire brain nerves. It stands to reason that animagus's performance should not cause pain, right? In the end, Marx Marclown could only think that this might be because of her first performance. Suddenly, Marx Marclown felt like she was going to be elevated. His limbs have become sturdy and powerful, and the body of a child who was only 12 Marclowners old has also become slender, and it is very slender. Find flowers. The original sharp pain has disappeared, replaced by a kind of pleasure of rebirth. Marx Marclown looked at his arm. The originally normal arm became unexpectedly thicker and longer, slowly turning into a hideous claw. It was a strong and powerful claw, and 5 sharp claws glowed with cold light. Marx Marclown lowered his head and looked at his body, which was a nearly perfect slender body. The golden scales spread all over his body neatly and orderly, and the place where the hips were originally turned into a graceful wagging golden scale tail. Marx Marclown screamed comfortably, but realized that it was actually a low-pitched drawl from her throat, and her entire vocal cord had been changed. 5-claw golden dragon. Marx Marclown finally realized what his animagus could become in the end. It turns into a 5-clawed golden dragon. This is still a creature that only exists in the mystery, and I didn't expect it to be its own animagus form. It is indeed what you won from the lucky draw lottery. The 5-clawed golden dragon's animagus really earned it. Moreover, Marx Marclown didn't fail, and he used animagus directly once, incarnate as this 5-clawed golden dragon. This is very different from what Marx Marclown's materials say. The risk of practicing animagus is very different. It is indeed a good thing of the teacher system. Marx Marclown opened the division system and found information about animagus skill, which was also detailed. Originally there was only the name animagus. But now this name has become a level 1 animagus dragon. But after reading the explanation, Clown was taken aback soon. In the end he could only open his mouth. I always feel ... isn't this a bit subtle? Equals 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 equals. Chapter 215. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ regarding the self-healing level 2. This bug does exist. I went back and took a look. It should be because that time was too busy and there were too many things, so I just forgot to write it _:3_. Now that the changes have been made, you can also go back to the three-headed dog. There is also the issue of the Philosopher's Stone. In fact, when I wrote it, I assumed that it had been taken out after the event, but it's not good if I think about it carefully. Now I have also made supplementary changes in the previous article. As for the five-clawed golden dragon, Harry Potter officials have said that there are wizards in China. According to the history of North American magic, it can be considered that there are similar wizards, but the West is collectively called wizards, as well as those who have broken into the World Cup. For the Diddish team, there are famous legendary creatures like the West, and there is no such thing as 523 equals 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 equals. This level 1 animagus dragonization can only perform simple physical changes and possess the most basic corresponding physical abilities. Clown used the dragon body for a while, and found that apart from the fact that she was transformed into a dragon queen, the strength of her entire body was greatly increased, and her strength became extremely huge, but she had no other special abilities. Cool Tiger, Clown also heard some information about the five-clawed golden dragon. Dragon is a legendary creature. In addition to its strong body, it also uses attack methods such as breath. Some dragons can even fly directly into the air. And the five-clawed golden dragon that he incarnates obviously has no ability to fly, let alone breathe. However, Clown was still quite satisfied with his animagus. After all, the animagus of ordinary people was just some ordinary creatures. Just like Professor McGonagall, he can only be transformed into a cat, and he is quite lucky to be able to transform into an extremely rare five-clawed golden dragon. What's more, the division system has never disappointed Clown. You can also see from the skill introduction that this is only a level 1 animagus dragonization. Judging from the abilities Clown obtained before, this animagus dragonization still has room for evolution. At that time, you may not only be able to fly and breathe, but also have other abilities. So his own animagus dragonization is still an ability worth looking forward to. Cool Tiger, when Clown was about to take back her animagus form, she suddenly felt an inexplicable breath in the distance. Clown couldn't tell why she could feel the breath of the distant place, and after a little discrimination, she could feel the breath of a basilisk. However, Clown could only roughly confirm the direction of Hogwarts, but could not sense the specific location. Maybe this is also a special ability brought by Mark's Marclown's animagus dragonization. However, Mark's Marclown immediately became vigilant. Although he could feel the breath of this basilisk, which was lower than the 5-clawed golden dragon he had incarnate, he did not guarantee whether the basilisk could sense him. Mark's Marclown put away his animagus dragonized state and turned into a human state again. Mark's Marclown just stood on the ground after he recovered, and a weak dizziness hit his forehead. This is a sign of excessive consumption of mana. Mark's Marclown shook her dizzy head vigorously, and was surprised to find that it was only a short while before she became a 5-clawed golden dragon, and that level 3 magic power was almost consumed. The consumption of this animagus dragonization is too terrifying, right? Mark's Marclown thought with lingering fears. It seemed that this ability could only be used as his final hole card, otherwise he would use it rashly and drain him alive before he could make a contribution. But this also shows that his magic power is still not enough. Even though his magic power is far surpassed by his peers, it may not be a big deal in the Marclowns of some senior wizards. Mark's Marclown patted his head and eased his mind. Mark's Marclown is still very satisfied with her own gains tonight. She is not anxious about the problem of magic power. After all, she is only a 12-Marclowner-old kid, and there is still a lot of time and space for the improvement of magic power. Now that animagus abilities have been clarified, it is time to go back. Ever since Mark's Marclown learned of animagus abilities, she didn't continue to go to the Forbidden Forest to test her animagus. One is because the consumption of animagus is too serious, which will quickly exhaust Mark's Marclown's magic power. And in this dangerous place of the Forbidden Forest, losing magic power is equivalent to losing combat ability, and Mark's Marclown will not let herself lose combat power and stay in a dangerous place. The second is the basilisk aura that Mark's Marclown felt at Hogwarts. Mark's Marclown is still not sure whether the basilisk felt his aura, and this basilisk at this time, according to Mark's Marclown's memory, she has reconnected with the youth Voldemort, that is, Tom Riddle. Mark's Marclown, who had fallen out with Voldemort, didn't know if Tom Riddle in the diary knew about it through any means, and of course he would not expose himself to his sight. So in the following period of time, Mark's Marclown did not change anything, and still led a happy school life. He should go to class 5.7. and spend the rest of the time in the library or Snape's office. On the other side, classmate Draco Malfoy was very entangled. Draco is the successor to the next generation of the Malfoy family, and the Malfoy family has studied at Slytherin College for generations and has been the leader. So when he was in the first grade, Lucius made many expectations and requirements of Draco. But in Draco's generation, I met Mark's Marclown, a great genius. This resulted in Draco being in Slytherin, but as an insignificant little person. Facing Mark's Marclown, Draco really had no temper at all. Chapter 216 this time is still installed. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _. Draco didn't even think about challenging Mark's Marclown's absolute dominance in Slytherin, which was equivalent to seeking death. Plus cool, tiger. Originally, when Mark's Marclown was not so famous, Draco was tossed to death by Mark's Marclown when he was a child. Now Mark's Marclown seems to be more mad than before. How can this make him live? But Draco is still the next generation successor to the Malfoy family after all, and being too inexistent at Slytherin College is not only a shame for the Malfoy family, but also quite unwilling to Draco himself. To gain a sense of presence in Slytherin Academy, joining the Slytherin Quidditch team is undoubtedly the best way. After all, Quidditch is the hottest sport in the wizarding world. If you can become a member of the Slytherin Quidditch team, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. This is what Draco struggled with. If the Slytherin Quidditch team was captained by Hisso as the previous 11, Draco was 100% sure that he could enter the Slytherin Quidditch team. But now Mark's Marclown had already ousted Hisso, the former Slytherin Quidditch captain, and became the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Then it was difficult for Draco. After all, he had had many unpleasant things with Marks Marclown before. Although he didn't dare to provoke Marks Marclown after a few big losses, it doesn't mean that Marks Marclown has no prejudice against him. It is still difficult to join the Slytherin Quidditch team. But Draco suddenly remembered the black face of his father Lucius like the bottom of a pot. During the summer vacation, I had already been scolded by my father. The reason was that, as a member of the Malfoy family, I was so badly mixed at Slytherin College, so unsatisfactory. If I don't get any results this semester, I don't know how my father will fix himself when I go back. Thinking of this, Draco finally made up his mind. Isn't it just joining the Slytherin Quidditch team? Draco didn't believe he couldn't do it. Draco thought that although he had some small holidays with Marks Marclown, it was not a deep hatred that could not be solved. At most, he would spend a little more money. I believe Marks Marclown would not have trouble with money. Draco came to Marks Marclown with this thought. Dear Draco, is there anything wrong? Marks Marclown's attitude towards Draco was neither salty nor indifferent, and he obviously didn't take Draco as a thing. Cool tiger, of course. Draco could feel the indifference in Marks Marclown's tone, and hurriedly said, Marks Marclown, I want to discuss something with you. Marks Marclown smiled and said, Why, Draco, do you still have something to discuss with me? Draco nodded nervously, and said, Marks Marclown. Mr. Marks is our Slytherin leader, and naturally I am also Draco's boss. It is normal to ask Mr. Marks for something. Draco was still afraid that his things would not succeed, and his tone was full of compliments. Oh, Marks Marclown felt in her heart that this matter must be tricky. Seeing Draco like this, it was a disintegration of his image. It was hard to imagine that he could still say this to himself. But Marks Marclown didn't change his expression, and said lightly, Let's talk about it. Draco said, Well, I want to join the Slytherin Quidditch team. Draco looked at Marks Marclown nervously, for fear that even the slightest rejection might be revealed on Marks Marclown's face. Marks Marclown looked at Draco playfully, and didn't know Draco's name anymore, but changed his name. Mr. Malfoy still wants to try Quidditch now? Draco immediately said, I don't want to play, I really want to join the Quidditch team. My flight class results last Marclown are only behind Mr. Marks. My skills are definitely not questionable. Marks Marclown held her hands in her arms and said, I will take the flight class with you. I know your level naturally. Draco nodded hurriedly, looking at Marks Marclown nervously. Marks Marclown continued, But the problem now is that our Slytherin Quidditch team is in full capacity. If you want to join, shouldn't there be other places where you can contribute to the team? Seeing Marks Marclown's meaningful smile, Draco immediately understood what Marks Marclown meant. Like my own thoughts, no one will have trouble with money. Draco immediately put a flattering smile on his face, and said, Recently, Gwendolyn has released a new generation of broomsticks. Does Mr. Marks know? Marks Marclown nodded and said, Of course I know that the Light Wheel 2001, the performance is better than the Light Wheel 2000, but it is more expensive. Draco raised his Marclown brows and whispered, My dad bought 2 for me. The extra one is too wasteful. I plan to give it to Mr. Marks. Marks Marclown faintly smiled. Thank you Mr. Malfoy for your kindness, but I think I can afford the money of Gwendolyn 2001. When Draco raised his brow at 530, he remembered that Marks Marclown was also the heir to the Marks family with a deep heritage in the British wizarding world. How could this little money move him? Seeing Draco's face a little flustered, Marks Marclown smiled again. But I think there are so many people in our team. After all, not everyone has spare money to buy Light Wheel 2001. Like seeing hope, Draco nodded quickly and said, Of course money is not a problem. I can equip everyone in the Quidditch team in Slytherin with a Light Wheel 2001. Marks Marclown hurriedly shook his head with a sorry look, How embarrassed that Mr. Malfoy will spend money like this. That's a considerable expense. It's still installed at this time. You will really feel embarrassed. That's the hell. Draco gritted his teeth in his heart, but he said eagerly on the surface, Mr. Marks, it's okay, but just a little money, it doesn't matter at all. Equals 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 equals. P.S. I haven't asked for it for a long time. I ask for a reward and automatic subscription. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 217. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Marks Marclown looked at Draco amusedly, and said, then I will serve the Slytherin Quidditch team members. Thank you Mr. Malfoy for your generosity. Plus cool, Tiger. Draco pleased with a smile. Then I joined the Slytherin Quidditch team. The smile on Marks Marclown's face is even greater. It is rare that he is short of money now, and when will the bullies who have been sent to the door be killed at this time? Could it be that Marks Marclown's misconduct? Mr. Malfoy has made such a big contribution to our Slytherin Quidditch team. Of course we would welcome you to join, but you don't know anything. When Draco heard that Marks Marclown wanted to join the team, he immediately became excited and immediately regarded himself as a member of the team. Captain, what are your difficulties? Tell us, we can solve them together. Marks Marclown frowned and said, don't you know, the funds in the team have been very tight recently. Think about it, the new Marclowners team clothing needs to be updated. There are a lot of team fees and activity fees for the new Marclowner. The amount of money that the Academy can allocate each Marclowner is very small. I told Professor Snape several times. No results. Draco also frowned and said, how could this happen? There hasn't been such a thing in previous Marclowners. Marks Marclown nodded and said, the previous Marclowners are the previous Marclowners. Think about the fact that there were so many security issues before the school. What troll incidents and philosopher's stone incidents. Even the board of directors has less support for the school. And naturally, the allocation of fees is also less. Draco also nodded in agreement. There were really many things that happened in the school last Marclowner, and it is not surprising that the board of directors will reduce its support for the school. Marks Marclown said, so, it's already very difficult to maintain the Slytherin Quidditch, let alone expand the recruits. Draco frowned when he heard that Marks Marclown might not be willing to expand the staff. Marks Marclown shook her head and said, Mr. Malfoy, I know your support for our Slytherin Quidditch, but this kind of thing is not what you and I want. So I may be sorry. Marks Marclown continued to exert pressure. Draco was fighting in his heart. After all, it was a lot of expense to support the operation of the team. His savings might have been exhausted, but when he thought of Lucius' stern face, Draco gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Marks, isn't it just money? Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. I, Draco Malfoy, are willing to support all the expenses of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Marks Marclown shook his head quickly, with a sorry expression on his face, and said, this can't work. How can it be? This is a school matter, it is a college matter, we should find a way. Draco, I already understand your support. Draco grabbed Marks Marclown's hand and said cruelly, I have already decided, as long as Mr. Marks agrees to join me in the Slytherin Quidditch team, a little money is nothing. Marks Marclown moved back and shook Draco's hand and said, since you are so persistent, Mr. Malfoy, I don't have much to say. I will take care of the entire Slytherin Quidditch team. Thank you Mr. Malfoy. When Draco heard that Marks Marclown finally agreed to join him, He finally let go of a boulder in his heart, but thought of supporting a large amount of expenses for the Slytherin Quidditch team. Draco felt painful. Soon, Draco fulfilled his promise and provided all members of the Slytherin Quidditch team with the latest Lightwheel 2001. He also joined the Slytherin Quidditch team as he wished. Quidditch Training Ground. Gryffindor's Quidditch team is preparing his broomstick for Quidditch training, and Harry is also eager to try with his own Lightwheel 2000. Ron and Hermione wanted to watch Harry train. Suddenly, Joseph came over with the Slytherin Quidditch team. Gryffindor's Captain Wood stopped Joseph and asked, "Joseph, what are you doing?" Joseph looked at Wood contemptuously, and said, "Of course I came to Quidditch for training." "Is it possible to walk the dog?" Wood said coldly. "Today our Quidditch training ground is covered by Gryffindor." "Where is Mark's Marclown?" "You let him come out and talk to me," Joseph said in a huff. "The boss will come in a while. We are here to let the professor open the note." With that, he directly took out a note. Wood took the note from Joseph. It was indeed the approval note signed by Professor Snape for the Slytherin team to train. The reason for the training was to train their new Plamar clowns. Ron and Hermione saw the two Quidditch teams of Slytherin College and Gryffindor College getting together. They felt something was wrong, and they immediately surrounded them. New Plamar clowns? Wood frowned and looked at Joseph. Joseph gently pointed behind his back, and Draco walked out with a triumphant smile. "I'm the new Slytherin Plamar clown." "What's wrong, Malfoy?" Harry looked at Malfoy in surprise, as if he couldn't believe it. Ron and Hermione also stood behind Harry, frowning. Draco said proudly, "Marclowns, we have a new change this Marclowner." Draco deliberately shook the Lightwheel 2001 in his hand twice. The Slytherin Quidditch Plamar clowns behind Draco were also satisfied with the 2001 round of Lightleys. Lightwheel 2001. Ron stared at the most advanced Lightwheel 2001 in the hands of the Slytherin Plamar clowns, with indescribable envy in his Marclowns. The Gryffindor Plamar clowns also look envious. After all, the best broomstick in the Gryffindor team is Harry alone, and it is just a smooth 2000. Ron envied. "How did you get it?" Joseph said proudly. "That was led by the boss. And let Mr. Lucius Malfoy's father give us a gift from the team. Equals 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 equals. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 218. Is this really all right? This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Draco walked up to Ron and sneered, "Weasley, our family is not like some people, we can afford the best things." Ron's expression changed immediately. He wanted to lift his chest and put on a disdainful expression, but when he thought of his home, his expression collapsed. Cool tiger. Hermione stood in front of Ron in dissatisfaction, blocking Draco, and said coldly, "Malfoy, no one in Gryffindor needs to spend money to enter the team, they are all based on strength." Draco arrogantly walked up to Hermione and gave Hermione a stern look. "No one asked you to comment, you smelly mudblood." The onlookers wow, and they all looked at Hermione, their Marclowns a little pity, some contempt. Hermione's face turned pale in an instant, because as early as before Hogwarts started, she had been asking Mark's Marclown about the knowledge of various wizarding circles for a long time, so she knew the meaning of mudblood earlier. The so-called mudblood refers to a wizard of Mull origin, a filthy and lowly bloodline, which is a very vicious curse. However, Among the crowd, only Harry looked at Dra 560 Co with weird clowns. Harry, who knew Hermione and Marksmarclown before the start of school, naturally knew the relationship between Marksmarclown and Hermione best. Although Harry at this age didn't necessarily understand those feelings, it didn't prevent him from feeling the extraordinary relationship. Although Harry didn't quite understand what mudblood meant, it must be a very abusive remark from everyone's reaction, and Draco dared to scold Hermione, who had a lot to do with Marksmarclown. Is it really okay? Or is it that most people don't know the connection between Marksmarclown and Hermione? What happened? While Harry was thinking, Marksmarclown's voice came over. Wood, we have Professor Snape's note. We should be able to train at the Quidditch training ground. Marksmarclown thinks Wood is blocking the training of the Slytherin Quidditch team. However, when Marksmarclown approached, he found Ron's face pale, and Hermione's Marclowns were full of tears, staring at Draco. What's wrong? Marksmarclown asked suspiciously. Harry said at a loss. Draco just said that Hermione is a mudblood. What does it mean, mudblood? Harry still didn't understand the meaning of mudblood. Of course Marksmarclown knew the meaning of mudblood, and immediately looked at Draco's Marclowns, and said coldly, is there really such a thing? Draco originally felt that he had humiliated Hermione and honored Slytherin, but seeing Marksmarclown's stern expression, he immediately knew it was not good, and quickly lowered his head. Seeing that Draco was afraid to answer, Joseph immediately said, Boss, that's what Draco said just now. Draco cursed Joseph in his heart and sold himself directly. Marksmarclown walked up to Draco with a cold face, with an extremely cold tone. Draco, tell me personally, is this true? Draco felt the chill on Marksmarclown and quickly argued, Captain, I said it, but this is true. To shut up. Marksmarclown gave a cold drink, and Draco was so scared that Draco immediately shrank into a ball and looked at Marksmarclown fearfully. What do you think you are? Hermione's grades are among the best, and you can't even compare to her. So are you even more mudblood than mudblood? Marksmarclown stared at Draco coldly, and Draco did not dare to say a word. Apologize to Hermione, or you will get me out of the team. Marksmarclown threw a word away and turned his back to Draco. Draco was frightened in a cold sweat when Marksmarclown left the team. He finally spent such a high price to enter the Slytherin team. Now he is kicked out, but it is not worth the loss. Draco lowered his head and said humiliatingly to Hermione, I'm sorry. Hermione glared at Draco fiercely, but her expression relaxed a lot. Marksmarclown said indifferently, next time you let me know about this kind of thing again, you just let me go. Do you hear it? Draco bowed quickly, and Nono kept making noises, but there was a strange look in his Marclowns, but he could not see anyone with his head down. Marksmarclown took Hermione and walked directly out of the crowd. Are you okay? Marksmarclown asked concerned. Hermione wiped away the tears from her Marclowns, and said calmly, it's okay, just a little thing. But thank you anyway. Marksmarclown dragged Hermione to a corner and said, why do you conflict with Draco for no reason? It's not worth arguing with such a person. Hermione pursed her lips. Even if Draco is this kind of person, he still can't get into the Slytherin Quidditch team with money, nor can he call me mudblood in public. Marksmarclown laughed blankly. Are you angry that I let Draco into the Slytherin team? Hermione sniffed and didn't answer. Marksmarclown smiled and said, Draco is here to come. Can I refuse it? What do you mean? Hermione heard something in Marksmarclown's talk. Marksmarclown smiled and said, he wants to join the Slytherin Quidditch team. He needs to be responsible for all the player Marclowns to configure a Light Wheel 2001, and also responsible for all the expenses of activities. Then I will give him a small player Marclown, not too much. No. Hermione covered her mouth. Is this true? He would do such a bad thing? Marksmarclown nodded and said, Marclowner, such a stupid person, what can't you do with him? Only then did Hermione understand why Marksmarclown asked Draco to join the team, and said, But he also said to the public that I was a mudblood. Thinking of the humiliation, Hermione's Marclowns blushed again. Hermione's strong character shouldn't have cared about this for so long, but she didn't even know why. Once she was in front of Marclown, she couldn't help showing her weakness. Equals 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 equals. Chapter 219 Deviation. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ It was as if all Hermione's strength had collapsed in front of Marclown. Plus cool, tiger, stupid. Marclown put his hand on Hermione's golden curly hair and gently rubbed it. It's said that he is such a stupid person. You still care about him? It's not worth it at all. Hermione stood there blankly, feeling the temperature from Marclown's hands. Her face was as hot as a fever. Promise me, don't think about that stupid thing. Marclown approached Hermione's ear and said softly. Hermione's ears were red and her mind was blank. She could only nod instinctively. After Draco joined the Slytherin Quidditch team, the whole person turned over. He was arrogant at Slytherin College, and because of his family background and identity, he was recognized by many Slytherin College students. However, Draco was still able to recognize his identity. Although he could be a bit of a blessing in front of others, he was a fart in front of Marclown and didn't dare to put it indiscriminately. Since Marclown warned Draco that time, Draco has been very cautious when dealing with Harry and others, especially Hermione, for fear that he might accidentally touch Marclown's bottom line. After all, Marclown still seemed to value this woman very much. Everything was normal at Hogwarts, but gradually some rumors spread from the school. Have you heard what's up recently? It seems that some classmates often hear people talking in classrooms, offices, etc. Huh? What did you say? Do not know. Many students were surprised when faced with this answer. Why don't they know? Because I don't understand at all. When I can only hear some hissing words, those words are said to be snake language. Snake language? Isn't that a language spoken by someone who can't even say a name? SHHH. Don't call it out. I also listen to others. There was a very strange situation in the school. Some students would hear people whispering in various places, and this incomprehensible language was very similar to the legendary snake language. All this has to be reminiscent of that the big demon who can't even name it. Is it the Dark Lord coming back? Just when the school was panicking, a more terrifying rumor didn't know where it came from. According to legend, Salazar Slytherin, one of the founders of the school, once built a hidden secret room in the school. Only he or the heir of Slytherin knows where the location is and can enter. This secret room was built to clear students of impure blood in the school, and this secret room will be opened by the heirs of Slytherin, and revenge against the impure students in the school. The whole Hogwarts was spread by such rumors, and even if it was explicitly forbidden by the professors, it could not stop everyone's mouths. What's the matter with this rumor that appeared early? The incident in the secret room obviously should be some time later, and students will know about it after McGonagall tells it in class. Marclown also heard about this, and really felt a little Marclowned about it. As a Traverser, he certainly knew about the secret room. It was Voldemort's diary at work, but there was something different from Marclown's memory. But before Marclown could react, a terrible thing happened. That night, Marclown previewed tomorrow's lessons in her dormitory as usual, but the dog didn't know where she went for a stroll. Ever since Filch's cat, Mrs. Loris, became the subordinate of the Superdog. The Superdog has become a tyrant at Hogwarts, and the animals around the school have regarded it as the boss. So the dog ran out and wandered out if there was nothing to do, but it was actually messing around with his men. Of course, Mark Clown would not worry about the safety of the fluctuating dog. After all, Mrs. Loris was a snake-like existence here, and coupled with the slick character of the fluctuating dog, it would be good for others not to suffer from it. Find flowers. Looking at the book, Mark Clown was actually thinking about the secret room incident that went viral in the school recently. The most important prop in this incident was Voldemort's diary, and Mark Clown was thinking about how to get that diary. What? A scream suddenly cut across the sky, appearing extremely abrupt in the otherwise silent Hogwarts campus. Boss, something happened. Buno ran over panting and informed Mark Clown. Mark Clown stood up, put the wizard's robe on her body, and asked, "What's the matter?" Bunyel said anxiously, "I don't know how it is, but it seems that something has been attacked." Assault. Mark Clown frowned deeply and hurried to the door. At this time, many Hogwarts classmates were also alarmed and rushed to the place where the accident happened. It was a relatively remote corridor in Hogwarts, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood there with shocked faces. Hermione made the horrible scream. There were already a lot of classmates here, pointing at Harry, Ron and Hermione. I saw the wall in front of the three of Harry, writing in blood. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, the enemy of the air, watch out." The blood-red font is very wild, full of blood. On one side of the candlestick, a cat and a dog were stiffly hung on it. It was Filch's cat, Mrs. Loris, and Mark Clown's wave dog. Draco no longer suppressed himself, and sneered in a low voice, "Enemy of the air? Watch out." "It's you, Mudblood." Ron heard Draco taunting them, and was dissatisfied with it, and was about to stand up and argue with Draco. But Hermione held Ron with a look of anger. "What's the matter? What's going on? Let me get out of here. Let me see. Equals 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 equals. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 220, owner of the diary. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _. An old voice came from outside the pile of students, and Filch pushed hard to push the students away from the outside, trying to squeeze in. Cool Tiger, but everything in front of him immediately shocked Filch, and soon vented his anger on Harry. "Harry Potter, you killed my cat." Filch trembled all over, twisted Harry's sleeves, and said angrily, "I'm going to kill you." Harry had his head crashed at this time, and would only say stiffly, "No. It's not me." Dumbledore also brought Hogwarts professors to the scene at this time. His face was pale, and he drank Filch directly. Mark Clown was also among the students of Slytherin College, frowning at all this. Unexpectedly, Voldemort's actions of 610 would be so swift. The passage on the wall was clearly aimed at himself. The enemy of the successor, the true successor of Slytherin, is Voldemort, and Voldemort's most hated enemy in the school, apart from Dumbledore, is undoubtedly the most prominent self in Slytherin College now. Mark Clown looked at the stiff swing dog and Mrs. Loris on the candlestick, and could see that they were not a major problem, only petrified. However, Mrs. Loris was so familiar with Hogwarts, coupled with the slick character of the wave dog, she said without a word, which had to arouse Mark Clown's vigilance. Dumbledore said with a cold face, "Now, all of you, Return me to the bedroom immediately. The students of Hogwarts, it seemed that it was the first time that Professor Dumbledore was so angry, and they went back in an orderly manner. Professor Dumbledore's position in the hearts of the students is quite important. The three of you stay. Dumbledore pointed to the three Harry, his tone not warm. Marks Marclown frowned, and when he was about to return to the bedroom, Dumbledore spoke again. Marks Marclown, you stay too. Dumbledore looked very ugly. He was the principal of Hogwarts, and he was also a man with a strong desire for control. At present, this badly influential matter was obviously beyond Dumbledore's control, and Dumbledore did not have a good face. Looking coldly at Harry and Marks Marclown, Lockhart stepped forward and patted Filch's shoulder lightly to show his comfort. Mr. Filch, don't be nervous. They are just petrified. But I was not there at the time, otherwise I can stop this tragedy. Dumbledore stepped forward slowly and nodded slightly to Filch. Marclowns, they are indeed only petrified, but unfortunately I can't see how they were petrified. Filch's body, which was trembling from shock, calmed down, but still angrily said, ask him. He did it, and he wrote it. Filch pointed his hand straight at Harry. Harry shook his head vigorously and vowed, it's not me. I swear. I didn't do it. I haven't touched them. Dumbledore stared at the three Harry with eagle-like Marclowns, and did not speak. Can I say something? Marks Marclown suddenly spoke. Dumbledore gave an irresistible benevolence. Marks Marclown Kai said, I believe it wasn't Harry and the others who did it. Maybe they happened to encounter this unlucky thing. Dumbledore glanced at Marks Marclown slowly and said, you are the owner of that dog, right? Marks Marclown nodded, and said, I am the owner of the fluctuating dog. I believe Harry and the others will not attack my dog. Harry glanced at Marks Marclown gratefully and said, Marclowns, I was in Professor Lockhart's office just now, helping Professor Lockhart to do things. Lockhart said, I can testify to this. Harry just helped me right back to my admirer. Hermione also looked at Marks Marclown gratefully and said, that's why Ron and I ran out to find Harry. This matter has nothing to do with us. Dumbledore nodded and said, you four go back first. Don't talk nonsense about this. Understood. Both Marks Marclown and Harry nodded and turned back to their bedroom. Filch wanted to say something, but Dumbledore waved his hand to stop it. Dumbledore said calmly, Marks Marclown, don't worry about your dog. Marks Marclown said politely, thank you for your concern, Professor Dumbledore. This incident caused panic throughout the school at Hogwarts. It's horrible. I didn't expect even Hogwarts to become unsafe now. The big demon is coming back. He wants to open the school's secret room and avenge all the people of impure blood. What to do? Let's go home. I dare not stay at school anymore. Me too. The big demon who can't mention the name might be looking at us somewhere. Stop talking. It's horrible. Similar languages can be heard everywhere in Hogwarts, and all Hogwarts students are panicked by this incident. After all, there is an insecure factor on campus that may attack students at any time, which is extremely worrying. The school has never responded to the students, making the unsuspecting students even more frightened, and word of mouth made the whole thing even more confusing and mysterious. 0.2 Marks Marclown Marclown alone in the common room, originally writing homework for potions, but at the moment his heart was not on homework. Marks Marclown kept thinking that when she was experimenting with animagus in the Forbidden Forest, she felt a suppressed basilisk aura on campus. It's just a general feeling after all, and I can't even detect the exact location. The basilisk must be lurking in that secret room, but to find the manipulator behind the scenes, one must find out who got the diary of Voldemort. It was the diary that came out to confuse the students of Hogwarts, and then asked the students to open the door of the secret room. So the diary was also the key. Originally in Marks Marclown's memory, the current owner of the diary should be Ginny Weasley. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 221, The Development of Headache. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _. Ginny is Ron's sister, because Ginny was confused by the diary and finally opened the door to the secret room. This Voldemort's diary is most likely in Ginny's hands, but Marx Marclown is not too sure about it now. Because before that, there had been some deviations that did not match Marx Marclown's memory. This time it is also difficult to say. Marx Marclown House stood up, put down the feather pen in his hand, and walked directly out of the Slytherin common room. Marx Marclown is going to find Ginny to ask about this. Soon, Marx Marclown found Ginny in the library, who was boring to browse through books. Ginny also inherited the fiery red hair of their Weasley family, which is very conspicuous and easy to find. "Are you Ginny Weasley?" Marx Marclown squinted at the fiery red-haired girl. Ginny had obviously heard of Marx Marclown, and she was very surprised at Marx Marclown's sudden visit. "I am Ginny at 11, Are you Mr. Marx?" Marx Marclown nodded and said, "I have something to do with you. Can I find a place to have a good chat?" Marx Marclown is a character in the school. For this kind of character to find herself, Ginny immediately presented various youthful love ideas in her mind, and of course she immediately agreed. Plus cool, tiger. Marx Marclown took Ginny to a corner. Marx Marclown, who was originally kind and polite, immediately changed into a blank expression and stared at Ginny coldly. Ginny looked at Marx Marclown, who suddenly became serious, and asked cautiously, "What's wrong?" Marx Marclown didn't have any preparation, and went straight to the subject and asked, "Where is the diary?" When Ginny heard Marx Marclown mention the diary, her whole expression changed. She looked at Marx Marclown nervously, and said, "How do you know this thing?" "No, I don't have any diary," Marx Marclown said coldly. "Don't pretend to be stupid. The diary you found, take it out to me immediately. That diary is very dangerous, you can't keep it." Ginny grabbed her fiery red hair and shook her head desperately. "I don't know what you said. I don't have a diary." Marx Marclown looked at the panicked Ginny, knew that Ginny was lying, and even took a step forward, coldly said, "Listen to me. That diary is something left by Voldemort. It is very dangerous. You continue to keep it, it will bring you misfortune." Ginny took a step back in fright, and ran directly into the wall behind her, tears streaming out, her mouth desperately muttering, "I don't know, don't ask me." Marx Marclown grabbed Ginny's shoulder, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. "Ginny, look at me and listen to me." Ginny looked at Marx Marclown with fear, and Marx Marclown looked at Ginny peacefully, saying in the most plain tone, "Did you find a diary?" Ginny C. Marclown's reddened anxiously, her tears still dripping drop by drop, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. "I don't know how that diary got into my hands. It seems to have suddenly appeared." Marx Marclown nodded, and said persuasively, "What is the diary like?" Ginny cried and said, "That diary is wrapped in a Marclown of craft paper, and it's amazing. He will reply to you like a human when you write on it." Marx Marclown nodded and said, "Very well, you did a great job." "Then what?" Ginny sobbed and said, "I like talking to this diary very much. It also answers my questions very carefully and cares about me. No one has ever cared about me so much." Marx Marclown asked carefully, "Where is the diary now?" Ginny suddenly held her head madly and screamed in pain, her whole body curled up, as if she was suffering from extreme pain. "What happened to you?" Marx Marclown anxiously went to inspect. Ginny suddenly raised her head and looked at Marx Marclown strangely, as if she had suddenly changed a person, like a snake staring at Marx Marclown. Marx Marclown looked at Ginny vigilantly. Ginny's weird state remained for less than a few seconds before she became painful again, muttering, "It's gone. The diary is gone." Gone? Marx Marclown didn't dare to keep asking. After all, Ginny's current mood was extremely unstable, and she didn't know what would happen if she kept asking her questions. Marx Marclown had to send the crying Ginny to the infirmary for examination. After Madame Pomfrey's examination, Ginny was just a little frightened, and there was nothing serious about it. After Marx Marclown asked Madame Pomfrey to take good care of Ginny, she returned to her bedroom. According to Ginny's answer, If the diary was not in Ginny's hands, whose hands would it appear in it? Could it have appeared in Harry's hands? Mark Marclown shook his thoughtful mind, puzzled, wondering what exactly Voldemort had made. While Mark Marclown was investigating this matter secretly, something that made Mark Marclown a headache even more happened. The sentence written on the wall 513 in blood was attacked by Diagon and Mrs. Loris before, and I don't know who spread it. The whole school became concerned about this sentence. The secret room has been opened, the enemy of the successor, watch out. The Chamber of Secrets was established by Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin College, when Hogwarts was founded. Many people already know this tidbit, even Professor McGonagall explained this to the students, so there is nothing to pay attention to. But the next sentence, enemy of the heirs, be wary, but it aroused everyone's curiosity. The literal meaning is obvious. This is a warning. Let the enemy of the successor be vigilant for revenge from the successor. Who is the enemy of the successor? Who is the successor? The Chamber of Secrets is to take revenge on the wizards of impure blood, and the founder is Salazar Slytherin. Is it possible that the successor is talking about the heir of Salazar Slytherin? The heir to Slytherin College equals 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 equals. Chapter 222, The Controller of Thinking, and saying. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Many people remembered the time when the big demon who couldn't be named, was also the leader of Slytherin, and finally became the greatest dark wizard in history, bringing despair to the entire world. And now, the leader of Slytherin is undoubtedly Mark Marclown. All the evidence points to Mark Marclown. Cool Tiger. Just like what Mark Marclown thought when he saw this sentence, it is indeed easy for people to notice Mark Marclown. Is Mark Marclown the heir to the secret room? He is the one who petrified his own dog and Mrs. Loris. It looks a lot like. Except him, who has the ability to do this without knowing it. Of course, some people also raised doubts, but why did he attack his pet dog? It doesn't make sense. Unfortunately, on this issue, this rumor has actually been further confirmed. You don't care what he thinks. Now all the evidence points to him. Maybe it's twisted in his heart. It is also possible that he deliberately attacked his dog to remove his suspicion. Some people maintain a disgusting attitude towards this, and their Marclowns towards Mark Marclown also become bad. However, some people have become more admiring Mark Marclown. Plus cool Tiger. I said Mr. Marks is the strongest black wizard of the next generation. It's definitely right to follow the boss. The glory of black magic will be carried forward from Mr. Marks. That's right, I will definitely follow Mr. Marks to the death. I can actually witness the beginning of a new world of black magic. Who can I follow without following Mr. Marks? All kinds of rumors spread in all areas of the school, and even Mark Marclown couldn't listen to it. Because this is not just as simple as dissemination, but also obviously affects the students in the 4 colleges, so that there are strange Marclowns and whispers everywhere. Although due to Mark Marclown's power, no one dared to treat Mark Marclown clearly in the same way that Harry was treated in the original history, but Mark Marclown still Marclowned him. Listen to me. All the students of Slytherin College are not allowed to discuss anything about me in the secret room. As long as I find out, they will all be treated as violations of the rules of the college. Finally, in a Slytherin meeting of prefects, Mark Marclown gave orders to his prefects. Although the news about Mark Marclown becoming the chairman of the Slytherin Student Union has not been confirmed, The position of the chairman of the Slytherin Student Union has been vacant. But with the absolute prestige that Marx Marclown has established in Slytherin, no prefect will raise objections. As long as Marx Marclown asks them to do anything, they will execute it without any doubt. As for the other colleges, whenever you hear this kind of news, you will do it yourself. Well, I mean to have a good chat with them. I don't want to hear similar gossips outside. Do you hear it? The prefect underneath neatly said, I hear. This was the first time Marx Marclown used her own power, and indeed suppressed public opinion within Hogwarts to a certain extent. At least no one dared to blatantly express dissatisfaction, disgust, or disgust with Marx Marclown, and even the discussion would avoid the place where Marx Marclown was, which really made Marx Marclown a lot cleaner. Most of the Slytherin students have already become Marx Marclown's stubborn fans, and they don't speak ill of their idols, and they worship and admire Marx Marclown more. The other small group also didn't want to be in Slytherin, the base camp of the Cloud Knight, and even ate the leopard to talk nonsense. In addition, the students of other colleges, on the one hand, because they have heard of Marx Marclown's terrifying record, they are not willing to offend Marx Marclown too much. On the other hand, they are a little afraid of those Marx Marclown fans in Slytherin, who are you willing to offend the entire Slytherin college for no reason. So in the next period of time, the rumors about Marx Marclown and the successor of the Chamber of Secrets have decreased a lot. Marx Marclown also knew that he had used power to reach this point, but this kind of power to contain people's mouths was not a lasting method after all. We must think of a way to stop this trend of public opinion. By now, Marx Marclown finally realized the power to control the flow of public opinion. Marx Marclown forcefully used his power to make the school students' dissatisfaction with Marx Marclown slightly less serious. However, Marx Marclown still understands the truth that the mouth of the people is better than Fang Chuan. It is not a good way to go on like this. Marx Marclown must think of a way to eradicate this problem in a true sense. Control public opinion. To put it simply, public opinion is all kinds of gossip. But when it comes to difficulties, it is a profound knowledge, how to control what others think and say, so that people can say what they want to say. So how to control the public opinion of the school? The most basic source of public opinion is everyone's mouth, and the source of what people think is what they see and hear. Then the most effective way is to influence what people see and hear. The establishment of an authoritative campus media is undoubtedly the best way. Campus publications. Thinking of this, Marx Marclown squinted his Marclowns. Thinking of establishing a school magazine. The appearance of the two immediately came to Marx Marclown's mind. Lee Hossow, Fred Weasley and George Weasley, the twins, are Ron's older brothers. There are countless horrible ideas in their minds. The good sounding point is that there are so many ideas. The bad sounding point is that they can't stop for a moment, like they have ADHD, and they like to tease people. The twins had an intersection with Marx Marclown. At that time, Marx Marclown took the initiative to help them block Filch in order to cover their actions at Hogwarts at night. The twins also owed Marx Marclown a favor. At this time, it just happened to be able to make the best use of everything, and Marx Marclown made up his mind to ask the twin brothers for help. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 223. Two things. This article is updated by middle.# vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ in Gryffindor's common room. Mark Smarclown came to the door and directly stopped the Weasley brothers, who were sneaking in and didn't know where they wanted to run to tease people. Fred and George saw Mark Smarclown with an unhappy look. Fred sighed. "Mr. Marks, we still have important things to do." George continued, "If there is nothing important, we want to get our business done first." Mark Smarclown looked at the two coldly and said, "Don't talk about anything else. Do you remember our deal a Marclowner ago?" Fred and George looked at each other, a panic flashed in their Marclowns. But when they turned their heads to look at Mark Smarclown, they looked stupid. Fred laughed. "Mr. Marks, what are you talking about?" George was also stunned. "I don't understand." "Who can understand?" Fred shrugged and said, "Let's find someone who can understand Mr. Marks to translate." George said quite rightly, "This is affirmative. Let's get our affairs done first, and then we will find someone to translate immediately." Mark Smarclown watched indifferently as the two people directed and acted the double read, and said, "Since you are not willing to cooperate with 533, it seems that I have to talk to Mr. Filch plus Cool Tiger." The faces of Fred and George changed immediately, but they did not immediately admit. Fred said, "Mr. Filch is very busy and hard to find." George hurriedly said, "Marclowns, and who would remember what was so boring a Marclowner ago?" Mark Smarclown smiled faintly. "It seems that you two don't want to admit it." Seeing Mark Smarclown's confident appearance, the two looked at each other and saw each other's panic inside. Fred said, "What do you want?" George said, "We really don't know what you are talking about." Mark Smarclown looked at the two people, not acknowledging the appearance of being beaten to death, sneered, and turned away. At this moment, the two of them had no confidence. Of course, they had not forgotten the deal Mark Smarclown had with them a Marclowner ago. As long as Mark Smarclown helped them block Filch and prevent Filch from discovering that they secretly came out to stroll at school that night, they agreed to Mark Smarclown's request. Barf. It was true that Shikai and the others wanted to play tricks. What they thought was that since this was a Marclowner ago, no one should care about their behavior. But Mark Smarclown was mysterious and unpredictable, and there were many ways to correct their expressions, which made them completely uneasy. Mark Smarclown is now the proud son of Slytherin College and even Hogwarts as a whole. Thinking of that night, even Filch almost bowed in front of Mark Smarclown. Brother Weasley ran hurriedly, catching up with Mark Smarclown's pace. "If you have something to say, you can't be impulsive. The impulse is the devil, the gunpowder in the bomb." The Weasley brothers followed Mark Smarclown nicely, completely losing their temper. "Are you still playing stupid now?" Mark Smarclown asked coldly. Fred and George glanced at each other, knowing that this matter could not be ignored. Otherwise Mark Smarclown, who could be described as covering the sky with one hand at school, didn't know what to do with them. Fred had to droop his head and said dejectedly, "Mr. Marks, you can do whatever you say. Don't sue me." George also said, "That's right, Mr. Marks. How do you want our Weasley brothers to go up and down the fire?" Mark Smarclown stopped and looked at the two people coldly and said, "Don't give me a slippery head, or you just pack your things and go home." The Weasley brothers stood dejectedly in front of Mark Smarclown, like a pair of students scolded by the teacher. Mark Smarclown said, "I want you to help me collect some information, and at the same time run a school magazine." School magazine? The Weasley brothers looked at Mark Smarclown in surprise. Why is this master so boring and still has to run a school magazine? It is understandable to collect information, but the school magazine? Mark Smarclown nodded solemnly, without a trace of joking. Fred scratched his head in distress and said, "We have no experience in running a school magazine." George also looked embarrassed, and said, "Nothing at all." Mark Smarclown smiled faintly. "I believe in your abilities. This little thing is nothing to you, is it?" The Weasley brothers nodded dejectedly. Mark Smarclown continued, The school journal is only one aspect. Collecting information is more important. I want you to go to each college to secretly investigate a diary for me on the grounds of collecting materials while running the school journal. What diary? Brother Weasley looked at Marks Marclown with curiosity. Marks Marclown said, "You don't need to know too much. It's just a diary of unknown origin. It will suddenly appear in the hands of a certain student, and it will automatically reply to the words you wrote on it." Fred hammered his palm and said, "What a magical diary! Which predecessor made it?" George also looked excited and said, "I have thought of a new good idea to make magic props." Marks Marclown made a click gesture to stop the madness that the Weasley brothers were preparing. "This diary is very dangerous. Once you find it, report it to me immediately. Others are not allowed to interfere." Brother Weasley said with a frustrated look. "Well," Marks Marclown waved his hand, "help me do this well, I won't treat you badly." The Weasley brothers had no choice but to admit that they were unlucky and agreed to Marks Marclown's request. After the Weasley brothers agreed to Marks Marclown's request, they were busy organizing the school magazine. Of course, Marks Marclown couldn't be a hand-handling shopkeeper. Although the Weasley brothers agreed to Marks Marclown's request, they were still a little reluctant after all, and Marks Marclown had to do many things himself. For example, find a special photographer for the school magazine. Chapter 224. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Speaking of photographers, Marks Marclown immediately thought of a person, Colin Creevy. Plus cool, tiger. This man is just a first Marclown, a Hogwarts student. He loves photography and is also a huge fan of Harry in Marks Marclown's memory. However, when this person entered the school, he was assigned to Gryffindor College by the Sorting Hat, so there was no intersection with Marks Marclown. Marks Marclown quickly found Colin, who was shooting around the college with a camera, but at this time Colin was hiding not far away, taking pictures of Marks Marclown. "I saw you, come out now." Marks Marclown looked faintly in the direction of Colin, who was hiding in the grass. However, there was no response. Marks Marclown estimated that Colin thought he was screaming. "I said I saw you." Marks Marclown slowly walked to the bush where Colin was hiding, and Colin looked at Marks Marclown with a look of surprise. Colin has beautiful short blonde hair and a little baby fat on his face, which makes him look cute. Colin said in a panic, "I'm sorry, Mr. Marks, I didn't intend to sneak a photo of you. I'm just curious and admiring." "Only second." Marks Marclown gave Colin a faint look, and said, "It's okay, I'm also looking for you specifically." "Looking for me?" Colin stared at Marks Marclown and said, "Mr. Marks, are you really looking for me specifically?" Marks Marclown nodded casually. Colin was excited, holding his cute face, and said, "Mr. Marks, tell me I am not a dream. Mr. Marks came to me personally." Marks Marclown looked at Colin helplessly, and said, "What are you excited about?" Colin said excitedly, "Mr. Marks is my big idol, I must be so excited when the idol comes to me." Marks Marclown wondered, "Isn't your idol Harry?" According to the plot of Harry Potter, Colin should be a big fan of Harry. Colin's excited cheeks flushed and said, "Harry is my former idol, but my current idol is Mr. Marks. Mr. Marks knows even the things I used to worship Harry before, and he deserves to be the magical Marks Marclown." Marks Marclown touched his nose. It was the first time he was worshipped by a little boy in front of him. It was a bit embarrassing. Colin quickly explained, I still admired Harry more than a Marclowner ago, after all. Because Harry is the only one who can survive under the demon who can't name him, he's like a savior. Colin's voice changed, looking at the rainy night admiringly. But in just one Marclowner, Mr. Marks's performance in the academy can be described as unprecedented, creating countless legends. What Quidditch match, the troll incident, the Philosopher's Stone incident, and the recent rumors of the secret room. I have always followed Mr. Marks. Even senior Harry can't catch up with Mr. Marks's reputation, right? Marks Marclown said, do you also know the rumors of the secret room? Colin nodded and said, I know everything about Mr. Marks's major events at Hogwarts. Marks Marclown smiled and said, since you know the legend of the secret room, do you still worship me? Colin nodded naturally and said, of course. What is the secret room incident? I believe that my idol, who dares to fight for the magic stone in the hands of the devil who can't name his name, can be a bad guy. Marks Marclown said, but with your personality, if you admire me, why don't you come to harass me? I thought you harassed Harry. Colin asked puzzledly, why does Mr. Marks know me so much? Marks Marclown smiled without saying a word, just looking at Colin. Colin bowed his head and said dejected, it's not because Mr. Marks's prestige at Slytherin College is too high, and it is not an existence that can be casually contacted. And I am a freshman in Gryffindor, and I don't have any access to it. Mr. Marks's opportunity. Marks Marclown smiled and said, then how about I now give you a chance to contact me often? Colin's Marclown's glowed immediately, and he said excitedly, really? Is today my lucky day? Find flowers middle dot. Marks Marclown nodded and said, in preparing for the Hogwarts School magazine. I would like to invite you to be a photographer for the school magazine. Colin jumped up excitedly and hurriedly said, Marclowns. I am willing to say whatever Mr. Marks said. Colin looked afraid of Marks Marclown's sudden remorse. Marks Marclown stretched out his hand and smiled, then cooperated happily. Colin looked at Marks Marclown's outstretched hand in surprise, and was shocked. He hurriedly stretched out his hand and rubbed it on his clothes, fearing that his hand was dirty. So he held Marks Marclown's hand with a serious face. Happy cooperation. On the other side, in Hogwarts library. Harry grabbed his hair with an Anna Marclown look. His face was depressed. Ron also looked uncomfortable. The thick book in front of him was bigger than his head. Hermione was looking through a book that was half head tall with a serious face. Ron, you show me your Hogwarts secret history seriously. The secret of the secret room and the basilisk is very likely to be there. In your book. Ron murmured dissatisfiedly, we have been soaking here for 3 days and haven't seen any relevant information at all. Harry nodded and said, I feel this kind of secret incident, they won't record it in the book, right? Hermione hates Iron for failing to make steel. Then what can we do now? We can't find relevant information anymore. The secret room and the basilisk matter do not know how wide the scope will be. Harry said, Hermione, I understand your feelings. Now Mr. Marks is considered by many people to be the heir of Slytherin, but we can't rush about this. Ron nodded and said, Marclowns, if there is an answer in the book, it would have been discovered a long time ago. So why would it wait for us to discover it? Chapter 225. This article is updated by middle.# vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _. Hermione reddened her Marclowns anxiously. But now Marks Marclown is misunderstood by everyone. I must find a way to help Marks Marclown. Ron said, what can I do to help? Who knows if Marks Marclown is really the successor of Slytherin? Is it really related to the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk? Ron. Hermione glared at Ron dissatisfied. Cool tiger. Harry hurriedly came out and said roundly, Mr. Marks is our friend. We have good reasons to help him. But the library seems to have no news about the secret room and the basilisk. Hermione was also exhausted by nothing in the past few days. Hearing Harry's words, she sat down on the stool in despair. Actually, it's very simple, Ron said suddenly. Harry and Hermione looked at Ron at the same time. 527, wondering why Ron suddenly became confident. Ron sneered, let's just ask Marks Marclown directly. After all, he is the boss of Slytherin and the most suspicious person right now. Asking it clearly is that he has solved everything? No way. Harry and Hermione said in unison. Ron seemed to be frightened by the sudden determination of the two, blushing, and said dissatisfied, why? Harry shook his head and said, Mr. Marks must be Anno Marclown by this incident now. If we ask Mr. Marks about the secret room and the basilisk, wouldn't it make Mr. Marks even more headache? Hermione nodded in agreement and said, Harry is right. Now Marks Marclown is suspected to be the heir of Slytherin. It has something to do with the Chamber of Secrets and the basilisk. If we ask him this question again, it is equivalent to breaking his scars. Ron flushed, still arguing with dissatisfaction. Harry interrupted, stop talking Ron. Asking Mr. Marks is the least feasible way. Ron snorted heavily and said, then you guys think of a way to come out. I would like to see what you can do, which is excellent. Harry lowered his head helplessly, he didn't have any good ideas. Hermione suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and stood up with a loud voice. What's wrong with Hermione? Harry asked. Hermione clapped her hands and said, I have an idea. Mrs. Pince in the distance said dissatisfied. That girl over there, keep your voice down. Hermione's actions were obviously too loud just now. Hermione apologized back to her seat and motioned for Harry and Ron to come over. Harry leaned in at once. Ron hesitated for a moment, and he leaned in reluctantly. Have you heard of compound decoction? Hermione whispered. Harry and Ron both shook their heads blankly. Hermione said, the compound decoction is a potion that can turn a person into another person. We can configure the compound decoction to become someone in Slytherin and enter Slytherin to find out information. Ron said, how do you know that you can get information when you enter Slytherin? Harry ignored Ron and asked directly, then how to prepare this compound decoction? Hermione also automatically ignored Ron's words and said, I saw it in the library before. I'm going to find it now. After speaking, Hermione left her seat and went to find the book. Ron dissatisfied. Harry, you still don't know what the so-called compound decoction does. Is there any way to sneak into Slytherin to find out? Harry said, I have to try everything. Ron mumbled, then you don't try my idea. Harry did not hear clearly, and asked, what did you say? Ron hurriedly said, nothing is nothing. On the other side, since agreeing to Marks Marclown's request, the Weasley brothers have also started to get busy. While secretly helping Marks Marclown collect things about the mysterious diary, they were preparing to start the school magazine with great fanfare. Suddenly, the rumor that the school magazine was about to be launched spread to every corner of the campus, and many people paid close attention to the upcoming school magazine. In addition, Marks Marclown asked the prefects to secretly release the news. The key content of the first issue of the school magazine is the special reports and prevention methods for the Hogwarts school secret room and the basilisk. For a time, the entire Hogwarts students paid great attention to the school magazine. Many people were secretly inquiring about the school magazine. Have you heard? The first issue of the school magazine is a special report on the school secret room and the basilisk. I've heard about it a long time ago. I also heard that Colin Creevy, a freshman in Gryffindor, was specially invited by Mr. Marks to be a cameraman for the school magazine. What? The school magazine has something to do with Mr. Marks. Marclown, you are not so uninformed. Are you? Although the school magazine looks like a masterpiece of the Weasley brothers, the actual boss behind the scenes is still our Mr. Marks. But Brother Weasley and Colin Creevey, aren't they all from Gryffindor? That's right. But they all listened to Mr. Marks' words and helped Mr. Marks start the school magazine. Doesn't this mean Mr. Marks' magical powers? It really is Mr. Marks. A large part of the students' concern for the school magazine is because they already knew that Marks Marclown was the initiator of the school magazine, and the Weasley brothers and Colin were recruited by Marks Marclown. Now that the students were all spreading this about 0.7. The professors were naturally talking about it. Professor McGonagall was very in favor of Marks Marclown's approach, and he talked about it in public. As Hogwarts is the most famous school in the wizarding world in the UK, it is not a normal thing to have a school publication. Finally, Marks Marclown has discovered this big loophole in the school. Lockhart also agreed very much and praised it publicly. P.S. Recently, I have been in various hospitals with a lot of psychological pressure. I want to automatically subscribe and give me a reward for comfort. Chapter 226. Snape's expectation. This article is updated by middle.# vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Literature is the most wonderful thing in the world. Marks Marclown founded the school magazine to publish my current serialized novels in the school magazine, so that students can see what real literature is, and infect more people. Lockhart's words drew more attention from his fans. Undoubtedly Marks Marclown's handwriting behind it. Plus cool. Tiger. Most professors still support the creation of the school magazine. But there are also professors who are dismissive, such as Professor Snape, the Dean of Slytherin. If someone else started the school magazine, Snape probably wouldn't have any opinions. After all, this matter had little to do with him. But if Marks Marclown had founded the school magazine, Snape would think it was inappropriate. Who is Marks Marclown? He is a little fox. He wanted to start the school magazine. He must have no good intentions. He must want to make trouble again. So far, Snape had never seen a student at this age who seemed so scheming to make him suffer 11 more times. He only felt that facing Marks Marclown was not like facing an 11 or 12 Marclown-year-old child! And the relationship between Snape and Marks Marclown was good or bad, and it was really bad. Snape had suffered a lot from Marks Marclown. It's a rare opportunity to stumble Marks Marclown. Snape, how could I miss this opportunity? Snape immediately ordered at Slytherin College that all Slytherin College students should not allow official books and periodicals that seemed to be unclear. He also famously said that this is to allow students to focus on their studies, to read some authoritatively certified books, and not to be misled by some messy things. Snape's rule made many Slytherin students dumbfounded. Many people know that the school magazine, which has been very popular on campus recently, is Marks Marclown's masterpiece. The Weasley brothers and Colin on the bright side, in other words, work for Marks Marclown. Who is Marks Marclown? The well-deserved boss of Slytherin College, the legendary king of Slytherin. And Snape was the head of Slytherin College. The two are in such a relationship. Shouldn't Snape support Marks Marclown's move? But the facts were the opposite. Instead of supporting Marks Marclown's move to start the school magazine, Snape also banned informal books that the Slytherin students seemed to be unclear. A discerning person can tell at a glance that this seemingly irrelevant regulation is actually aimed at Marks Marclown. Is it true that one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers? Many people also noticed this, and countless pairs of clowns were watching Clown and Snape, to see if they would spark any sparks. Snape also felt that his trick was really good. On the one hand, he secretly breathed out, on the other hand, outsiders couldn't say anything. After all, he was not blatantly playing against it. Snape also wondered happily what Clown would look like when she came to open the potion cooker next time. Thinking of this, Snape became excited, and finally could see Clown deflated. But things were not as simple as Snape thought. Just when Snape was looking forward to it, trying to see what Clown looked like with his ugly face, Clown, who was looking for Snape to open a small stove, finally came. Clown pushed open the door of Snape's office expressionlessly, and walked in carelessly, just as usual. Snape still had a bitter face, but he had been paying close attention to Clown's expression. Clown, didn't I tell you to knock on the door before entering? Snape took the lead. Clown said indifferently, I know you so much, you still care about these. Snape stared at Clown closely, but there was nothing wrong with Clown's face. What are we going to learn today? I am taking Professor Sprout's herbal medicine class today. That Mandela grass is very interesting. Is there a potion formula for Mandela grass? Snape said coldly, since you come to my class, you have to listen to my arrangements and don't say anything you want to learn. Clown shrugged, and said indifferently, well, what are we learning today? Snape stared at Clown closely, but he didn't see anything from Clown's expression. Snape was a little discouraged and asked seriously, Clown, don't you have anything to say to me? Clown looked at Snape suspiciously, and said, Professor Snape, what happened to you today? Why are you weird? Did you take the wrong potion? Snape didn't give up, but said seriously, I asked you the question first, answer me. Clown shook his head and said, I didn't want to tell Professor Snape what you wanted to say, and Professor Snape, please hurry up and start teaching today. After all, I don't have much time. Snape stared at Clown strangely. It's impossible for Clown to fail to see that the rules she set are aimed at him, so Clown is so calm and breezy now in 530. Is Clown really not aware of this? Impossible. Snape shook his head vigorously. Clown is such a shrewd person, and even himself often suffers from his hands. It is impossible not to see this. Then there is only one explanation left. Clown doesn't care about her aim. Snape looked at Clown's growing impatient appearance, so he had to start today's teaching. Hogwarts had a relatively peaceful time. The so-called Vault Basilisk did not run out to attack anyone for the time being. The rumors about Clown and Slytherin's successor were slowly forgotten by the suppression of Clown's power and the passage of time. The Weasley brothers and Colin are still working hard for the first issue of the school magazine. But before the publication of the school magazine began, it was stolen by another major event at Hogwarts. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 227, the most embarrassing game in history. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ That is the annual Quidditch competition. The Quidditch match last Clowno was really ups and downs, one after another. In the end, Slytherin won the Quidditch Championship under the rivalry of the other three academies. Mark's Marclown's outstanding performance was even featured in the headlines by the Daily Prophet, and more professional Quidditch teams came to dig Mark's Marclown. Now in Hogwarts, recognized as the strongest Quidditch player Marclown, without any doubt, it must be Slytherin's Mark's Marclown. The Slytherin Quidditch team with Mark's Marclown's existence cannot be defeated. Many Hogwarts students think so deep down. So this led to this Marclown's Quidditch Stadium, an embarrassing scene in history. Although the students paid a lot of attention to the Quidditch game before the game, the number of people actually present was much smaller than in previous Marclown's. The Slytherin Academy is basically all there, and the Slytherin rest area on the side of the field is densely packed with Slytherin students cheering for the Slytherin Quidditch team. In contrast to Slytherin College are the other three colleges: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw. The rest areas of the three major academies are just sparsely seated with 200 to 300 people supporting the field. As the Gryffindor Academy against Slytherin today, it is even more unbearable. 100 people sit in the rest area. After all, in terms of Quidditch, the shock that Mark's Marclown gave to the three academies was too terrifying, and Mark's Marclown had become an invincible existence in their minds. No one wants to see that their college will lose, so many old students choose to avoid this game. Only freshmen who have just arrived at school and are curious about everything will watch this game. The Gryffindor player Marclowns who are preparing for the next game also have an expression of indescribability. From the moment Mark's Marclown was their opponent, basically the ending is doomed. They don't even need to lose a good point. Miss you, because as long as you fly up, the game is over. At this moment, in a dark corner of the arena, an ugly house elf stared at Gryffindor's Quidditch team with YD Marclowns. He is Dobby, Lucius house elf, and the unlucky ghost who tried to prevent Harry Mark's Marclown from returning to school, but was stunned by Mark's Marclown. Cool Tiger. This time Dobby wanted Harry to be injured in the Quidditch match so that Harry could be sent home, so he had already done tricks on the game's roaming ball, waiting for the moment the game started. Lee Jordan's voice also sounded on the radio, but Lee Jordan's voice also appeared weak. After all, the commentary of a game with no suspense and a very short period of time. The key is that a game with few audiences is not worth mentioning. Spiritual things. This Marclown's Hogwarts Quidditch game is about to begin again. Today we can see the Slytherin Quidditch team and the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team rode feebly into the air on their broomsticks, and even Harry couldn't lift any energy. Seeing Harry look a little sluggish, Dobby was more attentive. He couldn't mess up this thing. Lee Jordan continued, I won't say more nonsense. Next, I will directly announce the Hogwarts Quidditch match. The first game, Slytherin vs. Gryffindor, will begin now. With the referee's whistle, Dobby's Marclowns widened, and the prepared spell was about to be cast. The referee made another whistle, and the students of Slytherin College immediately stood up and cheered loudly. Dobby was stunned for a moment. He still didn't know what had happened. Lee Jordan's voice appeared in time. Slytherin team captain Mark's Marclown grabbed the golden snitch. Congratulations to Slytherin Academy for winning this game. Dobby was dumbfounded to find that the golden snitch had been held in Mark's Marclown's hand. The Slytherin students cheered in unison. In contrast, the other three academies looked extremely lonely, and many freshmen who didn't know Mark's Marclown's cruelty were dumbfounded and dumbfounded. The Gryffindor Quidditch team members have already landed on the ground, including Dobby's target, Harry. In fact, Dobby was like those freshmen, stunned to the extreme. Draco was just as stunned as Dobby. Although Draco was a new golfer at Slytherin College, he also knew that Mark's Marclown would definitely be a seeker when it came to the game. Draco could only be regarded as a reserve. In order to play the game, Draco applied early. He is now a batsman and can also play. However, Mark's Marclown's performance was what he expected, and it also exceeded his expectations. What he expected was because he had seen it a long time ago, Mark Smarclown could capture the extraordinary seeker's strength of the golden snitch at the beginning. What he didn't expect was that Mark Smarclown really caught the golden snitch at the beginning, and he didn't even leave a little room for his Marclowns. The main purpose of Draco joining the Slytherin Quidditch team Lily-How is to highlight his sense of existence. If Mark Smarclown doesn't even leave him any room to play, what is the point of joining the Slytherin Quidditch team? Draco suddenly remembered that at that time, Mark Smarclown asked himself to equip everyone on the Slytherin Quidditch team with a Light Wheel 2001, and also made himself responsible for all the funds for the team's activities. Is it possible that Mark Smarclown has always been? Do you play with the palm of your hand? Mark Smarclown didn't want to guess the thoughts of other people at this time, and after returning the golden snitch in his hand to the referee, he left the field straightforwardly. Equals 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 equals. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 228. Next set. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Mark Smarclown will continue to plan his own school magazine work. In the recent period of time, various preparations for the school magazine have been almost done by the Weasley brothers. Although the Weasley brothers didn't have any experience, they had a lot of ghost ideas in their minds, and they were very reliable in doing things, which made Mark Smarclown very relieved. But now the school magazine is facing some problems again. The school magazine naturally publishes articles, so where can I find the articles to be published in the school magazine? As a descendant of the veteran pure-blood aristocrat in the British wizarding world, Mark Smarclown can certainly use her famous advantages to find some famous wizards in the wizarding world to write manuscripts. In fact, Mark Smarclown did the same, but the family advantage is on one side, and his own financial constraints are also on the other. The wizards that Mark Smarclown can find are just small famous authors, not worse than Lockhart. Less. So Mark Smarclown turned his attention to Lockhart, a well-known writer who is ready to go. It is rare for Lockhart to have a good impression of him. How could he not use it? Mark Smarclown came to Lockhart's office, and gently knocked on the door of Lockhart's office. "Please come in." Lockhart's voice came from the office, but Lockhart was in a bad mood at this time. "Hello, Professor Lockhart." Mark Smarclown pushed the door in and looked at Lockhart with a smile. Lockhart looked a little better when he saw that the person who came was Mark Smarclown, and said, "It's Mr. Marks." Mark Smarclown slightly paid attention to the copywriting on Lockhart's desk. It turned out that Lockhart was writing, and it was indeed a bit unhappy to be interrupted. "Is Professor Lockhart writing the next novel?" "It's great, I can read it again." Mark Smarclown gave a small compliment to Lockhart. Lockhart smiled and said, "Of course, I will show you first by then." Mark Smarclown was very excited and said, "That would be the best. I have seen Professor Lockhart's writing style before, and that is pretty awesome." Lockhart smiled and said, "Then why does Mr. Marks come to me for?" Mark Smarclown said, "Does Lockhart know about the school magazine?" Lockhart laughed and said, "Why don't you know? Isn't it that you want to start the school's school magazine?" Mark Smarclown said, "As expected of Professor Lockhart. He is truly supernatural, you all know that." "So, what is your purpose for coming today?" Lockhart had probably guessed Mark Smarclown's purpose, but he still asked without knowing it. "Cool Tiger." Of course Mark Smarclown knew that Lockhart wanted to be complimented by others at this time, so he had to follow Lockhart's meaning and said, "The school journal is going to publish the first issue. But there is a problem, Lockhart asked. What's the problem? Marx Marclown continued. It's about Professor Lockhart. Hogwarts has Professor Lockhart, the most famous writer in the wizarding world, but the first issue of the school journal does not have Professor Lockhart's manuscript. Isn't that a lot of color? When Lockhart heard Marx Marclown praising himself as the most famous writer in the wizarding world, his vanity was satisfied a lot, and he said, "What does Mr. Marx mean?" Marx Marclown looked at Lockhart with a smile, and said, "On behalf of all Hogwarts students, I implore Professor Lockhart to publish an article in the first issue of the school journal." "Please, Professor Lockhart can agree." Lockhart laughed loudly and said, "Since Mr. Marx has asked so, how could I disagree? I will give you a face. I agree." Marx Marclown smiled even more. "Then thank Professor Lockhart." Lockhart smiled, dreaming that the school magazine would publish his own article, and his reputation at Hogwarts would definitely rise to another level. Now that Lockhart was done, Marx Marclown didn't bother Lockhart much, and she still had to keep busy with her own affairs. Now that the manuscript has been found, and with Lockhart's help, the manuscript should have attracted enough attention. But there is one last question. Snape had clearly ordered the students of Slytherin College not to read irrelevant books and periodicals. If they could not pass Snape's level, no matter how famous they were, no student would dare to violate the college order to buy the school journal. But as to how to solve this point, Marx Marclown had actually thought about it a long time ago. Preparing everything well is the last word. Because of this, Marx Marclown did not fluctuate in front of Snape, and even wanted to laugh. To treat an old viper like Snape, the usual method would not allow him to compromise easily. But Snape also had his own most obvious weakness, Lily. That's right, it was Harry's dead mother, Lily Potter. Snape had a crush on Lily. I am afraid that only a few people in that era knew about it, but who Marx Marclown was. As Marx Marclown that travelled through, he knew everything about Snape. As long as you grasp Snape's weakness and prescribe the right medicine, then you are not afraid that Snape will object again. Marx Marclown had already used various channels to collect details of Lily's daily life and the night she died. With the help of the Marx family's prestige, Marx Marclown easily obtained a lot of information about that night. For example, I found the neighbors of Lily's house, and also found Lily's former professor, and unearthed a lot of information about Lily. If Marx Marclown is not a descendant of the Marx family, it would take a lot of effort to find these materials. But thanks to the Marx family's backing, some preparations for the school journal can be easily completed. Marx Marclown decided to set up a special column for Lily's affairs, and he wrote this article himself. Marx Marclown introduced Lily's life in detail, and sensationally described Lily's sacrifice that night. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 229, Silent Snape. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ because there have been watching more Lockhart's novels recently. Marx Marclown's writing level has also improved a lot. After learning Lockhart's writing technique, Marx Marclown carefully described Lily's sacrifice that night, and described Lily's sacrifice in a very miserable way, but in the miserable he has unyielding courage and determination, which makes people see it, feeling unbearable and born sympathy and admiration. After Marx Marclown had prepared everything, he was finally ready to publish the school journal. However, Marx Marclown asked the Weasley brothers to print some trial editions of the school magazine first, instead of immediately publishing it in the name of the first issue. After all, if you want others to buy your own school magazine, you must first have a certain number of readers. Of course, the most important thing is to set Snape. A small part of the trial version of the school magazine was circulated by Marx Marclown, and many students rushed to read it. Marx Marclown has already been marked on the trial version. In the first issue of the school magazine, it not only marked the publication of the most popular thing in school recently, the album of the Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, but also the publication of well-known writers headed by Lockhart, the article, and at the end there is exclusive information about Voldemort on that mysterious night. Every news strongly attracted Hogwarts students. Many students circulated the trial version of this small number of school journals, and they were full of expectations for the official publication of the school journal. On the other hand, Snape was dismissive of Marx Marclown's opening a school magazine, but he thought that he would ruthlessly hit Marx Marclown with the things that Marx Marclown made. But for no reason, a trial version of the school magazine was put on Snape's desk at some point. Of course Marx Marclown did it. Snape was thinking of throwing it away, but everyone is curious, so it's better to see what Marx Marclown has come up with. Snape picked up the trial version of the school magazine, ready to criticize what Marx Marclown had made. But as soon as Snape saw the cover, he was silent. On the cover of the trial version of the school magazine, something about Lily's column was written, and Snape silently read the report about Lily. The trial version only introduced Lily's life, introduced bit by bit in her life and in the past, and then roughly talked about Lily's miserable experience that night, and vividly described Lily's situation before her death. But Snape was so surprised that he didn't criticize anything. Instead, he silently put the trial version of the school journal in his drawer. The next day, it was time for Snape's potions class. Plus cool, Tiger. All the students talked about it underneath. It turned out that Professor Snape, who had always been rigorous every minute and couldn't take things seriously, was late for class. While the students were discussing Professor Snape below, Snape walked into the classroom with a dark face. The students below immediately calmed down and looked at Snape quietly. Classes begin. Snape looked a little haggard, with two Marclown sockets sunken. He picked up the book and lectured directly, without a hint of communication with the students. The students whispered underneath again, and according to Snape's past character, he would definitely deduct all the points for all of these lustful students immediately. But today Snape seemed very listless, and he was surprised that there was no targeted behavior in the face of the students speaking in class. Professor Snape was even talking about the lecture, but he suddenly paused for a long silence before continuing the lecture. The students below were extremely puzzled by Professor Snape's behavior today, and could clearly feel that Professor Snape had become different from usual. Marx Marclown looked at all this faintly, knowing that the trial version of the school magazine he had placed in Snape's office Marclown's today worked. Seeing how Snape was not keeping his house today, Marx Marclown knew that the last factor blocking the publication of the school magazine had been removed, and then the school magazine could be published in a true sense. The Weasley brothers received Marx Marclown's instruction to publish the school magazine that had been prepared long ago directly on the Hogwarts campus. According to Marx Marclown's order, each school magazine only sells 10 psychs. Find flowers. This price is determined by Marx Marclown after thinking about it for a long time. For Hogwarts students, 10 psychs money is not expensive, and even a bit cheap. This price can be accepted by most students. There are also some students who don't like to read with others, and students who don't like trouble can buy a copy for themselves. There is no need to share it with others. After all, the price is not expensive and they can be accepted and affordable. Since the trial version of the school magazine has been circulated in the hands of students, many students know that the first issue of the school magazine will publish a news about the school's secret room basilisk, as well as articles published by famous writers headed by Lockhart. Many students have long looked forward to the first issue of the school magazine. So as soon as the first issue of the school magazine was released, it immediately attracted a large number of students to buy. Snape said that students at Slytherin College could not read books of unknown origin, which became empty talk. But Snape didn't stop the students' enthusiasm for buying. Someone even showed up in front of him reading the first issue of the school magazine, and Snape didn't take any action. In fact, Snape had secretly bought a school magazine in private. Someone could even find that Snape unexpectedly revealed a rare tenderness and nostalgia in the Amar clowns of the first issue of the school magazine. As a result, the first issue of the school magazine was released unimpeded. The first issue of the school magazine, after careful planning by Mark's Marclown, reported on the secret room basilisk, which gave many people a more general understanding of the whole matter. At the same time, it has collected some methods for dealing with basilisks in books and legends. This column is popular with students who are frightened, and articles by famous writers such as Lockhart have attracted many students' pursuit. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 230. The non-existent. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Have you bought the first issue of the school magazine? I lent it to you if you didn't buy it. It's really wonderful. I bought it a long time ago. Who wants to see you? How to say it is the first issue of our Hogwarts school magazine. Keep it as a souvenir! ! Have you seen the article published by Professor Lockhart? My life. I saw it. It's wonderful. I'm going to turn my fan on Professor Lockhart. What's so good about Professor Lockhart? Didn't you see the report about the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets? That is the best one. Clowns, I didn't expect that in Hogwarts, which is known as the safest in the UK, there has always been such a dangerous thing. The students talked a lot about the content of the school magazine, but they all followed the school magazine and paid great attention to the things published in the school magazine. Not only the students, but also the professors at Hogwarts, bought a few school journals with curiosity. However, most of them are not surprised by the reports of the secret chamber basilisk. After all, they are also the people who know the secret chamber, and their focus is on Lockhart. When they met again after work the next day, many professors expressed their praise in front of Lockhart. Professor Lockhart, this my life of yours really expresses the aspirations of our scholars, expresses the feelings delicately, and every word hits people's hearts. This is what McGonagall said. Madam Hooch also nodded and said, Clowns, I like this sentence best. I am lost in life, floating in time, struggling in time, just want to see the last light. How wonderful this is. Sentence. Flitwick wiped his wet Clowns, only to choke. Only those of us who have experienced the vicissitudes of life can feel this inexplicable feeling, but Professor Lockhart, you perfectly express this feeling. You are worthy of being the most famous author in the wizarding world. Lockhart, as the client, was humble and said, it's nothing. I just embodied real emotions into feelings. If you liked my articles, you can buy more of my novels. Surprise. Tomorrow I will go and buy your entire novel. Seeing the reactions of other professors to his articles, Lockhart's humble appearance was already upset, and he could not help secretly agreeing to Mark's Marclown's move to publish his article in the school journal. It seems that my prestige at Hogwarts will increase step by step, and more students will become their fans. When the first issue of the school magazine was on sale at the school, Mark Clown had not had time to be happy and could earn money at school through the school magazine. Another terrible incident happened at Hogwarts. This incident immediately covered the limelight of the school publication and became the most discussed topic of Hogwarts. Someone was attacked. This time it was Colin Creevy. If it is said that the last time the attacked was suddenly Dog and Mrs. Loris, it would be better to say the past in the Clowns of everyone. After all, it was just a dog and a cat. But now, people are attacked. Colin Creevy is known to be a wizard born in a mole family. In other words, in the Clowns of the successor of the Chamber of Secrets. He is a mudblood of the same nature as Hermione. The previous intelligence also shows that the basilisk in the secret room will attack all wizards of impure blood in the school. And the attack on Colin now verifies this intelligence. Like the previous wave Dog and Mrs. Loris, Colin was also petrified, and he was attacked when he helped Mark Clown shoot material at school. The school has arranged to send the petrified Colin to the infirmary, lying stiffly on the school bed, just like the wave Dog and Mrs. Loris. To release the petrified state, one must drink the potion prepared by the Mandela grass. But the Mandela grass planted by Professor Sprouse is not mature, so they cannot be released from the petrified state for the time being. This incident caused a great storm at Hogwarts. Now not only a large number of students are beginning to doubt the safety of Hogwarts, but also a considerable number of students have applied to go home. Who knows if the next person to be attacked is himself? In Hogwarts, many students with impure descent are even more worried all day, for fear that the next person to encounter a black hand is themselves. On the contrary, a small part of the students gloated over misfortune. They were pure blood in the school and discriminated against other students with impure blood. This type of people is led by Draco. People of pure bloodliness like Draco are not afraid of being attacked by the basilisk in the secret room. Instead, they continue to advocate for driving all people of impure blood out of Hogwarts and letting Hogwarts clean up. When Hogwarts was shrouded in a strange and terrifying atmosphere, the Weasley brothers also came to Mark Clown to report the situation. How is it now? Mark Clown looked stern and stared at Brother Weasley closely. But the faces of the Weasley brothers were not pretty. Fred said, "We have carefully inquired about the students from the 4 colleges, but still can't find any clues about the mysterious diary." George also interrupted, "Not at all. Impossible." Mark Clown couldn't calm down a bit, and said coldly, "That diary was hidden in Hermione's body. Didn't you check it carefully?" It was also the first time for Brother Weasley 1.2 to see Mark Clown's uneasy appearance, and Fred explained in a hurry, "Every one of us has checked it carefully, and we can't find any clues." George nodded quickly and said, "Mark Clowns, we didn't find any information about the diary, as if that diary never appeared." Mark Clown's mentality is a bit bad, because he knows that in the next period of time, students from mole families will be attacked one after another. Equals 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 equals. Chapter 231, Butterfly Effect. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ And among the students who were attacked, Hermione was included. In the original history, the students who saw the basilisk did not die because they all saw the Clowns of the basilisk indirectly because of various coincidences. But Marx Marclown didn't know if his butterfly effect caused some students who would have been petrified to die on the spot because of seeing the Marclowns of the basilisk. Because there have been places that are different from Marx Marclown's memory several times in the past, this risk is too great. If Marx Marclown can't find the holder of the diary in time, then the chance of Hermione being harmed will increase, which is unacceptable to Marx Marclown. Actually, there is a more insidious way. Marx Marclown stood up, and wanted to rush to the entrance of the secret room, blow up the entrance directly, and directly kill the root cause of the basilisk. As a traverser, Marx Marclown certainly knew that the 11th entrance of the secret room was just under the toilet on the 2nd floor of Hogwarts. As long as Marx Marclown is willing, he can rush into the secret room at any time and fight the basilisk to the death. But Marx Marclown, who was always calm, finally stopped abruptly. If he is now impulsively looking for the basilisk to single-handedly, wouldn't it prove that he knows the location of the secret room and confirm the rumor that he is the heir to Slytherin? The current situation is very subtle. Although Marx Marclown knows where the basilisk is hiding, the reason why Marx Marclown knows it is only because he is a traverser. Plus cool tiger. But at present, there is no evidence that can prove the location of the basilisk in the chamber. If I rush to find the basilisk in the chamber, no matter what the result is, someone will definitely find it afterwards. When everyone didn't know where the basilisk was, he appeared in that place. Doesn't it coincide with the rumor that he is the heir of Slytherin? Can't explain at all. By the same token, I knew what was in the secret room, and I couldn't tell anyone, especially Dumbledore, without knowing the source of the information. Publishing the location of the secret room by yourself will only make people more suspicious of their identity. What's more, even if you really go to find a basilisk, what can you do? The strength of the basilisk is not comparable to that of a giant monster and a three-headed dog. It is the pet of the founder of Slytherin College, a veritable 1,000-Marclown-year-old magical animal. Moreover, the ability to be petrified after being weakened is indeed very troublesome. Plus cool tiger. Even Marx Marclown, there is no certainty that he can defeat this basilisk. Mr. Marx? Brother Weasley watched Marx Marclown's face constantly changing, and asked aloud. Marx Marclown shook his head and signaled that he had no problem, and said, "You two go back first, continue to inquire, and report to me as soon as there is news." The Weasley brothers nodded and went back to Gryffindor College first. Marx Marclown quietly thought about what she should do. Hermione's situation is very dangerous now. The holder of the diary may attack Hermione at any time, but she can't do anything. So now Marx Marclown is extremely distressed. Boss. Joseph suddenly ran over in a hurry and said, "Something happened." Marx Marclown frowned. Now that he is tired enough, what else is going on? Joseph said anxiously, "I heard that Professor Dumbledore was taken away by the board of directors, and he is likely to be dismissed. It is because of the recent school attack." Professor Dumbledore was taken away? Marx Marclown frowned, and things were getting more and more troublesome now. Marx Marclown knew that behind this incident, someone must be contributing to the flames. Otherwise, with Dumbledore's prestige for so many Marclowners, who would dare to move Dumbledore casually? And this person is Lucius Malfoy. Unexpectedly, the speed of Lucius' attack was faster than in the original history. Damn it. Is this another difference due to his own butterfly effect? Marx Marclown gritted his teeth secretly. Dumbledore has been in charge of Hogwarts for so many Marclowners, and there must be some opponents who can't understand Dumbledore, which can be used by Lucius Malfoy. Now that Hogwarts is troubled by this strange attack, it is not surprising that Dumbledore was temporarily dismissed. Marx Marclown clenched his fists, and now even if he knew who was moving Dumbledore, it didn't make any sense. And even if Dumbledore was not there, it would not give Marx Marclown any convenience, because the other professors were basically loyal to Dumbledore. Now Marx Marclown felt that what she should think most was how to find the holder of the diary, or to destroy the basilisk. Boss, will it be okay for Professor Dumbledore to be taken away? Joseph asked anxiously. Dumbledore still has a high prestige in the hearts of the students, and the students are very consciously worried for Dumbledore. Mark Clown took a deep breath, shook 537 and said, "Don't worry, that old fox will definitely be fine." Old fox. Joseph smiled secretly in his heart. The boss is indeed the boss, and Professor Dumbledore, who was longing for everyone, dared to call it that way. But Joseph was still very anxious in his heart. Now that something like this has happened in the school, they have to take Professor Dumbledore away. They don't know what the school board thinks. Mark Clown casually said, "They have their own consideration for doing this, and it's useless to say more." Joseph sighed and said, "The boss, what should we do?" Now the whole school is panicked, afraid of being attacked by the basilisk and the opener of the secret room. Mark Clown said, "Go back and let the Slytherin students stay in the dormitory all lounge as much as possible, and avoid walking alone." "Roger that." Joseph quickly nodded in response. Equals 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 equals. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 232 Mission Impossible 6. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Mark Clown also stood up and said, "Let's go back first." Cool exclamation mark hash. Mark Clown couldn't think of a solution to the matter now, so she had to go back and think about it slowly. On the other side, the compound decoction made by Harry and the three in the women's bathroom was similarly adjusted. Hermione asked, "Have you gotten Crabbe and Gore's hair?" Harry and Ron nodded, both taking out a bunch of hair. Ron said, "The two idiots are so stupid. They are just fooled." Harry said, "Hermione, did you get Bansy's hair too?" Hermione filled the 3 cups with the compound soup and said, "I got it long ago. Are you ready?" Harry and Ron each picked up a cup and said, "Ready." "Add hair." Hermione gave an order, and the 3 of them added the hair on their hands to the compound soup, pinched their noses and drank. The unpleasant smell of the compound decoction made the 3 people nauseous. "No, I'm going to throw up." Ron turned and ran into the toilet. "Me too." Hermione followed. Harry resisted the compound decoction rolling in his stomach, and suddenly felt the rapid changes in his skin and flesh, and finally completely changed into Gore's appearance. Ron also walked out of the toilet, but became Crabbe. Ron asked in surprise, "Harry, is it really you?" Harry looked at Ron's funny face and fumbled with curiosity. "You have also become Crabbe." Ron turned his head and shouted, "Hermione, are you all right?" Hermione's voice came from the toilet, but the voice was not quite right, and said, "You go first, I feel a little sick, so I won't go." Harry asked, "What's wrong with you?" Hermione was a little anxious and said, "You go. The compound decoction has a time limit." "Okay then." Harry hesitated for a while or agreed, and walked directly to the Slytherin lounge with Ron, who had become Crabbe. And Hermione, hiding in the toilet, looked aggrieved. She stole the hair from Pansy's clothes. She didn't expect it to be cat hair. So now Hermione looks like a cat, and of course she is inhuman. Harry and Ron went straight to the Slytherin lounge. They saw Gryffindor acquaintances along the way and couldn't recognize them. On the contrary, some Slytherin students they didn't know kept greeted them. This is a very magical and wonderful feeling. Harry and Ron walked into the Slytherin rest area together. Before Draco could be found, Draco appeared in front of them with an unhappy expression. "Crabbe, Gore, where have you been?" Harry and Ron hadn't adjusted to the new name before they realized they were shocked. Draco waved his hand, follow me." Harry and Ron had to follow Draco and walk to a remote corner of the lounge area. "Sit down." Draco sat down on the sofa carelessly. The stiff Harry and Ron also slowly sat on the sofa, looking at Draco nervously, for fear that Draco could see any flaws. "Why are you two weird today?" Draco looked at the two of them suspiciously, looking up. Harry quickly said, "No, I'm not feeling well today." Draco looked at Harry, wondering. "Gore, your voice," Harry hurriedly said in a hoarse voice. "I have a cold and I am unwell." Draco gave Harry and Ron an angry look, and said, "My dad always said, Hogwarts has failed the most in these Clown hours. Do you know what it is?" Harry and Ron shook their heads quickly. Draco said, "It's Dumbledore." "Dumbledore becoming the principal of Hogwarts is the most unfortunate thing about Hogwarts," Harry said anxiously. "No." "What?" Draco gave Harry a stern look and said coldly, "You say it again." Harry was frightened by Draco and shook his head quickly. "It's okay," Draco continued, "but now that this incident has happened at the school, Dumbledore has been taken away by the board. I wish Dumbledore would never return." Harry and Ron kept talking. Draco said, "And Mark's Clown. He used to be just a person of terribly talented talent. I don't know what kind of shit luck he has stepped on and became like this." Draco's Clowns were full of regret, and he bragged: "I used to crush his existence. But I didn't expect that now. Oh." Harry pretended to comfort him. "You are also very good, but Mr. Marks—" "Oh, Mr. Marks is indeed too strong to compare with him," Draco said helplessly. "Last Clowner, Mark's Clown's limelight really did not do well. He defeated the cooperation of the Slytherin chiefs, and defeated the trolls, then the three-headed dog, and that adult is really better than dead when fighting against each other." Harry and Ron glanced at each other, and they both noticed that Draco referred to Voldemort as the Lord. Draco looked envied and said, "Why is fate not me? But that shit Mark's Clown. If I am as good as Mark's Clown, I must be better than him." Ron asked tentatively, "Is that secret room really related to Mark's Clown?" Draco shook his head and said, "How do I know? What does it matter to me?" Li Wang Zhao. But Draco changed his conversation and said, "But my dad did say that 50 Clown hours ago, the door of the secret room was opened. At that time, a mudblood died and the person who opened the door was fired." Someone died? Harry and Ron looked at each other in shock. "And this time the secret room was opened again. Is it going to die again?" Draco sneered. "If someone is going to die this time, I hope it's Hermione Granger." Harry stood up and wanted to do something to Draco, but was stubbornly held back by Ron, who was quick clowned. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 233. New ideas. This article is updated by middle.# vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Draco dissatisfied. What happened to the two of you today? Are both weird. Just when Harry was trying to find something to evade, he suddenly saw Mark's Clown walking in front of them. Mark's Clown said with a smile on his face. Draco, what's wrong? Draco's face became very ugly. After all, he had just said bad things about Mark's Clown, and he cursed Hermione to die. And I don't know if Mark's Clown heard it. Draco shook his head quickly and said, "It's nothing." Mark's Clown turned his head and looked at Harry and Ron. Of course Mark's Clown could see that these were Crabbe and Gore, who were secretly pretending to be Harry and Ron. Harry and Ron bumped into each other and said quickly, "Marks, Mr. Marks. Well, hello, Mr. Marks. Marks Marclown looked at the two and asked meaningfully, why do you have time to chat here so much? Harry and Ron's hearts tightened, and Harry quickly said, it's nothing important. Just talk about it. Ron nodded hurriedly beside him, staring at Marks Marclown, with fear in his Marclowns. Draco also followed. Captain, what's the matter? Marks Marclown shook his head and said, if the time is about the same, I think you should also go. Cool Tiger, go? Draco questioned. Where are you going? Harry and Ron were also shocked. Sure enough, counting the time, the efficacy of the compound decoction was almost over. Marks Marclown turned his head and said to Draco, before the attack is over, don't go out if there is nothing to do. Draco wondered what he was pure blood, but he still said, I see. After turning around, Harry and Ron hurriedly ran out of the Slytherin rest area. Draco Marclowned, hey, where are you going? But no matter where Harry and Ron dared to turn their heads to answer, they could feel their faces appearing strange, which was a sign of going back to their original state. Marks Marclown looked at the embarrassed appearance of Harry and Ron who had fled, suddenly thought of something. If it continues to develop like the original history, then Harry BBBF and the others will be prompted by Hagrid to find that the school is full of descendants of the Spider King Aragog, and countless small spiders continue to appear in various places in the school. Then the two will follow the spider and find Hagrid's pet Aragog. And these spiders are all very afraid of the basilisk in the secret room. So, is it possible that the large number of spiders all over the school have found any clues, or even clues to the diary holder? Marks Marclown seemed to have opened a new way of thinking, and the road that had been blocked was immediately opened. That's right, the appearance of the spider is undoubtedly a brand new clue. To keep Hermione from being harmed, he must act quickly. While thinking about this, Marks Marclown took a big step and walked outside the Slytherin public rest area. Only Draco was left in the same place with a dumbfounded look. Why does everyone seem to have something wrong today? Crabbe and Gore are like this. Even Marks Marclown is like this. Marks Marclown walked straight out of the Slytherin public rest area and wandered casually at Hogwarts. Under careful observation, he did find that Hogwarts had many spiders everywhere, and these spiders were very orderly and organized. Follow the spider, maybe there are amazing gains. Marks Marclown followed a little spider, followed it out of Hogwarts Cathedral, through various small holes, and moved quickly toward the outside of Hogwarts campus with a goal. If Marks Marclown had the spirit to explore this ability, in such a dim environment at night, I would have lost this spider long ago. Along the road, one after another spiders joined in, like a small team returning home, looking for a little friend to go home. Marks Marclown squinted his Marclowns and looked at all of this. Originally, his spiritual exploration was only following a small spider, but now there are hundreds of small spiders in front of him, moving quickly towards a goal outside the school. Sure enough, they are going to the Forbidden Forest. Marks Marclown has discovered that the destination of these spiders is the Forbidden Forest outside the school. Following the small spider team in front of him, Marks Marclown once again walked into the Forbidden Forest. The original Forbidden Forest had all kinds of strange animals. Marks Marclown had also seen a lot, like horse people and unicorns. But the route taken by this group of spiders is different from what Marks Marclown imagined. The spider walked on a more remote path, a path Marks Marclown had never seen before, and he didn't know where it would lead. Along the way, the gathering of spiders is even more spectacular, and now there are thousands of spiders in front of Marks Marclown. And spiders are big and small, but the small ones are just the size of their nails, but the big ones are half the length of an adult, and they look abominable. Marks Marclown slowly took out a black wand from her wizard's robe. In such a strange scene, Marks Marclown felt that it would be better to take out the wand first. Marks Marclown continued to step into the Forbidden Forest, looking at the surrounding environment. Although Hogwarts ordered the students not to enter and exit the Forbidden Forest at will, to Marks Marclown, He was very familiar with the Forbidden Forest. After all, the number of entering and exiting was not too few. But this area in front of him is still a place Marksmarclown has never been to. The original Forbidden Forest was full of smoke and towering trees were everywhere. Although it was a bit gloomy and terrifying, there was a kind of vitality everywhere. However, the Forbidden Forest in front of Marksmarclown's was lifeless. Except for the dense spiders on the ground, there seemed to be no living creatures around. The branches of the surrounding trees are covered with a thick spider web, and the rustling sounds of spiders crawling around are everywhere, making the scalp numb. Marksmarclown bit his scalp and walked down, and now he could see all kinds of spiders. Equals 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 equals. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 234. Not obedient. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ These spiders crawled back and forth on the thick spider web, and the ground was also covered with a thick Marksmarclown of spider web. Marksmarclown could walk through a hole with 1 foot. Cool tiger. Soon a huge cave appeared in front of Marksmarclown, and the inside of the cave was exuding a pungent stench. Marksmarclown frowned, stopped, and looked at the cave vigilantly. If you didn't guess wrong, you should have arrived at your destination. Who is it? A dull voice came from the cave, somber, very hoarse. My name is Marksmarclown. I am a student at Hogwarts. Marksmarclown tried to talk, staring at the cave closely with a look of alertness. A thick spider leg slowly stretched out of the cave, covered with spider hair, looking very disgusting. Is it Hagrid? The hoarse voice seemed to have not heard Marksmarclown's answer, and asked self-consciously. Marksmarclown said coldly, no. A few similarly thick spider legs stick out of the cave, and a huge hairy spider head comes out. Marksmarclown took a slight breath, calming down her shocked heart. It was a huge and ugly spider head with several disgusting compound Marksmarclowns, turning back and forth, looking at the Marksmarclown in front of him. Plus cool tiger. Marksmarclown can already see the size of the entire spider at this time, which is almost comparable to a big truck in the Mole world. This spider is covered with fine hairs, plus its huge size. If it is an ordinary timid person, I'm afraid I was scared away long ago. But Marksmarclown calmly looked at the huge spider in front of him, and asked hesitantly, are you Aragog? The spider's compound Marksmarclowns kept turning, staring at Marksmarclown, without denying what Marksmarclown was called. Marksmarclown continued, I came to you specifically and want to ask you some questions. Aragog said slowly, you have nothing to do with Hagrid. Aragog made it clear to ignore all Marksmarclown's words. Marksmarclown said coldly, I have nothing to do with Hagrid. I am here to find you. Aragog leaned back lazily on the edge of the cave and slowly said, forget it. Even if you have a relationship with Hagrid, you will die here today. Aragog's attitude clearly angered Marksmarclown, and Marksmarclown said, do you not understand human words? So you can only speak for yourself? Aragog's compound Marksmarclowns were directly closed, and he lay on the ground lazily. Just when Marksmarclown was puzzled by Aragog's actions, the rustling voices from various small spiders around him suddenly doubled. Marksmarclown looked around vigilantly. Before he knew it, he had been heavily surrounded by countless spiders. All kinds of spiders, large and small, stared at Marksmarclown like prey. Even on the top of the head, there are countless spiders floating, ready to pounce and bite Clown into pieces. There was even a giant spider with 80 Clowns, the size of which was about the size of an adult, with crystal clear saliva dripping from its mouth, staring at Clown. Damn it! I really don't understand human words. Clown immediately pulled out the other white magic wand and watched the spiders around him vigilantly. It seems that today's fierce battle cannot be escaped. But how should I deal with so many spiders? Clown suddenly remembered that the ability to transform into animagus that she had acquired not long ago was able to incarnate into a 5-clawed golden dragon and use animals to deal with animals. Will there be miraculous effects? Judging from the sense of the breath of the basilisk, maybe he can also bring fear to the spider with the suppression of the species like the basilisk. However, Clown remembered that his animagus dragonization was only level 1. With only pure physical ability, it is estimated that it is impossible to deter spiders like a basilisk. Coupled with the exaggerated consumption of the magic power of animagus dragonization, it may not take long for him to use it. If he fails, he will have no ability to fight back. This is no bet at all. Clown had to dispel the idea of using animagus. It seems that now, just use your own strength to fight it. Find flowers. Clown clasped 2 magic wands, one black and one white, and stared at the spiders around him. The surrounding spiders rustled around Clown. As soon as Clown showed a flaw, they would swarm up and tear the body of Clown, who was only 12 Clown hours old, to pieces. In the face of such a large number of spiders, even if it is as strong as a cloud, there is no way. After all, with this infinite number, the drowning can drown Clown, let alone fighting against them. At that time, Clown estimated that even though his magic power was exhausted, he had not desperately killed any 10th of their number. Clown had no choice but to target Aragog. The so-called capture the thieves first capture the king. As long as Aragog is defeated, these spiders without a leader are not afraid. Clown pretended not to notice Aragog, but faced the massive spider colony. In fact, Clown was constantly secretly exploring the spirit, and locked the location of Aragog in a non-visual way. Aragog also despised Clown very much. After all, a 12 Clowner-old child who came to their spider's nest, what other storms could he uncover? Clown caught the psychology of Aragog's underestimation of the enemy, and made a panic on the surface. But the black magic wand was condensed with huge magic power. A powerful curse slowly took shape in Clown's silent cast! Clown turned his back to Aragog, stepping back, seeming to be afraid of the spiders around him, but actually approaching Aragog step by step to maximize the power of the spell. Malnia. In the next moment, Clown used her strongest curse. The huge spell energy suddenly blasted towards Aragog, and the shockwave made a violent buzzing sound in the air, full of momentum. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 235. Qualitative change. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Aragog immediately opened all his compound Clowns. From this huge magic power, Aragog could feel a strong threat. All come here! Countless spiders suddenly jumped up and stood in front of Aragog, very swift, and immediately formed a thick wall of flesh in front of Aragog. The mighty Myrnia then hit this wall of flesh formed by countless spiders. Boom! Countless flesh and blood spattered from the wall of flesh, and in a moment I don't know how many spiders died on the spot. Plus cool tiger. Most of the huge wall of spider flesh was cut off in an instant, and you can vaguely see the appearance of Aragog through the fragmented spider flesh. Mark's Marklaunchen frowned. He didn't expect that Aragog's anti-570 should be so fast, and immediately let its descendants cast a wall of flesh for it. Scared me. I didn't expect a child to use such a powerful magic. Aragog also felt the heavy threat Mark's Marklaun was threatening him through this curse. The spiders around immediately received Aragog's instructions and surrounded Aragog heavily, forming a more dense and airtight defensive net, at least several times the previous one. This has greatly reduced Mark's Marklaun's pressure, and the spiders surrounding him have become much rarer, but the number is still very scary, and Mark's Marklaun cannot resist it alone. Plus cool tiger. Mark's Marklaun hurriedly used a flaming fire curse, lit a fire around herself, cutting off direct contact with the spider. Mark's Marklaun's face was as sinking as water, and now he has completely become a turtle in the urn. As long as the flame around him is extinguished, endless spiders will submerge himself. Mark's Marklaun stared at the thick spider meat wall in front of Aragog, thinking quickly. Unexpectedly, you are quite powerful. If I hadn't defended you, I'm afraid I would fall into your hands today. Aragog's gloomy voice sounded again. With such a strong magic, it seems that you didn't come directly without thinking about it, but it's a pity that it's useless if you miss it. Mark's Marklaun said coldly, don't think you can be foolproof like this. Aragog sneered, do you think I can't see it? The attack just now is the strongest spell attack that your body can use. I want to see how you can break through me. Descendants. Mark's Marklaun looked at the thick wall of spider meat. To hit Aragog, he must have a penetrating and destructive attack that could break through the thick wall of spider meat. But Mark's Marklaun's strongest curse is Miournia. If even Miournia can't break through, Mark's Marklaun really doesn't know what to use to attack. If you talk about mental shock, it is also a powerful penetrating attack, but the scope of mental shock is really too single. At most it can kill a few spiders on the periphery. It is not a breakthrough at all. Of course, Mjolnir had already been used by Mark's Marklaun, and Aragog must have taken precautions. The second use of the same trick was estimated to have no effect at all. In fact, looking at the thickness of the flesh wall, Mark's Marklaun already knew this fact. Aragog continued, come on, let me see what you can do. Mark's Marklaun kept silent, and suddenly remembered the situation when she was practicing Miournia. Concentrate the power at one point, increase the attack power per unit area, and enhance the overall impact. In the end, it created the power as the name of the spell, swinging the Thor's hammer straight down. The smaller the force receiving area and the greater the pressure, the stronger the penetration. If I forcefully compress Mjolnir to an extreme point, can he form a very penetrating and destructive curse? Seeing that the circle of fire he cast gradually weakened, the spiders who watched from the side slowly moved forward, and he had no time to think about it. Try it. Mark's Marklaun clasped his black and white wands in both hands, mobilizing the magic power of his whole body, and another new magical curse was formed, but this level could not break through the spider meat wall of Aragog. Aragog sneered when he saw this. You have to use the same trick twice. Are human beings so stupid? Mark's Marklaun clasped the magic wand in his hand, and Mjolnir held it at the top of the wand. Mark's Marklaun tried his best to compress Mjolnir into a small energy source. However, Mark's Marklaun quickly discovered that she was far from reaching this point just by relying on her own magical power of level 3 now. There is still no change in the power of Mjolnir. Seeing that the flame that could temporarily protect him was about to extinguish, the Mjolnir at the top of the Cloud Knight wand showed no signs of compression. Is it going to fail? Mark's Marklaun gritted his teeth and directly turned on the Master System. Since the level 3 magic power can be achieved, Then upgrade me to the level 4 magic power. Spend 1000 potential points to upgrade level 4 magic power. Marks Marclown charged all her 1000 potential points into the division system, originally marking her 3rd level magic power position. Suddenly changed for TH level magic power. The magic power of level 4 is completely comparable to those of adult wizards. Marks Marclown suddenly felt a huge amount of magic power emerging from his body like a volcanic eruption, which is not the same dimension as the magic power of level 3 ! 1.7. Marks Marclown hurriedly manipulated his level 4 magic power, compressing the Myrnia at the top of the wand. Compress, compress, compress again. Aragog laughed and said, "Are you scared to be incoherent now? Take it to death, you ignorant human being trespassing in the forbidden area." The flame in front of Marks Marclown died out. Countless spiders opened their mouths and were about to cross the burned traces of the fire and tear Marks Marclown's body to pieces. Equals 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 equals. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 236 Gangna. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ The magic wand in Marks Marclown's hand has been compressed to the extreme, leaving only a small spot of light, but it reveals amazing magic fluctuations. The extremely small attack area brings extremely large penetrating power, and the power that is projected out is like the gun of fate that penetrates everything. Gangna, Eternal Gunslinger. Marks Marclown's wand pointed straight at Aragog, and the slender magic light spot suddenly shot towards Aragog, looking like it turned into a spear. Although the shape of the magic power has changed, Aragog can clearly feel that the inner nature has not changed, which makes it still laugh confidently. Cool Tiger, do you think the same trick can be useful in a different way? Ignorant humans. Countless spiders gathered at the place where the magic spear was about to arrive, forming a shield of flesh and blood for Aragog with their flesh and blood. Puff. The eternal sharp spear pierced the wall of spider flesh, and the slender spear was suddenly submerged in the endless wall of spider flesh, as if the energy dissipated. Ha 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 ha. In Aragog's arrogant laughter, 11 The thick spider meat wall in front of it suddenly projected a light spot. Hash. In the next second, a long spear pierced into Aragog's body with an unstoppable momentum. Boom. When the spear pierced Aragog's body, there was originally only a small wound, but after entering Aragog's body, the terrifying magical energy exploded fiercely, leaving a large arm wound directly on Aragog. Even through this terrifying bloody mouth, one can vaguely see the scene behind Aragog. Aragog trembled all over. Orly Marclown's widened, looking at the blood hole in his body in disbelief. Aragog cut to earth, shattering wailing, and all the spiders were so scared that they curled up on the ground, including those who had opened their mouths and were about to bite Marks Marclown. Marks Marclown took a deep breath. She was really betting her life just now. If that eternal sharp gun did not have such power, I am afraid that I would have been bitten to death by the endless spiders around him. Aragog roared, "You hateful human, you will pay for your recklessness." Aragog's roar was shaking, and the spiders beside Marks Marclown grinned at Marks Marclown, as if they were at a disagreement, threw up and bite. Marks Marclown's wand pointed straight at Aragog and sneered, "Let's see who will pay the price first. This time I will aim directly at your head. I want to see if your head was blasted first. I was killed by your offspring first." Aragog was going to issue an offensive command desperately, and when he heard Mark's Marclown's desperate statement, he dared not move at once. The longer the creatures live, the more they know the preciousness of life. Aragog, an old monster who has lived for decades, is too cherished for his own life. How can he be willing to fight Mark's Marclown for his life? Aragog quickly gave his children and grandchildren an untouchable order. Boy, think about it. As an 8-Marclown giant spider, I have lived for decades like a human life, and now am I dead a little. What a pity. And you are just a teenager, you still have many good times in your life. Are you sure you want to fight me hard? Aragog also wanted to persuade Mark's Marclown, who knew that Mark's Marclown categorically said, "Don't talk so much nonsense, you just need to listen to me." Mark's Marclown directly talked about what Aragog said as nonsense, and Aragog was furious for a while, but once he remembered the terrible penetrating power of the eternal gunslinger, he did not dare to move. Now I ask you one sentence, and you will give me an answer. Once I am dissatisfied, I will smash your head directly. Have you heard? Aragog originally wanted to be harder. When he saw Mark's Marclown's wand pointed at his head, it began to emit a faint light source, and quickly said, "I heard it." Mark's Marclown said coldly, "Do you know the basilisk in Hogwarts?" Aragog nodded quickly and said, "I know, that is the most feared creature of our clan." Mark's Marclown asked again. Someone opened the secret room and released the basilisk 50 Marclown hours ago. That person made a diary. Do you know who else in the school holds that diary now? Aragog hesitated a little when he heard the words, but it seemed that he still understood the relevant situation. Mark's Marclown was over a Marclown when he heard this, and finally knew the whereabouts of the diary, and immediately asked, "It seems that you really know it. Hurry up. Who owns the diary now?" Aragog shook his head and said, "I don't know this." Mark's Marclown frowned slightly, and the light source on the wand became stronger again. "What's the matter?" Aragog hurriedly replied, "The 530 diaries did carry the breath of that nasty guy. I was particularly concerned about it, but I can't sneak into Hogwarts. The news is returned by my descendants." Mark's Marclown frowned and asked, "Then what is the person who holds the diary? Tell me in detail." Aragog said, "My children and grandchildren are too low in intelligence, can't distinguish human beings, and don't dare to get close to the diary that exudes our disgust. I can only roughly know that this person is an adult." Adults. Mark's Marclown raised his brows. So everyone in the diary is not a student, but a professor at Hogwarts. This nature is not simple. It's no wonder that the Weasley brothers have been collecting information and can't get it out. It turns out that they are simply looking in the wrong direction. Mark's Marclown looked at Aragog's fearful expression. This big spider didn't have to lie to himself. It should be true if he wanted to come. Equals 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 equals. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 237, Words of Nature. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _. But if the owner of the diary is really a professor, then the next thing is a bit tricky. At this time, the police division system also sent a message: "Congratulations to the host for defeating Aragog, and a prize draw." But the joy of winning the lottery can't get rid of the haze in Mark's Marclown's heart. Obviously, there is a bigger conspiracy hidden behind the diary. Seeing that Mark's Marclown's complexion was even more gloomy, all of Aragog's compound Marclowns were staring at the magic wand in Mark's Marclown's hand. extremely nervous. I really didn't lie to you. Although my children and grandchildren have low IQs, they can still distinguish simple things like adults and children. Mark Clown nodded lightly, still pointed his wand at Aragog's head, and said coldly, I believe what you say, you dare not lie to me. Aragog said in a calm tone as much as possible, since you believe me, why not put down the magic wand in your hand? Can we still be good friends? Mark Clown shook his head and said, when dealing with old monsters like you who live far beyond the expected lifespan of a race, it better be careful. Who knows, the next second I put down my wand, these spiders will pounce on them right away. Aragog quickly said, no, I guarantee my life. Although he said that, there was clearly a fierce color in Aragog's Mark Clown's want to come to Aragog in the Forbidden Forest. It can be regarded as a creature that exists as a domineering party. How can he be threatened by a child willingly? Mark Clown is almost certain that as long as he puts down his wand a little bit, Aragog will immediately give orders to his descendants to tear himself into pieces. You stay where you are. Don't make any ugly ideas. Mark Clown clenched the wand in his hand and said coldly. Aragog stunned. His tone was a little unkind. Don't you believe me, Mark Clown? Mark Clown didn't waver at all and said, now you and I have the means to kill each other instantly. If you want to gamble with me, I will accompany you at any time. Mark Clown clearly saw Aragog's thoughts. Aragog stunned. The whole spider face became very ugly, and said, then what do you want? Mark Clown smiled and said, I just want to get out of the Forbidden Forest safely. The magic wand in Mark Clown's hand pointed directly at Aragog's head, stepping back step by step, and the spider behind him also gave way in fear. Aragog looked at Mark Clown's fading figure, his face constantly changing. He also wanted to desperately tear Mark Clown, who challenged his dignity, to pieces. Plus cool, tiger. But Aragog really didn't have the courage to bet his life. So all Aragog can do is to watch Mark Clown slowly withdraw from his sight. Mark Clown, who had withdrawn from the territory of Aragog, was also in a cold sweat. He also didn't want to fight with Aragog. It was not worth it. If Aragog really wants to fight to the end, maybe he has no good way, only to kill Aragog instantly, and then think about other ways while the spiders are in chaos. Mark Clown sneaked back to the Slytherin bedroom and lay back on her bed. As soon as he thought that he might be fighting against the legendary basilisk in the secret room soon, Mark Clown felt deeply that he was not strong enough. That basilisk was left by the founder of Slytherin College. As the pet of the Big Four of Hogwarts, its strength is far more powerful than that of other giants. The three-headed dog is more than several times stronger. Even the old monster like Aragog, who exists as the overlord of the Forbidden Forest, has a deep fear of this basilisk. Although it is a natural enemy of the race, this also shows that this basilisk is not simple. Mark Clown must improve her strength as much as possible. Mark Clown directly opened the division system and used the lottery obtained by defeating Aragog today. Looking at the words constantly flashing on the panel, Mark Clown muttered silently, heaven and earth. Bless me, I must get an ability that can enhance combat power. In Mark Clown's thoughts, the lottery panel finally stopped. Level 1 Skill Language of Nature. This is the reward given to Mark Clown by the lottery. What is this? Mark Clown was disappointed as soon as he saw the name. Just by looking at the name, he knew that it was not a skill that could increase combat power at all, and was of no use to the current Mark Clown. Mark Clown didn't bother to see what this skill was for, so he could study it carefully when the matter was over. Mark Clown recalled the information he had obtained from Aragog, and the news he had received tonight was really shocking. If there is any professor at Hogwarts who is tempted and manipulated by the diary, who will it be? The first thing Mark Clown thought of was Lockhart. Lockhart is an embroidered pillow. He doesn't have much abilities in his own right. He likes to steal the results of others, and becomes a public celebrity by virtue of his writing and forgetting spell. If there is a professor in Hogwarts who is the most vain, it is Lockhart. However, the adults in Hogwarts are not only professors, Mark Clowns, Mark Clown thought of Filch again. This weird campus administrator is always talking about him, wandering around the college every day. He is also very suspicious. But Filch is a Dumble's gun, that is, a person who comes from a wizarding family but doesn't know how to use magic. For Voldemort's plan, a person who does not know magic seems to be embarrassed. And Voldemort, as a wizardly man, is the person who supports the orthodox wizard blood the most. In his heart, the dumb gun is even lower than the mud blood. To use a dumb cannon is undoubtedly a shame to Voldemort, and Voldemort should not condescend to use a dumb cannon. So Filch's suspicion can probably be removed. Equals 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 equals. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 238. Snake Voice. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ In contrast, Hogwarts professors such as McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Sinistera, Byrne, Babeling, Victor, and Babaji have not only taught in the school for many Marclown hours, but are also loyal to the school duty. These are obvious to everyone. What about Harlot? Mark Marclown frowned tightly. When Voldemort failed last Marclowner, he tempted Quirrell to be his subordinate. In the end, Quirrell died and Voldemort escaped. After the invasion of Voldemort, Dumbledore will definitely conduct a thorough inspection of the school, so the possibility of Voldemort's inner ghost in the school is very low. Lockhart only joined the school this Marclowner. The more Mark Marclown thinks about it, the more suspicious Lockhart is. Will his guess be right? Lockhart is the one who became Voldemort's subordinate. Mark Marclown sat up from the bed, and since he had confirmed his doubts, he had to act. Mark Marclown didn't hesitate to use all of her remaining 500 potential points to upgrade Level 2 Spiritual Exploration. The Level 2 Spiritual Exploration range is enough to cover the entire school at 570. Mark Marclown immediately started his Level 2 Spiritual Exploration and began a large-scale search of Lockhart at the school. Various spirits were fed back into Mark Marclown's mind. There were students who were still chatting quietly in the dormitory, some students who were secretly reviewing in the dormitory, and many students who had fallen asleep. The professors also Marclowned in their dormitories, either preparing to sleep or preparing tomorrow's lesson plans. On the huge Hogwarts campus, Filch was the only one walking in the campus corridor. However, when he arrived in Lockhart's bedroom, Mark Marclown didn't feel the slightest mental fluctuation. In other words, there is no one in Lockhart's bedroom at this time. Mark Marclown frowned. Lockhart was not in his bedroom at this time, so where did he go? Mark Marclown has expanded the exploration scope of Level 2 Spiritual Exploration. Even in the unknown corners of the school, Mark Marclown's spiritual exploration has been explored, and finally he felt that Lockhart had appeared in a place on the second floor of Hogwarts. Breath. Myrtle's bathroom. Mark Marclown immediately jumped out of the bed, and Lockhart actually appeared in the bathroom. Mark Marclown knew that that was the location of the secret room. This is definitely not a coincidence. Lockhart has an ulterior relationship with the diary. Without a word, Mark Marclown sneaked out of the bedroom again. Whether it is to solve Lockhart or solve the basilisk, Mark Marclown must go to that last secret room. Mark Marclown avoided Filch, who was patrolling, and went directly to the second floor of Hogwarts. The location of the bathroom was originally a woman's toilet, but since a girl died here, Few people have been here. The girl who died was Myrtle, who often wandered here. The reason for her death was simply to look at the basilisk. Marks Marclown stepped into the bathroom. Myrtle sat by the window of the bathroom and wept in a low voice, immersed in sorrow without paying attention to Marks Marclown. Marks Marclown also ignored Myrtle, but slowly walked towards the sink in the middle of the bathroom. This is the entrance to the secret room. If you want to enter the secret room, you must pass here first. Marks Marclown looked around, and he could indeed smell the perfume that Lockhart often used. Lockhart had indeed been here just now. Marks Marclown drew out her magic wand, ready to smash the sink directly with a spell. After all, the prerequisite for entering the secret room is to use the Snakelow accent, but Marks Marclown doesn't know this language. Open it to Meadka Mulney. Just as Marks Marclown was about to use the magical spell, the sink suddenly made a dull sound and moved slowly. Marks Marclown looked at the slowly opening sink in a puzzled manner. Why did it suddenly open on its own? Doesn't it need to be driven by snake voice? Myrtle looked at Marks Marclown fearfully, curled up and stuttered, "Why? Why is there another person who said that?" Marks Marclown asked, "Myrtle, what did you say?" Myrtle screamed and Marclowned, "You know that language. Help. Don't kill me again. Please." Marks Marclown was afraid that Myrtle would attract others too loudly, so she said coldly, "Shut up. You are all dead." Myrtle closed her mouth immediately and looked at Marks Marclown fearfully, not daring to speak. Marks Marclown carefully thought about what Myrtle said. The kind of words Myrtle said undoubtedly referred to Snakelow accent. Could it be that what she said just now was Snakelow accent? Marks Marclown seemed to suddenly remembered something, and immediately opened the explanation of the language of nature in the teacher system. The language of nature is familiar with all languages on the earth with a complete language system, including the languages of various countries and ethnic groups, such as Japanese, Korean, German, and the like. Marks Marclown suddenly realized it. No wonder he said a word and the door to the secret room opened automatically. It turned out that I was talking about Snakeman, but when I said Snakeman, like Harry did before, I didn't feel any difference. It's a pretty good skill, thanks to your physical reminder. Marks Marclown showed a smile at Myrtle, and then suddenly raised her magic wand. A forget is nothing. Seeing Myrtle whose Marclowns became dull immediately, Marks Marclown shook his head. Now is not the time to consider these. The language of nature is also an auxiliary ability, which has little effect on his own combat power. So the language of nature will be studied later, so let's concentrate on facing the next danger. Seeing that the door to the sink was almost opened, Marks Marclown looked around, and a stench came on his face, making people nauseous. Did Lockhart go down from here just now? Marks Marclown frowned, really wondering how he endured this stench. Maybe he didn't have much sense when he went down. Equals 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 equals. Chapter 239, Worship Your Humiliation. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _. However, Marks Marclown couldn't think about that much anymore, and jumped directly into the secret path leading to the secret room. Under the sink is a long and tortuous tunnel, which can only accommodate 2 to 3 people. Marks Marclown glide along the curved dense road. I don't know how long it took to slide before finally falling down the dense road to a large in the pit. Marks Marclown stretched out, only to find that the big pit he was in was full of bones, mixed with various animals. and even some human bones were seen. When Marks Marclown stood up, there were countless broken bones cracking under his feet. These bones didn't know how long they were piled up, and they shattered with the touch. Marks Marclown ignored the big pit and walked straight forward. In front of it was an excavated cave, which was covered with gravel, and the traces of bones were not eliminated, and they were everywhere. Suddenly a little reflection was projected from the front. Marks Marclown walked along the direction of the beam. A thin film appeared in front of Marks Marclown's Marclowns, and it spread to a very far place. There is no doubt that this is the skin of the basilisk. Marks Marclown frowned slightly. This basilisk was longer than he thought. This was not a good sign. But now that they are all here, Marks Marclown can only bite the bullet and walk on. A door appeared in front of Marks Marclown. There was a model of 9 snakes on the door. The door was closed tightly, revealing a stench. Marks Marclown stepped forward, staring at the door closely, and said solemnly, "Open the door." This time Marks Marclown listened carefully to her own voice, and it indeed turned into a hoarse voice. Very strange. The 9 snake-like models changed their shapes one by one, and the door made a loud click and opened slowly. Marks Marclown drew out his 2 magic wands and held them tightly in his hands, always preparing for emergencies. After the door was opened, a strange hall appeared in front of Marks Marclown. A straight avenue in the middle of the hall spreads to the farthest platform. On the platform there is a huge old man's head. On both sides are water-spraying pools, and the heads of ferocious snakes made of iron spit out snake letters on the walls on both sides. Lockhart lay quietly on the farthest platform, as if unconscious. Marks Marclown clenched the magic wand in his hand again and stepped onto this straight avenue. Marks Marclown watched the surroundings vigilantly, but there was nothing unusual, except for the sound of spouting water. Marks Marclown approached the platform step by step, Lockhart lying quietly on the platform, without any reaction. If he hadn't noticed Lockhart's slightly undulating chest, Marks Marclown would think Lockhart would have died on it. "Marks Marclown, you finally came." A strong voice appeared behind Marks Marclown. Marks Marclown turned around abruptly, and the magic wand in his hand pointed at the person standing behind him without hesitation. Torn apart. Marks Marclown immediately used the splitting curse, but the energy of the spell passed directly through the person's chest and hit the far wall. Marks Marclown squinted slightly, staring at the man closely. This is a handsome young man with a handsome face and an unruly smile. Marks Marclown can be sure that this person in front of him will fascinate a girl when he goes out. "It seems that your attack did not have the effect you expected," the man said lightly. "Tom Riddle." Marks Marclown also called out the man's name in a deep voice. "It seems that you are very clear about my identity. This saves me from wasting time to explain." Tom smiled faintly. "But you came so late. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Petra Marclown." When it came to the last 3 words, Tom's face became extremely cold. Marks Marclown sneered and said, "I am not yours. And there is no betrayal." Tom shook his head, jumped straight over Marks Marclown and onto the platform, completely not afraid of Marks Marclown attacking him at this time. Marks Marclown also knew that this was just a soul fragment of Voldemort. As long as his Horcrux was not Distra Marclown, his own attack could never cause any harm to this soul fragment. Seeking flowers. My own attack just now explained all this very well. Otherwise, many wizards can cause harm to ordinary ghosts like Myrtle. I'm afraid that even Dumbledore himself will come in person, and a frontal attack will not necessarily be able to break the protection of the Horcrux. What's more, he is just a 12-Marclowner-old child. But Horcrux is not invincible. It just needs special items like fangs to destroy Horcrux. Marks Marclown asked, "Lockhart has already been controlled by you, right?" Tom nodded naturally. "Why, did you find out now?" Marks Marclown said indifferently, "I just didn't expect that Voldemort now can even look at people like Lockhart." Tom sneered coldly, "Although Lockhart is a waste, waste is always used for waste. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be so easy to open the door of the chamber. Mark Clown said, so, it's an honor for Lockhart to be regarded by you. Isn't all this thanks to you? Mark Clown. Tom suddenly turned around and pointed to Mark Clown, with endless killing intent in his clowns. If it weren't for you, would I need such shame to say these compliments to this rubbish? Will I need to say such humiliating things against my heart? Such disgusting words? Mark Clown saw Tom, who was suddenly furious, and once again clenched the magic wand in his hand. However, he also knew that for a person like Lockhart with extremely high vanity, language control was a very simple matter. But letting go of your reservations to do this kind of thing is undoubtedly a shame for a person like Voldemort, who is proud by nature. Tom suddenly kicked Lockhart heavily, and said coldly, but now it's finally done. After opening the secret room, this waste will have no effect. Equals 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 equals. Chapter 240 for my use. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Mark Clown said lightly, since Lockhart has been controlled by you, is it not a good thing for you to occupy such a waste body? Tom heard Mark Clown's irony and smiled instead. This waste is just a temporary container for me. After all, I can get the most perfect body in the end. That's you. Tom pointed to Mark Clown and made no secret of the greed and desire in his clowns. Cool tiger, your talent, your potential, everything about you are the top existence in the world. And I will get everything from you, everything from you. All your outstanding talents will be used by me. Tom laughed frantically, looking at Mark Clown, like looking at a delicious meal. Mark Clown sneered 550 and said, only you? It's just a soul fragment from Voldemort's student days. Even if you add Lockhart's straw bag, you want to eat me with this combination, will it be too whimsical? A little bit, although the Tom in front of him is a shard of Voldemort's soul. He is also a student of Voldemort after all. To this extent, Mark Clown didn't think he would lose to this soul shard. Tom suppressed his crazy laugh, staring at Mark Clown firmly, as expected of Slytherin. No, he is the most talented student since Hogwarts. I admit that you are not wrong, nothing at all. Mark Clown looked at Tom, who suddenly changed his attitude, and suddenly felt an extreme danger enveloped him. Tom continued, but soon, you will appear in front of me in a dying state. At that time, do you have the courage to say what you just said again? Mark Clown frowned. He already knew what Tom said. Even Tom, who controls Lockhart's body, is not necessarily his opponent. Tom has already admitted. But Tom still looks confident, which can only prove that Tom has other ways to deal with himself. Tom's killer is the basilisk. Tom turned and walked onto the platform, facing the huge old man's head on the platform, making a weird voice hoarse. Air Slytherin is calling here, come out. My faithful servant. Mark Clown heard it very clearly. That was the tone of the Snakelaw accent. The huge old man's hair awed, and the old man slowly opened his mouth, a stench gushing out from it, immediately spreading across the entire hall. Mark Clown quickly closed his clowns, and once he met the clowns of the basilisk, no one could escape death. A huge hideous snake head came out of the old man's mouth. Clowns staring at Mark Clown's body. The thick and slender snake body slowly swam out of the old man's mouth. Tom laughed loudly. Welcome your defeat, Mark Clown. Come on, my loyal servant." The huge body of the basilisk slowly moved forward, and his pale Marclown Loey Marclowns stared at Mark's Marclown. Mark's Marclown's only 12 Marclowner-old small body formed a sharp contrast with the horrific figure of the basilisk. Mark's Marclown closed his E-Marclowns tightly, and his spiritual exploration ability continuously fed back the position of the basilisk. Tom laughed and said, "Mark's Marclown, do you feel despair now? If you beg me for mercy now, maybe I will consider it." Mark's Marclown sneered, "Tom, the outcome is still unknown. Don't be affectionate." Seeing that Mark's Marclown's attitude has not changed at all, Tom sneered, "Since you are still stubborn, then you should suffer hard." The basilisk opened his mouth wide, his sharp fangs dripping with saliva, and bit towards Mark's Marclown. Mark's Marclown only felt a fishy smell coming toward him, and quickly rushed to the side. The floor where Mark's Marclown was just now was directly gnawed to pieces by the basilisk. Mark's Marclown immediately retreated, and Mark's Marclown also realized that although this basilisk was huge, its speed was not affected at all. To be precise, it was extremely fast. Coupled with the horrible bite force of the basilisk, Mark's Marclown estimated that if he was accidentally bitten, it would be the result of broken arms and legs. Tom was taken aback. "How is it possible? How can you predict the actions of the basilisk with your E-Marclowns closed?" Mark's Marclown was silent, and distanced himself from the basilisk. His spiritual exploration can replace his E-Marclowns, but he still has to find a way to fight the basilisk head. The basilisk saw that Mark's Marclown was only pulling away from himself, and did not attack him, but boldly coiled up and opened his mouth again to Mark's Marclown. Fire is raging. Mark's Marclown's left hand suddenly cast a spell, and raging flame spurted from the tip of the wand, aimed at the mouth of the basilisk. Logically speaking, the mouth of the basilisk should be a breakthrough point. So Mark's Marclown tried to attack the mouth of the basilisk. The basilisk snapped a bite fiercely, and the flames had no time to rush into the basilisk's mouth, and could only scorch the basilisk's hideous head. However, the basilisk seemed to have not felt the temperature of the flame, and rushed away from the flame into Mark's Marclown. Boom! Mark's Marclown dodges quickly, another hard stone slab was smashed to pieces, and the stone chips splashed. Mark's Marclown frowned. Although he could determine that the basilisk's mouth was a fragile point, the basilisk's anticipation of danger was too sensitive. Before his attack, the basilisk had already merged his mouth. It is very difficult to make a breakthrough point. Torn apart. All petrochemicals. Fan 2.2 is broken to pieces. Mark's Marclown hit the basilisk one by one. The basilisk didn't even dodge, and directly let Mark's Marclown's curse hit the body, making a sound like it hit metal. Hey! What kind of perverted demon resistance is this? This basilisk is worthy of being the pet of the founder of Slytherin. It is a veritable old monster that has lived for thousands of Marclowners. His own attacks can't cause harm to the basilisk. In this regard, it is better than Voldemort's Snake Nagini. More than one level. Equals 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 equals. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 241. The final ace. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Tom arrogantly laughed. Just these ordinary spells. You want to hurt my servant? Will you be too whimsical? Mark's Marclown avoids the bite of the basilisk again. Since the curse of the small power can't cause you harm, Try this. Malnia. Mark's Marclown's curse pointed directly at the head of the basilisk, and the powerful spell energy of Malnia shot out, directly hitting the head of the basilisk with a muffled sound. Cool tiger. Boom. The basilisk was immediately knocked back. To be precise, it was knocked into the air by a huge impact. But the next moment, the basilisk swung Marclown the giant snake head back to the ground, and the powerful impact only caused the basilisk to temporarily dizzy. Sure enough, for mollusks, the effect is halved. Although Mark's Marclown saw that Malnia's attack had taken effect, there was no trace of joy in her heart, because Mark's Marclown could clearly see that although the Basilisk 11 was stunned, Malnia did not cause authentic damage to the basilisk. Indeed, Malnia is an attack range with a hammering surface, and for soft creatures such as basilisks, it is simply difficult to cause any decent damage. Sure enough, the basilisk quickly reacted from Malnia's vertigo. This time the basilisk seemed to have been provoked by Mark's Marclown, and changed his unsullen appearance before becoming violent. Cool tiger. Mark's Marclown avoided the basilisk attack while looking for opportunities. Since the Malnia who hammered the surface can't cause a lot of damage to the basilisk, the only way to use Malnia's variant spell. Just after the basilisk smashed a hard floor into pieces again, Mark's Marclown's wand pointed straight at the basilisk's torso. Eternal Gunslinger. The magic wand in Mark's Marclown's hand gleamed with dazzling light, which was caused by Malnia being compressed into a sharp point. The Eternal Gun was pointed directly at the torso of the basilisk and shot out without hesitation. Mark's Marclown can be sure that as long as the Eternal Gunslinger hits the basilisk, no matter how strong the scales on the basilisk's body are, it is impossible to resist the Eternal Gunslinger's terrifying penetration. Of course, the premise is that the Eternal Gunslinger can accurately hit the basilisk. The basilisk suddenly twists its body and twists into a weird circle. This is a very simple thing for the soft creature basilisk. The basilisk also has a faint sense of crisis of biological instinct, realizing that this eternal sharp gun can pose a great threat to itself. So he immediately made an evasive posture. The Eternal Gunslinger passed directly through the center of the circle formed by the body of the basilisk and hit the wall behind him. Boom. A small but bottomless hole appeared in the wall. Mark's Marclown frowned. He underestimated the basilisk's reaction ability. He didn't expect that such a tricky timing attack could be avoided by the basilisk. But this is also because the attack range of the Eternal Gunslinger is too small, and its extreme power is compressed, resulting in a reduction in the success rate of attack hits. Hiss. Visible to the naked Marclown, the basilisk became more alert. In fact, the basilisk was also frightened by the Eternal Sharp Spear, and the power of this spell was far beyond its imagination. Had it not been for the basilisk to be too flexible, the power of this spell would be enough to cause permanent trauma to the basilisk. The basilisk roared, turned over, and rushed towards Mark's Marclown again. Malnia. Mark's Marclown had no choice but to use Malnia again, using Malnia's powerful impact to force the basilisk to have difficulty getting close to his body. Boom, boom, boom. A loud and deafening roar echoed in the secret room one after another, and in a blink of an Marclown, the walls of the secret room were blasted out of several big pits by Malnia. However, the battle between Mark's Marclown and the basilisk slowly became stalemate. The reason for this is that, on the one hand, Mark's Marclown constantly uses Malnia, and the powerful curse makes it difficult for the basilisk to get close to him. On the other hand, the basilisk is also afraid of Mark's Marclown's powerful Eternal Sharp Spear, causing the basilisk itself to dare not get too close to Mark's Marclown. Tom on the side sneered, although you don't know how you closed your Marclowns to predict the actions of the basilisk, but you continue to use such powerful spells. When your magic is exhausted, your doomsday is here. Mark's Marclown remained silent. Of course he knew what Tom said. Now, although Mark's Marclown can make the basilisk a bit jealous with the powerful impact of Mjolnir and the Eternal Sharp Spear that will not fire, The constant use of such a powerful spell is also a kind of no light for Clown burden. Even the magic power raised to level 4 could not sustain such a huge consumption for a long time. However, for the basilisk, Clown's curse can't cause harm to the basilisk at all, and he didn't even consume much physical strength. If this continues, the first 483 to fall must be Clown. Clown kept thinking about feasible solutions in his mind. My strongest spells are Molnar and Eternal Gunslinger, but Molnar can't cause too much damage. Eternal Gunslinger can hardly hit, which means I have no chance to defeat the snake in magic. Weird. Any further delay will only become more and more unfavorable to Clown. As for Phoenix Fox's support, as well as the Sword of Gryffindor, as a Slytherin and not loyal to Dumbledore's Clown, let alone consider it. Thinking of this, Clown was cruel. Now he couldn't hesitate anymore. He could only use his final hole card directly. Animagus. Level 1 Dragonization. Clown received the 2 magic wands into his wizard robes, and the whole person changed dramatically. His hands and feet instantly turned into ferocious dragon claws. Clown's originally slightly thin body was quickly raised in the blink of an eye. Clown equals 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 equals. Chapter 242, Battle of Monsters. This article is updated by middle.# vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Soon Clown's figure became extremely slender, a mighty dragon horns grew from his head, a graceful dragon tail appeared from behind, and the mighty dragon head let out a huge roar. Clown once again transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. Roar. Tom was shocked by Clown's sudden transformation and took a few steps back, his face pale, and said, "What is this? Is this a dragon?" "It's a dragon." The basilisk was even more frightened by the 5-clawed golden dragon incarnation of Clown. After all, no matter how long the basilisk lives, no matter how strong it is essentially a snake, and has an instinctive fear of the dragon. This is not animagus. I have never heard of anyone who can use animagus to become like this. Clown, what sorcery did you use? Although everyone has a different shape of animagus, they are basically ordinary animals in nature. Tom roared, pointing at Clown, who had turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon, and said loudly, "Impossible. How could you become like this?" This is Voldemort's anger at seeing something completely unknown to him, completely beyond his control and plan. Clown issued a huge dragon roar, and the majestic dragon glared at Tom. The roaring sound spread out, as if it was accompanied by some magical power, so that Tom of the Soul Body was shocked to the ground. The basilisk roared menacingly, blocking Tom's front, and the pale low snaky Clowns stared at Clown. Clown, in the form of a 5-clawed golden dragon, is no longer afraid to look directly at the basilisk. The dragon Clown and the snake Clown can see each other's hostility when looking at each other. Hi, hiss, hiss. The basilisk roared suddenly, Clownling at Clown. Clown could hear the meaning of the basilisk. The basilisk just meant, "You are not a real dragon, you are just a pseudo-dragon diaresis." Hearing the roar of the basilisk, Tom seemed emboldened, immediately got up from the ground, and said angrily, Clown, it turns out you are pretending to be a ghost again." Clown didn't expect the basilisk to see through his dragon-like body so quickly. He was indeed an old monster who had lived for thousands of Marclown hours, and he couldn't be ambiguous at all. Hi, hiss, hiss. The basilisk uttered again, and this time it meant, but your pseudo-dragon, after all, has a little dragon blood. Eating you is probably of great use to me. With that said, the basilisk rushed towards Marx Marclown without hesitation, no longer caring about Marx Marclown's dragon-like appearance. Plus cool, tiger. Marx Marclown saw that the surface deterrence method had no effect, so she had to bite the bullet and rush forward to start a hand-to-hand battle with the basilisk. The huge snake tail of the basilisk slammed towards Marx Marclown's dragon head. Marx Marclown raised his head and avoided the basilisk's giant tail attack, but was immediately seized by the basilisk. The basilisk opened its mouth in the blood basin and bit on Marx Marclown's body full of golden dragon scales fiercely. Marx Marclown felt severe pain in her chest. Marx Marclown's level 1 dragon body only possessed the strength of a 5-clawed golden dragon's body, but could not help the horrible bite force of the basilisk. Marx Marclown waved his dragon claws, grabbed the body of the basilisk, and made a clanging sound again. But this time it is clearly visible. The dragon claw left obvious scars on the scales of the basilisk. The basilisk screamed and let go of the big mouth that was biting Marx Marclown. The power of Marx Marclown's transformation into a dragon queen is no longer something that the basilisk can ignore. Roar! Marx Marclown waved his sharp dragon claws and grabbed the basilisk. With a twist of the basilisk's flexible body, it easily escaped Marx Marclown's catch. Marx Marclown's sharp dragon claws grabbed onto a statue of a huge snake head on the wall, and the huge snake head instantly fell apart, bone torn under the claws. Marx Marclown's dragon tail quickly patted the basilisk, but the basilisk's control of his body was too flexible. The dragon's tail also patted empty, and the hard floor was shot out of the cobweb by the huge impact of the dragon's tail. Like cracks, the basilisk raised the hideous snake's tail and rolled towards Marx Marclown. Marx Marclown immediately shook his head to avoid it. The snake's tail once again smashed a huge snake head sculpture on the wall. A dragon and a snake are in the secret room. You come and I go, and you can beat them all at once. The two huge bodies violently collided, and the head-to-head combat method was extremely destructive, and the entire secret room was messed up by the battle between the two. More than half of the snake head sculpture on the wall has been destroyed, and even the head of the huge old man on the platform has been destroyed by Marx Marclown's dragon tail in half, leaving only half of the incomplete head. Tom was shocked watching the battle between a dragon and a snake. He didn't expect Marx Marclown to be able to make such a big battle in such a mortal situation. The entire secret room was about to be destroyed by their battle. Basilisk. Speed will solve Marx Marclown. Tom gave orders to the basilisk in a snake-like voice. Tom was a little afraid of what would happen if he entangled with Marx Marclown. The basilisk, hearing, didn't hesitate to coil his snake-like body around Marx Marclown, tightly shrinking his body, and tightening Marx Marclown's body. Marx Marclown's dragon claws clung to the scales of the basilisk, scratching desperately. Marx Marclown couldn't care about disgusting, and bit directly on the basilisk. Hiss! The basilisk resisted the pain on his body, turned his mouth back, and directly bit Marx Marclown's dragon claws. Marx Marclown's you wang how now they're like children fighting. Whoever puts more effort will win. But after all, Marx Marclown is still not quite used to his dragon-like body. The power of the basilisk is getting stronger and stronger, but Marx Marclown feels that his power is constantly fading. The basilisk suddenly roared, and the power of his whole body exploded and pressed Marx Marclown to the ground. Marx Marclown felt intense pain coming from all over his body, desperately twisting his body, resisting the basilisk, and the sharp dragon claws made bloody marks on the basilisk. Equals 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 equals. P.S. Ask for automatic subscription and rewards and comments. Chapter 243 The Long Roar. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Marks Marclown's body was also covered with all kinds of scars caused by the basilisk. This was an extremely painful pain to Marks Marclown, but Marks Marclown clenched his teeth and persisted. Cool tiger, a dragon and a snake tumbling desperately on the ground. The huge body smashed the entire secret room to wobbly. The two seemed to be entangled, but Marks Marclown is already at a disadvantage, and the attack of the basilisk makes Marks Marclown too passive now, unable to fight back. Marks Marclown has used Longwood too few times, and he has no complete control over Longwood's body. Faced with the old monster basilisk that has lived for thousands of Marclown hours, it is a pretty good result to be able to persist for such a long time. The basilisk bit Marks Marclown's dragon claws. The huge pain made Marks Marclown gradually unable to feel the strength of his body. Damn it, is it going to end like this? Tom laughed arrogantly, and said, "Stupid Marks Marclown, do you think it is enough to make a fake dragon? Even if you change into a dragon, you Marks Marclown is just a piece of waste that Voldemort holds." Marks Marclown bit the torso 560 of the basilisk. His Marclowns gradually blurred. It was a result of extreme weakness. Too many scars have been caused to himself, and his physical and magical powers have been consumed to a terrifying level. Marks Marclown was able to hold on to the present, but he was holding a sigh of breath, unwilling to give up. I cannot be reconciled. Marks Marclown suddenly felt in his chest, like a hot flame burning his body, making the entire Longwood body become extremely hot. Not reconciled. Marks Marclown exhausted all the strength of his whole body and bit on the basilisk with all his strength. The basilisk let go of the bloody dragon claws, and the dragon claws leaned to one side weakly. Under the horrible bite force of the basilisk, Marks Marclown's dragon claws had already been bitten and lost the sense. The basilisk saw Marks Marclown almost unable to hold on any longer, and aimed at Marks Marclown's throat, and wanted to bite it down. Marks Marclown stared at the basilisk in front of him. The flames in his chest were getting hotter and hotter, and an indescribable feeling arose. That is a feeling of about to be reborn. Marks Marclown suddenly remembered the Phoenix Fox in Dumbledore's office. It is rumored that the Phoenix died in the fire and was reborn in the fire, representing Nirvana rebirth in the world. And the five-clawed golden dragon, which is as noble as the Phoenix, and even more noble, is now beaten like this by a stinky snake. A kind of instinctive stubbornness suddenly erupted from Marks Marclown's heart. Marks Marclown bit the basilisk's head one step faster than the basilisk, and his sharp dragon teeth slammed into the basilisk's head. I am the king of the dragon, how dare you compare with me? Marks Marclown felt the flame in her chest burst out without warning, and the feeling that an infinite power was in her hands came alive. Level 2 Dragonization. At this most critical moment, Marks Marclown's breakthrough directly caused Animagus Level 1 Dragonization to evolve into Level 2 Dragonization. The basilisk wailed, and the place where Marks Marclown was biting on his head, there was a huge pain, and the basilisk couldn't help relaxing its entanglement with Marks Marclown. Marks Marclown bit the head of the basilisk and raised its noble head high. The huge body of the basilisk was directly thrown aside by Mark's Clown, and it hit the wall on one side of the secret room heavily. Boom! Along with this loud bang, a deafening dragon roar was also emitted high from Mark's Clown's throat. The majestic dragon roar instantly spread from the deep underground to the ground, and the whole Hogwarts trembled in this ancient roar. All the people were awakened by the huge sound of dragon roar. Many students who didn't know what they were talking about were scared and fell out of bed in their sleep. Some students who heard the sound of dragons rushed to the window and looked around in excitement, wanting to see what the legendary creature look like. All of a sudden, students rushed out of the rest area of their college, and the whole Hogwarts campus was boiling. Hogwarts professors were also awakened. Snape stood silently by the window in his pajamas, frowning deeply, not knowing what he was thinking. Deans McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout also hurriedly ran out of their dormitory, completely ignoring their own image, and desperately preventing the students from commotion. Just because this dragon chant is really shocking. All people who heard this dragon sound felt their minds shaking. It was an instinctive fear. Phoenix Fox in Dumbledore's office quietly listened to this dragon roar. Perhaps only she could be so calm throughout the Hogwarts campus. Long Yin's roar even reached the Forbidden Forest. Aragog shrank in fear in his cave, shivering. In this huge dragon cry, Aragog felt a deep sense of fear from the depths of his soul. The descendants of Aragog were even more unbearable. All of a sudden, feces and urine, countless spiders fell on the ground. The horses of the horse race knelt on the ground one by one with their clowns closed to show their respect for the most noble creatures in the world. All the creatures in the Forbidden Forest huddled on the ground in fear. In this dragon roar, they all felt an extreme fear deep in their hearts. It's like the subjects want to welcome the return of their emperor. Only in the deepest part of the Forbidden Forest, a pair of sexualized clowns suddenly opened, and the pupils were full of thought and solemnity. In the secret room deep underground, Tom was already sitting on the ground, his face pale and staring at Mark's Clown. Obviously I am still in the state of a Horcrux, so I can treat me. His clowns were full of fear, and there was no trace of bad faith. It's no wonder that Tom, as a young Voldemort, was so unbearable, just because Mark's Clown's roar is almost an upgraded version of his previous roar, and even has a special targeting effect on the soul. Chapter 244, The Birth of the Dragon King. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _. The basilisk was also curled up to one side, his clowns full of fear. If Mark's Clown just now was just a pseudo-dragon, and it still had the courage to go up and fight with it, then the pseudo-dragon has become a real dragon, and it is still the king of dragons, and it will not dare to give the basilisk 100 courage. Dare to fight the Dragon King. Mark's Clown closed his clowns, carefully feeling the wonderful feeling brought to him by level 2 dragonization. The scars that Mark's Clown had caused by the basilisk had disappeared. The huge dragon body was suspended in midair, exuding golden light, and the thick dragon might suppress the soul and the snake in the secret room so that it did not dare to move. Level 2 dragonization is a qualitative change for Animagus in Mark's Clown. The level 1 dragon transformation is just to give Mark's Clown the initial body of a dragon, only the ability to use the 5-claw golden dragon. However, Level 2 Dragonization allows Mark's Marclown to control his body to fly in the air while also possessing the breath of the dragon and the ability of the dragon. That is to say, it truly meets all the natural abilities of the 5-claw golden dragon. Mark's Marclown slowly opened his E-Marclowns and gave Tom a faint glance. Tom shook his head in despair and said, "It's a lie. All this is a lie. This is just Mark's Marclown's blindfold." The basilisk crawled on the ground and hissed, "Don't talk nonsense, it is a real dragon." At this time, the basilisk faced Mark's Marclown, who was a real dragon, full of fear, and no longer meant to fight with him. "I do not believe," Tom shouted loudly, "Basilisk, you quickly kill Mark's Marclown for me. I want to get his body." The basilisk shook his head helplessly, and did not move. Mark's Marclown opened his dragon's mouth and slowly said, "Voldemort, do you want to get my body that way?" At this time, Tom was scared by Mark's Marclown and lost everything. Now he is just a young Voldemort, and he has no confidence in the face of Mark's Marclown in the form of a dragon. Tom pointed to Mark's Marclown and deceived himself and said, "You can't fool me. I will get your body. This will happen sooner or later." Mark's Marclown said coldly, "Don't you want to get my power? Then feel it." After all, Mark's Marclown vomited a golden dragon's breath, and the scorching dragon's breath instantly surrounded Tom. What? Even with the protection of Horcruxes, Tom couldn't prevent the dragon's breath from eroding his soul. Dragon breath is one of the attacks that can damage the soul through the Horcrux, and can even directly bypass the Horcrux and attack the soul in it, which is even higher than the basilisk fangs that can destroy the Horcrux. Tom uttered a tragic scream. This soul fragment belonging to Voldemort's young age, under the scorching of dragon's breath. There was no power to resist. Impossible. This is impossible. My Horcrux is obviously perfect, and you clearly cannot hurt me. Tom in the dragon's breath screamed, his resentfully Marclowns staring at Mark's Marclown. However, this can't change the reality, and Tom finally disappeared, leaving only an old diary to fall to the ground. The soul of this Voldemort has completely disappeared. After Mark's Marclown had done all this, he immediately transformed back into his body, because he knew that the culprit was Tom, the soul of Voldemort. As long as Tom is dead, the basilisk will have no problems. The basilisk lowered his head, afraid to look at Mark's Marclown, as a loser, but also as a challenge to the majesty of the Dragon King. It understands its upcoming destiny. "You offended me," Mark's Marclown said indifferently. This time he used snake voice. The huge body of the basilisk trembled slightly and hissed, "I don't know that you are a dragon. I regret my ignorance." Mark's Marclown said, "Since you know you made a mistake, how do you make up for it?" The basilisk heard that Mark's Marclown did not directly kill himself, and heard a glimmer of life, hurriedly said, "I can become a slave to an adult and serve the adult for a lifetime." Mark's Marclown sneered, "Your master has just died, and you are about to become my slave so soon. How should I trust you? Find flowers middle dot 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 middle dot." The basilisk hurriedly said, "I am absolutely suppressed by the blood of the adult dragon clan. For me, serving a dragon clan is the greatest honor of my life." Mark's Marclown looked at the basilisk coldly, without speaking. The basilisk heard Mark's Marclown's dissatisfaction, and continued, "My original master, Salazar Slytherin, once asked me to serve the heir of Slytherin blood. Not as long as anyone who can speak snake tongue can order I. Since the heir of Slytherin blood has disappeared, you, as my upper race, should become my new master." Mark's Marclown said coldly, "Are you really willing to serve me?" The basilisk hurriedly said, "Will die." Mark's Marclown nodded and asked, "Then how can I get you back?" The whole body of the basilisk suddenly changed, and the originally huge body gradually became smaller, and finally turned into a small snake that can be placed in the palm of the hand. Marx Marclown picked up the smaller basilisk and looked curiously in his palm. It turns out that there is still this ability. No wonder how many talented professors and students at Hogwarts have not discovered you for nearly 1,000 Marclown hours. The basilisk stared with small E Marclowns, with a flattering look in his E Marclowns, and the smaller basilisk has lost the curse of death by staring at each other. Marx Marclown received the basilisk in his sleeve and picked up the diary left by Tom. This time I defeated Tom and regained the basilisk again. I guess there will be quite a generous reward. While talking to herself, Marx Marclown opened the teacher system. The division system really showed 2 rewards. Congratulations to the host for destroying Voldemort's Horcrux and upgrading the reward spirit to level 4. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Basilisk Head and rewarding 2,000 potential points. Equals 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 equals. Chapter 245. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Marx Marclown nodded in satisfaction, obviously very satisfied with the rewards of the teacher system. Because Marx Marclown has discovered a law of the teacher system, now with the continuous increase of Marx Marclown's skill level, the teacher system rarely has direct upgrade rewards for skills. But think about it, every skill upgrade is a qualitative change. Although the division system is very powerful, it will never give you unlimited opportunities for qualitative change. Finally, there has been a direct upgrade reward that appears less and less. As expected, this is indeed a reward that Voldemort can get for a wave of positive anus, although it is only a sole fragment from the student period. Thinking of this, Marx Marclown no longer entangled about skill upgrades. Marx Marclown couldn't say exactly how strong the 530 mental power possessed by her body right now. Anyway, he just feels that his mental power has reached a very strong point. As for the 2,000 potential points to recover the basilisk, it was within Marx Marclown's expectation. But it was also a little bit beyond Marx Marclown's expectation. Unexpectedly, the basilisk is an old monster for thousands of Marclown hours after all. From the establishment of Hogwarts to the present, the high rewards are absolute. But what was unexpected was that the division system actually rewarded 2,000 potential points, which is also the highest potential point reward Marx Marclown has received so far. However, Marx Marclown didn't plan to use this potential point right away, so let's use it later when there is any need. The division system rewards generous rewards, but there is a more difficult problem in front of Marx Marclown. How did the secret room incident be resolved, and how to make a reasonable explanation? Just now, when Marx Marclown turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon and broke through to level 2. The loud dragon's roar probably shocked the entire academy. Now the professors may be wondering where the loud noise came from. And he was in a secret room, and he had to make a perfect statement about the whole thing and make it public. Marx Marclown pondered for a while and already had her own thoughts. Marx Marclown went up to the platform, picked up Lockhart, who was still unconscious, stuffed his diary into Lockhart's wizard robe, and left the secret room. Marx Marclown carried Lockhart on his back and returned to the bathroom on the 2nd floor of Hogwarts. Hogwarts was already very noisy at this time. The dragon roar just now did cause a great sensation to the students, and the professors desperately suppressing the restless emotions of the students had no effect. There are also a lot of people in the bathroom, desperately watching the situation here. Marksmarclown only discovered that their previous fight in the secret room had caused a small part of the bathroom to collapse. Coupled with Marksmarclown's loud dragon's song, many people suspect that the dragon's song came from the bathroom. Snape was also among them. At this time, Snape had already arranged his clothes and was chasing good students outside the bathroom. Listen to all of you. There is nothing good to see here. Now go back to the rest area of your own college. Snape sneered coldly, shouting and drinking the students. The students looked reluctant, but still forced by Snape's majesty, slowly moved back. Look, someone has crawled out there. Suddenly the students marclowned, and the students immediately ignored Snape's obstruction, and looked curiously into the bathroom. Snape turned his head in the same way and saw the Cloud Knight crawling out of the bathroom. Marksmarclown was now ragged, with Lockhart on his back, with a miserable appearance. Snape saw Marksmarclown crawl out of the bathroom, and immediately realized that this matter might not be as simple as he thought. He hurriedly walked to Marksmarclown and asked coldly, "What the hell are you doing?" Marksmarclown shook his head slightly and said, "When Professor Dumbledore arrives, I will explain it to you. Now you let people block this place and don't let anyone enter it." Snape was about to say why Marksmarclown ordered him to do things, but Marksmarclown had put Lockhart aside, sat aside to rest, and did not intend to talk to Snape. Snape had no choice but to ignore Marksmarclown. He saw the Slytherin student who was still looking at the crowd, and immediately shouted, "Joseph!" Originally, Joseph wanted to be in the crowd, sneaking a look at what happened here, but he didn't expect to be seen directly by Snape. Joseph came over with a downcast face, thinking that Snape would teach him a lesson. "Who knows?" Snape said coldly. "Find a few students from Slytherin College and guard here. No one, including you, is allowed to enter. Just say it's my order." When Joseph heard that Snape didn't mean to blame him, he hurriedly said, "Received." Snape turned to look at Marksmarclown, with doubts and puzzles in his Marclowns. But he didn't rush to ask Marksmarclown anything, just said indifferently, "Let's go." Marksmarclown motioned to Lockhart, who was lying on the side, and stood up and said, "Professor Lockhart, please." Snape gave Marksmarclown a fierce look, and just wanted to say something, but thinking that it was not easy, he had to lift Lockhart's body himself and followed Marksmarclown out of the bathroom. 2.7 Joseph was very loyal and conscientious to gather a bunch of Slytherin College students, guarding the entrance of the bathroom leading to the secret room. Snape carried Lockhart and said coldly, "Where are you going?" Marksmarclown said indifferently, "Go to the principal's office. When the principal returns, I will personally report this to the principal." Snape snorted coldly, "I warn you not to make any tricks. I know what happened tonight. It must have a lot to do with you. Equals 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 equals. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 246. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site. Marksmarclown Tan said, "I didn't say that. It has nothing to do with me. I said that when the principal returns, I will explain to you one by one. Otherwise you want to exhaust me. But I helped the school solve a big problem." Snape didn't answer, but he gave a cold hum in disdain. Hogwarts finally recovered his calm with the efforts of the professors. But at this time the sky was already dark, and the students couldn't sleep even when they returned to their dormitories. Each dormitory was discussing what happened tonight. The fact that Marx Marclown appeared in the bathroom was even passed on by many people, and various speculations about Marx Marclown spread throughout the school. Some guessed that Marx Marclown saved the entire campus, went to the secret room in person, and defeated the Slytherin successor. There is also speculation that Marx Marclown is the successor of Slytherin, opened the secret room, released a dragon, and attacked Lockhart on 11th. Some even thought that Lockhart was the heir of Slytherin, was discovered by Marx Marclown, and finally defeated by Marx Marclown. The most bizarre thing is that some people even guessed that there was a dragon hidden in the secret room, and then Marx Marclown and Lockhart teamed up to carry out the feat of slaying the dragon. All kinds of rumors spread on the campus, and Marx Marclown, as the client, was sitting in the principal's office, leisurely and elegantly tasting the tea collected in the principal's office. Phoenix Fox in the office has been looking at Marx Marclown, with unspeakable complex feelings in his Marclowns. In front of Marx Marclown, the professors and teachers of Hogwarts School are staring at Marx Marclown closely, as if to see something from Marx Marclown's every move. For what happened last night, all classes at Hogwarts today have been stopped. Marx Marclown didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She should drink tea and take a nap. Boom. The door to the principal's office was opened, and Dumbledore walked into the office slowly with an indifferent expression. Principal. All the professors and teachers bowed slightly to Dumbledore, and Marx Marclown also stood up from the stool and nodded politely to Dumbledore. Before Dumbledore was made by Lucius, the school board wanted to remove Dumbledore from his principal duties. It seemed to outsiders that Dumbledore wanted to protect himself, but now it seems that these worries are unnecessary. After all, Dumbledore is a figure of real power, both inside and outside the school. With Dumbledore's prestige and reputation, coupled with Professor Hogwarts' loyalty to Dumbledore, Dumbledore will come back whenever he wants. Cool Tiger. The ruling that Lucius came up with was nothing but a joke in Dumbledore's Marclowns. Dumbledore's willingness to be investigated was only to give the school board a bit of face, so that the two sides would not completely fall apart. Besides, given Dumbledore's prestige in the school and the loyalty of the professors to Dumbledore, it doesn't matter that Dumbledore temporarily leaves the school for a while. Dumbledore took a faint look at Marx Marclown, walked to Lockhart, and slowly said, "What happened to Lockhart?" All the professors looked at Marx Marclown together, and Dumbledore was back, and the doubts that had troubled them all night were finally solved. Marx Marclown shook his head and said, "It should have just passed out." Dumbledore checked Lockhart, drew a magic wand, and said, "Recover quickly." Dumbledore's curse was lightly tapped on Lockhart's forehead. Lockhart trembled all over, and slowly opened his Marclowns, but he was still confused. "Professor Lockhart," Dumbledore whispered. Lockhart looked at Dumbledore in surprise. "Professor Dumbledore, where am I? Where is this?" Dumbledore patted Lockhart on the head softly and said softly, "This is my office, how are you?" Lockhart shook his head and said, "My head hurts." "What's the matter?" Dumbledore pushed the Marclown on his nose and asked, "Do you remember what happened last night?" Lockhart was still confused, and answered the question, "Why am I in your office? Am I in my bedroom?" Dumbledore frowned slightly when he saw Lockhart's look confused. Snape said coldly, "Marx Marclown, since Professor Lockhart can't remember clearly, just tell me." "We have waited all night, you should explain clearly." Dumbledore also looked at Marx Marclown, waiting for Marx Marclown to speak. Marx Marclown sorted out his thoughts and said, "Last night, I wanted to visit Professor Lockhart before going back to the bedroom to rest. But when I came to the door of Professor Lockhart's office, I saw Professor Lockhart wandering in the corridor by himself. I told him he would ignore me. He looked very strange." Mrs. Hooch suddenly interrupted, "Why are you visiting Lockhart so late?" When Marx Marclown was about to explain, Flitwick said, "What's so strange about this? Isn't the relationship between Marx Marclown and Lockhart particularly good? Marx Marclown likes Lockhart's works very much, and Lockhart is also very the recognition of Mark's Marclown. These are all due to Lockhart's increasing misunderstandings step by step, which lasted the entire school Marclowner and gave Mark's Marclown the impression. Many professors have also heard about this and nodded one after another, agreeing to Mark's Marclown's statement. Dumbledore said, "Go on." Mark's Marclown nodded and said, "I saw Professor Lockhart look so strange. I was afraid that Professor Lockhart would be in danger, so I secretly followed Professor Lockhart to see what the professor wanted to do. The bathroom on the second floor. And I heard a hissing noise from nowhere," Snape said with a solemn face, snake voice. After finishing speaking, Snape looked at Lockhart in his Marclowns full of hostility, and Lockhart looked blank. Equals 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 equals. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage Chapter 247. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Mark's Marclown said, "I don't know what language it is." Anyway, the wash basin in the next bathroom was opened directly. McGonagall suddenly realized, the entrance to the secret room is the abandoned bathroom. Mark's Marclown pretended to be blank and said, "It should be." Anyway, I watched Professor Lockhart jump in directly. I was afraid that the professor was in danger, so I jumped in. Dumbledore looked at Mark's Marclown closely and listened carefully to every sentence and word of Mark's Marclown, without missing any details. "What is inside?" Snape asked. All the professors looked at Mark's Marclown closely. Mark's Marclown continued, "There are a lot of bones. There are animals and humans." Bone. Many professors looked at each other. Could it be that the campus where they teach every day is actually a bloody grave? Dumbledore frowned even more, and the school must pay considerable attention to this matter. Mark's Marclown continued, "There is also a huge snake shed. I believe that if the snake is still there, the size will be quite amazing." Dumbledore took a breath. As the principal of Hogwarts, he certainly knew what the snake skin represented. "Did you see any snake-like creatures when you entered?" Mark's Marclown shook his head ignorantly and asked, "What is that?" When Dumbledore heard Mark's Marclown's denial, he lightly breathed out, "Go on." Mark's Marclown nodded and said, "Then I followed Professor Lockhart into the secret room, and then Professor Lockhart took out a very old book. In that book, the soul of a young man appeared. He claimed for the young Voldemort. Tom Diaresis." Dumbledore frowned solemnly, his face crumpled. Mark's Marclown pointed to Lockhart and said, "That book seems to be on Professor Lockhart." Dumbledore hurriedly approached Lockhart. Before Lockhart could react, Dumbledore took out a book that was too dilapidated from Lockhart's wizardrobe. "It is Tom's diary." "What?" Professor Lockhart opened his mouth subconsciously, revealing a subtle expression for a moment. Snape frowned and walked to Dumbledore's side, his Marclowns fixed on the diary. Dumbledore took this diary, and with his ability, of course, one could tell at a glance that this diary was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. However, the current Horcrux appeared in a state of nothingness. There was no soul in it, and the Horcrux was intact without any trace of damage. It stands to reason that if the Horcrux is not damaged, the soul inside cannot be Marclowned. Even with Dumbledore's current methods, it was not possible to destroy the soul inside without damaging the Horcrux. So where did Voldemort's young soul that existed in the Horcrux go? Dumbledore asked. "Where did that soul go?" Mark's Marclown said, "I saw that young man's soul rushed directly into Professor Lockhart's body, and Lockhart became like a very painful one, and finally set off an inexplicable spiritual storm, and the entire secret room disremarklowned. "What's the end?" Dumbledore asked eagerly. Marksmarklown saw Dumbledore's eager expression for the first time, and Dumbledore in the past always looked indifferent. Marksmarklown said, "In the end the secret room was disremarklowned." After the young man's soul entered, it seemed to never come out again. Maybe it was defeated by Professor Lockhart's strong will. Dumbledore turned to Lockhart, wanting to prove Marksmarklown's statement. Lockhart said directly without even thinking about it, "Well, Marklowns, of course I have noticed it a long time ago. It feels as if I am controlled by something. Now my head hurts so much. There is indeed something in my impression, invaded my brain." McGonagall asked, "Professor Lockhart, if you think about it, this matter is of great importance. No ambiguity is allowed." Lockhart saw that all the professors in the office were looking at him with hope, and they wanted to show themselves spontaneously. "Anyway, everyone didn't understand this matter, so now I don't know when to blow it. What's more, since this road became famous, he has been doing this kind of thing. At this moment, it is a great job to send him to the door to pretend." Lockhart suddenly realized : I remember. Dumbledore pushed his glasses and looked at Lockhart. What Lockhart wanted to talk about next was very important to them. Lockhart saw the spirits lifted by the crowd, showing that his lust became stronger. "In the beginning, I was confused by the diary, Of course, I also had the idea of exploring the details of the diary, because I had already discovered that the diary was left by the great demon whose name cannot be said in his youth, at Hogwarts." Dumbledore nodded and motioned Lockhart to continue. Lockhart began to talk about his experience vividly. "You don't know that the big demon directly invaded my brain. Although I realized this, he was caught off guard at first. So I was caught off guard. He was out-controlled." Marksmarklown watched Lockhart unexpectedly and began to blow up the bull. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Everything was under his control. Immediately afterwards, Lockhart began to talk about the whole thing in a daze. Why he was tempted by Voldemort to go to the secret room. Because Voldemort greedily wanted to seize Lockhart's body. Because Lockhart's body is the most powerful body in the wizarding world today. What else is Lockhart's heroic refusal? Holding his mind firmly not to be corroded by Voldemort. P.S. Ask for automatic subscription and rewards. Chapter 248. The most dangerous thing. This article is updated by middle.# vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ In short, after several twists and turns, Lockhart and Voldemort broke out in the ultimate spiritual battle. In the end, Lockhart used his strongest mental attack to kill the soul of the young Voldemort in his brain. As a well-known writer, Lockhart's ability to compose stories on the spot is indeed not fake. He is a master of Taoism that has almost deceived the entire wizarding community. Things he had never experienced before were also told by him as if he were on the scene. The content was extremely real and exciting. How heroic the battle scene is, and how fearless his own spirit is. There is simply no one before and after. The professors were fascinated, and their admiration for Lockhart rose to a new level. If it hadn't been for Marksmarklown to know the inside story of the whole thing, she might have almost been moved by Lockhart, the old fritters. He was so good at talking. There were also doubts about Lockhart, Dumbledore and Snape. Dumbledore's qualifications gave Dumbledore 533 a broader vision, and he felt a trace of something wrong with Lockhart's sex. However, Dumbledore could not think of other explanations based on his imagination, so he had to reluctantly accept Lockhart's sex. Plus cool Tiger. Snape was dubious. He was extremely skeptical that Lockhart could defeat the young Voldemort, but Snape did not say it. After all, even Dumbledore could not find a good explanation, and he also can't. After Lockhart finished telling his story, the professors were all lingering fears. Dumbledore said, "Professor McGonagall, Mrs. Pomfrey, you first sent Professor Lockhart to the school infirmary for examination. Other professors go to the college. They manage to stabilize the emotions of the students. By the way, the school will give the students an answer to what happened last night." When the professors were about to walk out of the principal's office, Dumbledore added, "Professor Snape, you can stay. I have something to tell you." Snape nodded and stood aside. McGonagall and Pomfrey helped Lockhart and walked out of the office slowly. Marks Marclown asked, "If it's okay, I would also like to go back and have a rest. After all, I didn't sleep all night last night." Dumbledore said indifferently, "Marks Marclown, you have worked hard, but please bear with me. How about going to the secret room with us again?" Dumbledore had said it to this level, and Marks Marclown was not good at objecting, so she had to agree. Snape pointed to the diary and asked, "The diary?" Dumbledore nodded and said, "As Marks Marclown said, this is a Horcrux that confuses people after prolonged contact, and will eventually be taken from the body. It is very dangerous." Snape frowned. "Then get rid of this Horcrux." Dumbledore shook his head and said, "There is no problem now. Voldemort's soul inside has disappeared, and he can no longer confuse people." Snape said at ease, "That's good." Dumbledore said, "Then let's go to the secret room now. Is there a problem with Marks Marclown?" Marks Marclown shook his head quickly. What opinion could he have? Now Dumbledore obviously feels wrong about Marks Marclown and Lockhart's statement, so the two instability factors of Lockhart and Marks Marclown are controlled first. For someone like Dumbledore who has a strong desire for control, this is not surprising. Dumbledore turned his head and asked, "Is there someone at the entrance of the bathroom?" Snape nodded and said, "I have arranged for students from Slytherin College to be stationed there. There should be no problem." Dumbledore said, "Then let's go now." Dumbledore took Snape and Marks Marclown directly to the bathroom on the second floor. Joseph was leading a dozen Slytherin College students to guard this area, acting faithfully and conscientiously. "Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape." Joseph pushed his chest out hard, and finally whispered, "And the boss." Dumbledore smiled and said, "Thanks for your hard work." Snape said, "Let's go in first. You continue to guard, and I will give you extra points when you go back." Joseph was over-Marclowned, received. Dumbledore took Snape and Marks Marclown directly into the tunnel of the bathroom, and fell into a pit full of bones. Dumbledore cast a fluorescent charm, looked at the bones around him, frowning. Snape took the lead in front, guarding against any accidents. Dumbledore also walked at the back with a look of guard. Marks Marclown, who was in between the protection of the two, mumbled in his heart, "What danger is there?" The biggest danger is now in Marks Marclown's wizard robe. Soon, that huge snake film appeared in the Marclowns of the three people. The faces of Snape and Dumbledore became a little ugly. They didn't expect that this basilisk had grown to such a dangerous size, and even they were a bit tricky to face the basilisk. The three were silent and walked into the secret room. The secret room had been Marclowned in the fierce battle between Marks Marclown and the basilisk, and only one ruined wall was left, facing the already Marclowned secret room. Dumbledore could not find any clues. "Severus, look for it and see if there is something lurking. Remember, you must be careful." Dumbledore asked Snape to look around the secret room to see if there were any hidden mechanisms. The question they were most concerned about was where the basilisk went. They couldn't even think of killing them, the basilisk in their impression of being extremely terrifying, at this moment, hiding in Marks Marclown's sleeves and sleeping. Snape searched the secret room very carefully. but finally found nothing. Nothing was found. Snape frowned and returned to Dumbledore. Chapter 249 Unprecedented. This article is updated by middle.hash% vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _. Dumbledore frowned as well, and said, "Why didn't you find anything?" "It stands to reason that this is impossible." Marx Marclownby was bored and said, "Professor Dumbledore, what is the matter if you want me to come here? I know everything, I know it's coming, plus cool, tiger." Dumbledore looked at Marx Marclown seriously and said, "Are you sure you haven't seen a snake-like creature?" Marx Marclown nodded definitively and said, "No, if I see it, I will definitely explain it to you. There is nothing to hide." Seeing Marx Marclown's serious Marclowns, Dumbledore nodded and said, "I believe you." Now that the secret room had been discovered, Dumbledore quickly issued an order to seal the bathroom where the secret room was located so that no one could enter. The legend about the secret room is still circulating in the school, but no more students or creatures have been attacked by unknown. The wave dog, Mrs. Loris, and an innocent student who had been attacked before were all restored to their original state under the treatment of Sprout's potion made by Mandela grass. The disappearance of the basilisk in the secret room was originally taken seriously by Dumbledore, so Dumbledore secretly investigated various places in the school. Once there was an abnormality, they would search thoroughly, and even sent people to the Forbidden Forest to investigate the traces of the basilisk. Of course, nothing was found. Cool tiger. Over time and the school has been calm, Dumbledore gradually relaxed his search of the basilisk. After all, the basilisk has not attacked people for thousands of Marclown hours. The attacking situation only occurred 50 Marclown hours ago and this semester. It was because the Slytherin heir opened the secret room. It can be seen that the basilisk would not attack students casually without the heir. Now that Slytherin's successor has been wiped out, it is estimated that the basilisk will no longer do anything. Therefore, whether or not to find the basilisk has become relatively less important. For Dumbledore, it is more important now to prepare for the College Cup at the end of this semester. Unconsciously, this semester is coming to an end. The awards of the Academy Cup were still selected in the school's auditorium. All Hogwarts students gathered together, and the 4 long tables were filled with sumptuous food. This Marclowner's atmosphere is particularly cheerful. On the one hand, it's time for the summer vacation again. On the other hand, after most of the semester's frightening days, now that the basilisk incident has been resolved by the school's announcement, students are free to be in school again. Life. Plus cool tiger. The professors at Hogwarts also smiled. This semester they were so troubled by the basilisk incident, and now they can finally take a breath. McGonagall picked up the spoon in his hand and tapped the cup gently. The noisy auditorium immediately became quiet, and everyone looked at the professor's seat. Dumbledore stood up with a smile and said, "Another school Marclowner is over. It's time to award the Academy Cup." The students in the auditorium became agitated and discussed quietly. Dumbledore said, "But before the Academy Cup is awarded, I will announce one thing that will make everyone happy." The students looked at Dumbledore suspiciously, only hearing Dumbledore say, "The incident of the basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets has caused great distress to everyone in the school, whether they are professors or students. So I announced, all exams this Marclowner will be cancelled." The students in the auditorium were stunned for a moment, and immediately rang out like a tidal wave of cheers. All the college students stood up and cheered. After all, Not having to take an exam is a good thing for most people. There was only regret on the face of college bullies like Hermione, but this did not affect the overall mood of the auditorium. Dumbledore gently pressed the air with his hand, and the students in the auditorium slowly calmed down and looked at Dumbledore excitedly. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Before we award the Academy Cup, let us thank Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey with warm applause for curing all the petrification in the basilisk incident with Mandela grass juice victims." The students in the auditorium clapped warmly again, and Sprout and Pomfrey stood up and bowed slightly. Find flowers middle. Dumbledore continued, "In this basilisk incident, there are two more people we should be most grateful for." The students stopped immediately and listened to Dumbledore's next words attentively. Although Hogwarts announced that the basilisk incident had been resolved, the school did not answer how to resolve these issues and who resolved them. Now Dumbledore is undoubtedly going to solve this mystery. Dumbledore smiled and said, "Professor Lockhart, and Mr. Marclown Marks." In the Marclowns of everyone's surprise, Lockhart stood up and bowed to the surroundings with a smug smile on his face. Marclown smiled calmly and slowly stood up from his seat. Dumbledore said, "Professor Lockhart and Mr. Marks were in danger. They not only found the secret room hidden in the school for many Marclown hours, but also solved the dangerous basilisk attack." Everyone applauds and encourages. The students in the auditorium burst into applause again, especially the students from Slytherin College, applauding desperately. Marks Marclown. Slytherin even organized a booze, shouting Marks Marclown's name. Dumbledore smiled and said, "I know that Mr. Marks has always been very loud at Slytherin College, and in this matter, I have fully seen Mr. Marks's courage and ability. So here, I also announce that the chairman of the Slytherin Student Union, which has been idle for one Marclowner, will be assumed by Mr. Marks." As soon as these words came out, the whole Slytherin immediately boiled, and everyone surrounded Marks Marclown and shouted slogans. King of Slytherin. As expected of the boss, Chairman Marks equals 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 equals. Chapter 250. Important new information. This article is updated by middle.# vomiting blood. If you like, remember to bookmark this site _ Compared to the noise in his academy, Snape sat calmly in his seat, as if it had nothing to do with him. The students from other colleges looked at Marks Marclown in the crowd with envy. This is the first time in Hogwarts history that a non-graduating student has served as the chairman of the student union. This is enough to be included in Hogwarts history. What an honor it is. But thinking about Marks Marclown's achievements after enrolling in school, and the miracles he created, everyone's heart is just envious. This kind of legendary existence cannot be surpassed by ordinary people. Seeing this, Dumbledore pressed the air with his hands again, signaling the students to calm down first. However, the Slytherin students who were in a state of extreme excitement were still warm and cheered around Marks Marclown on May 17th. Marks Marclown had no choice but to say, "Everyone, calm down first. Professor Dumbledore still has something to say." As soon as Marks Marclown said this, the Slytherin students immediately calmed down and stopped speaking. Marks Marclown's control over Slytherin was evident. Dumbledore glanced at Marks Marclown and continued, "Next, it's time to announce the results of the Academy Cup. This is the top priority of the 4 colleges, and everyone is looking at Dumbledore." Dumbledore picked up a piece of paper from the table and slowly read. Fourth place, Hufflepuff, 410 points. Hufflepuff's students bowed their heads dejectedly. Their results this Marclowner were far from ideal. Sprout also stiffened slightly and glared at the students on Hufflepuff's table. Third place, Ravenclaw, 430 points. The Ravenclaw students also looked listless and sighed. Flitwick clapped vigorously in the professor's seat, cheering the students of the college, and there was a sparse applause on the Ravenclaw table. Just when the students at Gryffindor and Slytherin were staring at Dumbledore and were extremely nervous, Dumbledore said, "Gryffindor and Slytherin score exactly the same. Both scored 480. The students of the two colleges look at each other. Is it possible that the two colleges are tied for first place this Marclowner? Dumbledore paused, seeing the puzzled expressions of the students in both colleges, and slowly said, "But this Marclowner, there is a bonus." Just as all the students guessed the extra points, Dumbledore announced loudly, in view of Mr. Marks's special contribution to the school, "Your courage and ability have added 100 points to Slytherin." Slytherin scored 580 points this Marclowner, continuing to win the Academy Cup. The Slytherin students cheered instantly, and everyone screamed wildly. This Marclowner, Marx Marclown, led them to the Academy Cup again. In contrast, the students of Gryffindor are like dehydrated eggplants, unable to lift their energy. Chairman Marx Marclown, King of Slytherin. The students of Slytherin College shouted, lifting Marx Marclown high, expressing their excitement. Snape watched all this, his mouth slightly raised. The College Cup ended with Slytherin College winning the championship again, and Hogwarts' final exam was cancelled under Dumbledore's announcement, so this semester was also closed early, and the entire Hogwarts campus was full of joy. Marx Marclown packed up his luggage in advance, waiting for the Hogwarts Express to go home. The bouncing dog ran around Marx Marclown. Since the petrochemical state was lifted, this guy has remained active. According to its own statement, eat more, drink more, live longer and be happy. I said you, run less, it makes me dizzy. The dog panting said, what do you know, if you are immobile for 10.5 months, you must be like me, like the pleasure of sports. Marx Marclown turned aside helplessly, not looking at this stupid dog. Woo woo woo. Hogwarts expressly swallowed steam and drove toward the platform on the school side. Marx Marclown also picked up his luggage, ready to get on the bus. This semester is finally over. Marx Marclown breathed a sigh of relief. Now what I have to consider is how to spend this holiday. Marx Marclown took the wave dog to board the Hogwarts Express. This time, Marx Marclown directly found the carriage dedicated to Chief Slytherin. There was no one in this special carriage this time except Marx Marclown. The other prefects have to stay in the school to arrange preparations for the next semester, and only Marx Marclown, the newly appointed Slytherin Student Council chairman, can be a treasurer and go home early in comfort. Sitting on the spacious and comfortable sofa, Marx Marclown couldn't help but sigh that the feeling of privilege is really good. While tasting the red wine and pastries on the table, Marx Marclown fell into deep thought, thinking about how to spend this holiday efficiently. Because before fighting with the basilisk in the secret room, his own animagus upgraded independently, making Marx Marclown aware of a very important point. It turns out that the skills given by the division system can not only achieve certain achievements or upgrade potential points, but also break through with their own efforts. So logically speaking, the same is true for the other abilities given by the military division system. It requires continuous proficiency and accumulation of experience, which can also achieve the purpose of upgrading. Thinking of this, Marx Marclown felt that she should be more proficient and use her 3.2 skills. He needed a settling time to get a deeper understanding of these skills, and he would naturally accumulate them in the future. So this holiday, Marx Marclown wants to change her focus. For example, to make a store in Diagon Alley. Well, Marx Marclown has been thinking about the idea of opening a store in Diagon Alley for a long time. Regarding the location of the new store, the things that the store sells, and the selling points of the store, Mark's Markclown already has a clear idea, but now the only thing left is to practice it himself. Equals 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 equals